I'm going to try a little something called a cold open. That means that we get right into it. My name is Irene Geller, no comment chick, and I am here to react to Ethan Klein versus Pearl Davis. That's right, just Pearly things. And Ethan, I've previewed this debate a little bit, and it really does seem like an absolute train wreck. But, you know, the show's called Off the Rails, so let's get right into it and see what's going on with these two.
All right, so yeah, let's.
Should we Philly D this and just jump right into it?
Let's. What should we? What? Yeah, let's.
said-
You know what? Let's just
Come on, Ethan, get with it. I'm starting early too.
jump right into it.
Let's just jump right in.
Let's just get right into
let's
it.
do it. Yeah, I don't want to keep her waiting.
Okay. All right, stand by. Let her in. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
Sorry, I'm massively entertained by this.
So we are. She's in the lobby. We're just connecting her. Oh, there she. I can see her. Great.
She's in
Hi.
the Zoom.
Good. VPN. Thank you.
Look,
Is she a demon? No, it's Pearl Davis. I mean, well, so maybe.
All right. Oh, Jesus. What is that?
You see, I think what happens is when she comes into the call, she's in demon form. She's like this cloud of mist, right? And then she kind of condenses into her, like, you know, what we're used to seeing as Pearl Davis. But yeah, right now she's super demonic.
what's happening?
I don't know. Was it me?
Oh, do you see the alien behind Ethan? I don't know.
Oh, there was just crazy audio feedback. But
Look, I need a soundboard so I can play X-Files music when that
your
happens.
camera feed looks great.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All
now.
good.
Hold on.
Perfect.
Good. Yeah, we fixed it.
Perfect.
Hi, how are you?
Your feed looks good. You sound good. Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for calling in. Obviously, I saw your tweet. Is this a trap or a good faith conversation? It's not.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which.
Well,
Yeah.
I think this is a good faith conversation. I mean, what would you consider to be a trap?
It's kind of like when you walk into an interview and it's like they're not trying to have a conversation. They're just trying to like paint you out to be a certain way, I would say.
Sure. That would be like a bad faith when they go in there with an agenda and they're not really open to hearing your thoughts. Well, certainly I hope for it to be a challenging conversation, but I hope that you'll find it to be in good faith. I mean, you know a little bit about me, I'm assuming, so you kind of know what's my positions on a lot of things. But I do look forward to speaking with you, and I thank you, by the way, for accommodating us. I know you're in the UK, so I thank you for making the time and coming out here at a weird hour.
Yeah, no, I used to watch you like last year, actually, a good amount, like a year or two ago, maybe.
What is? Oh, like as a fan or as like a hate watch?
No, I don't know if it's like awkward to talk about like Trisha, but I used to watch like the show you guys did together.
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
it was actually really good.
No, you can't. No, you can. Well, thank you. That's
So she's talking about Frenemies, right? That's the show that Ethan and Trisha used to do together. That's why she's watching. She was watching for Trisha. Okay, that makes so much sense. Realistically, though, since Pearl's not going to give you a good explanation of why she's here, why Ethan's inviting her, it's basically this. To Pearl's audience, Ethan is a libcuck, a beta, soy, whatever you want to say, right? They don't like Ethan. They really don't like Ethan, so she can't lose here, right? Scenario one, she comes on and he makes her look silly. Then the narrative will be like Ethan pretends to be in favor of feminism, and yet he's berating a woman on his platform, right? Option two is that like she actually performs reasonably well, and then she gets the dunks on the soy cock, right? She can't lose, and he can't lose either, because like, right, his audience, like we and my audience, like we know who Pearl is, right? Pearl, if you are not familiar, some people call her the female Andrew Tate. I feel like that's kind of misleading. Andrew Tate presents himself as an alpha, as being dominant, as being, like everything about him is ego. Pearl is maybe the opposite of that, right? She is a doormat. She is a pick-me. She is constant, like her whole thing is like deferring to men. Looking like she's like the Rose Mulay. Oh my God, I hate to have to use that metaphor. Some of you might know who I'm talking about. Probably more of you know about Pearl Davis, right? But yeah, what she does is basically she distills the philosophy, if you can call it that, of the red pill community and repeats it back to her. So we got Parakeet Pearl repeating red pill jewels for our pleasure today. And Ethan Klein, I mean, like, here's the deal with Ethan. Like, I generally like the guy. I mean, he's, compared to the rest of the YouTube, his views are usually pretty on. But I mean, there are some things that you just can't expect of Ethan, right? He's not a debater. Famously, he was the one that called in to Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder wanted to debate him, thought he had an easy clap, and Ethan sneaks in Sam Cedar, right? Unbeknownst to, they went through all this trickery just to get Sam Cedar on. That was the moment where it was like, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare, right? So Ethan's not a debater. He's not an intellectual heavyweight. I mean, he does like to have conversations. He does have a lot of debates. He can take figures like Pearl and Ollie London and maybe make them look silly, but don't be surprised if Ethan looks a little bit silly too in this debate, because that's kind of his thing. That's kind of how he got famous. That's kind of who he is. So let's get going.
Nice to hear. Yeah,
I know it like didn't work out, but I actually thought that was really good content.
Aw.
Like you guys did the like the bus tour. I thought that was so funny.
Oh, thank you. That's nice. We actually worked really hard on that. All these guys.
The bus
did.
tour is why frenemies fell apart. So
Wait,
glad at least you enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, it was cursed segment. Is that what happened?
Well, I don't know if
I did not know they did a bus tour.
it's so long ago. It's ancient history.
Thought it
But I
was the
remember she was
Q&A.
upset that it didn't go the way that she was hoping that it would.
Oh, she thought we
Just put
shot it unprofessionally. Yeah.
Yeah. But but Pearl liked it, so there you go.
Yeah,
I mean, you got that audience, the Pearl audience.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what's important.
Well, anyway, I guess let's just jump right into it. I want to I don't know how many of my audience, I'm sure a lot do, but I kind of want to just introduce you. You've become really successful the past year or two. Kind of, you're friends with Fresh and Fit, right? Those guys are your dogs, so to speak. And you kind of are sympathetic to their kind of views. But you've made a name for yourself just
Ethan, don't say dogs.
on TikTok and on YouTube. So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism
Who listens to Ethan? Pearl listens to Ethan. What are you talking about, Irish? What are you talking about? Who listens to Ethan? Come on.
overall was a bad thing. I think.
Are you disparaging the great Just Pearly things, the female Andrew Tate? Are you really, are you anti-red pill or something? What's going on here, Irish?
That we should be. I think women are happier when we have, a family and kids over a career in the long run.
This guy has said so much stupid stuff. Yeah, he's from the old school of YouTube. In the old school of YouTube, you kind of had to be a lolcow to get attention. I mean, like, we got Pearl Davis here, so it's kind of lolcow versus lolcow. I feel like we're evenly matched here. I feel like you're here, Irish. That says something. There's something about this stream that's calling out to you. So I would say just go with that, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's
I'm a
okay.
little-
Yeah, I understand. So it's more like traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path in terms of family and gender and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative like outcomes a society has when like
Oh my God, I
families
gotta
fall
reset
apart, right? And
this
it's
thing.
especially hard on the children. Like you see, the kids are more likely to go to prison, they're more likely to drop out of school, they're more likely to be in mental health institutions. So you just see like all of the problems that come with single mother homes. So I just think it's important that we push policies that push family.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like, in what way can you force a family to stay together or encourage it in a sense?
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families. So, for example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Child support. So if a
Okay, so already we're starting strong. We got to get rid of things like alimony, things like child support, things that she said encourage women to leave marriages. I would say like allow women to be able to leave a marriage, or even like it doesn't necessarily have to be about sex either, right? These are the kind of things of like whoever has the kid, and maybe especially if the kid is young and that impacts the parent's ability to work, yeah, maybe they should get some money to be able to take care of the kid, right? She would rather have you in the situation where you hate each other and you have to stay in a marriage because there is just no like financial escape. So already we're starting out strong. What are my views? Does that even matter? I'm a butterfly. You're not
if
here
there's
for
a divorce,
You're not here for my views. I'm a femoid.
let's say
Actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned.
Banned.
Yes.
Yes.
okay, well that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
So banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Look, like on the serious though, my views are that this is a very silly debate. It's one silly person, that being Ethan, versus an absolute train wreck of a person, that being Pearl. So I guess it's perfect for his show Off the Rails.
Yeah.
Like obviously Ethan's not the best debater. I mentioned earlier, Ethan is the one who brought on Sam Cedar to debate Steven Crowder. That's because Steven Crowder considered Ethan a lightweight. He thought it was going to be an easy clap. It wouldn't have been a very fun debate. Steven Crowder can actually debate. Ethan Klein, not so much, right? So they bring Sam Cedar in, who's the last person in the world. Sam Cedar is this weird figure who, like, you know, all the right wingers that talk about free speech and stuff, and they're like, you know, why are you afraid to debate me? Debate me. Come on and debate me. You know, you want to have a debate? Let's try it out on the battlefield of ideas. When Sam Cedar shows up, they slam the door in his face because they're afraid. They don't want to debate Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar is somebody that actually can get debate. Sam Cedar is somebody that has like a lot of knowledge. He's just a politics nerd, right? So like, you know, all of them, Dennis Prager, like they all have a reason for avoiding Sam Cedar. And I don't remember particularly what Steven Crowder's was, but he had been dodging Sam for years and years. He's one of these guys that says the leftists are afraid to debate me. And then Sam Cedar is not even a leftist, really, just kind of a liberal, progressive dad. You know, he's a boomer, right? You know, he's not a literal boomer, but, you know, boomer-esque, right? And, you know, he comes on and none of these people want the smoke from Sam. So, but yeah, Ethan, much more closer to Pearl's like punching class as far as debates go. So it should be a fair fight. I don't know.
I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married. So that's just my opinion.
Right, but like in the real world, that kind of simplistic.
And you know, there's like exceptions to this, but I would just say in general, for most cases, you know, we could talk about exceptions, but like the rule.
Well, the exceptions are the important part, because I've heard you say that a lot when you're talking about things. You say, oh, you want to talk about exceptions, but the exceptions is the important part, because those are the people that are going to be affected. I mean, exceptions are going to be a large part of divorces, as you say. I mean, you're talking about like.
Okay, so she starts off strong, like I said, with like divorce should be banned. Ethan is kind of like of the opinion, obviously you don't mean like all divorce should be banned. Like that doesn't really make sense. That's not really what you're saying, is it? What about a situation where there is domestic, you know, abuse going on, right? And you know, she's like, well, those are just the edge cases. Like, really? Really?
Like, you know, 25% maybe or more. Because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem though. All right, if it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but
Okay.
like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other; it's like mutual. So
Surely that's not every
goal,
time.
I think. Yeah, I know.
But it's not healthier either.
Mm-hmm. I just think that the goal should be to keep families together, and that the goal should be to work through it.
So, like, I need somebody to write down, like, pearls of wisdom for me, because this is another pearl of Pearl's wisdom. The idea that domestic abuse, it's just a myth. Most of the time, it's two-sided, it's even, it's not really abusive. Yeah, nice. Okay, so there's the reason that we don't need divorce, because traditional values and families and stuff, and like most of the time when there is abuse, it goes both ways, and the woman's taking poops in the guy's bed and stuff. And
I think most people agree with that, right? Because I think we all can look at the stats and say family is important, right? Family is important. Nuclear families is important to like the health of children growing up in general. I think we can all say.
I can't imagine Fresh and Fit actually having friends. That's a good point you bring up, Guthric Azrael. So Fresh and Fit, of course, YouTubers, big YouTubers, would you call them red pill? I guess I don't really watch enough of them to know they're you know, something, right? In that whole sphere of like manosphere, yeah, they're definitely manosphere people. I feel comfortable calling Fresh and Fit manosphere people, and they used to be the kind of people that were they're big enough that even though they're completely cringe, like they bring these random women in and just like berate them, and that's their content. Is like, really, you know, they try to pry some inkling of like feminism out out of them and then beat them over the head with it and be like, you stupid femoid, right? And like most of the times the girls go along because these are nobodies. These are not, equal like large content figures generally, right? They're people that they want to blow up their Instagram, right? And they got invited on this podcast and they're kind of playing nice, right? So they're setting up these situations where they're going to have a target that doesn't really fight back. That's what Fresh and Fit really is. What is it? Myron Gaines is one of the guys, and I never remember. That's Fit, right? Myron Gaines is, oh God, I always mix them up. MRAs were always going on about how they have been more domestic violence. There have been more domestic violence shelters for men. What is that factoid?
Say that. But when you say something like divorce should be illegal,
Yeah.
we got to kind of suss that out because that's a pretty extreme claim. For example,
I would say that's a pretty sus claim.
In 2014, family violence was the cause of 25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like super fringe example of why people get divorced.
Oh, how they need.
Well, you also have to look if there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court. Like
a lot of false accusations, a lot of pooping on the bed and blaming the dog. Yeah, all kinds of stuff.
And a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually it's not based off of evidence. It's based off a balance of probabilities. And there are
yes, it's a civil action, right? It's a civil action. Divorce is not a criminal proceeding. It is not, you're not trying to convict somebody or anything like that, right? It's a civil action. Civil actions are decided on like what is more likely to be true, right? That's the way we're talking about the burden of proof here, right? You've got, like a horrible system where you're guilty until proven innocent, right? That's the extreme. Then you've got like the civil, sort of setup where it's like, all right, which one of these, whose story is more likely, whose claim is more likely, right? And then you've got criminal proceedings as they're done where the burden of proof is on the prosecution, right? So in other words, they need to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, like, yeah, I mean, I guess aliens could have come down and put the bloody glove in your glove compartment, but like probably not. So yeah, that's what we're talking about here.
Programs that you get, like in the UK, you get a free lawyer if you accuse your husband of abuse, and it's less than 10% of cases are actually like followed through with the police.
The way she says you get a free lawyer, it makes it sound like some kind of like magazine deal. You get a free, I don't know, what would you get? What do you get for free? You got like a free lawyer. You want to accuse your husband of domestic abuse? Like they're trying to get them to do it or something.
Sorry, I don't want to move on quite yet. I want to stick on the topic of not allowing people to divorce.
You're like, oh, cool, free lawyer.
So you're saying that you do want to allow people to divorce, then you don't really believe that.
The other thing is the idea that there's like just there's no cost to this, like that, right? Like something like accusing your partner of domestic abuse is something that somebody's just gonna on a whim be like, oh, you know what, I wasn't gonna do it, but then they said that there's the free lawyer, so what can I do? Yes, I guess I was abused. I guess, right? It's not, they're not realizing that making these accusations is more likely to be ruinous to the life of the accuser than it is to be ruinous to the life of the accused, especially in the post Johnny Depp Amber Heard world that we're living in here. Pearl red-pilled me, but now I think Ethan is right because she's a woman. Oh
no, I would say ban divorce.
Okay, because you just said you would allow an exception in the case of abuse.
I said one-sided abuse exception, sure.
Okay, so how do you prove the one something you don't believe?
On the rare instance that the abuse is one-sided, in most cases, like, she's pooping in his bed.
Been forced divorce. Or you
okay,
ban divorce.
Fine. Yeah. Ban divorce except for one-sided abuse.
Okay,
sure.
Except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of, how do you prove that the woman or man
well,
was
I think you have to
let me just use your logic against you for a second, right? So you're saying that you're worried about the incentive of a woman to accuse or somebody to accuse their partner of abuse based on getting the free lawyer. Did she say in the UK? What about the incentive then of a spurious counterclaim? Why doesn't then every domestic abuser should just be like, yeah, she hit me too, right? It's 50-50. And then You know what I mean? You want to talk about incentives? You want to use that argument? This is the thing, is that like all of Pearl's arguments in some way contain an element of that which refutes another one of her arguments. She could have the argument, she could have the debate just by herself and win/lose.
Press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you allowed to leave the relationship.
Yes.
Tried and found guilty criminally.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just stick out of, which is fine if you don't, want to be with someone forever. But I just think,
So wait, no, here's the scenario. Here, like, please, just like think about what you're saying, Pearl, because what you're requiring then is that the first thing that happens is she files a criminal accusation of abuse, right? And that goes through court case, right? Court cases take years, right? So after those years of living with her abusive husband, who she's accused of abuse, if she is found to be correct, right? If the court convicts her, her partner, then I guess that she could file for a no-fault divorce. Then you can get divorced. Then you can get right after you've gone through a criminal proceeding, right? Which, like I said, the criminal system, it's not a burden of proof of is it more likely that he abused her, or is it less likely that the burden of proof is is there even a shadow of a doubt here? Is there a reasonable shadow of a doubt? Is there a shadow of a doubt that does not rely on aliens or some other, garbage, hypothetical, right? And then you can be found, they can find, the person guilty, right? But only after that do you get to go through your divorce proceedings, right? After living with your abuser for a year. Cool.
Stay out of marriage.
Cool beans.
Because when you take marriage is supposed to be, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, and for richer or for poorer. It's not supposed to be, when I feel
it's
leaving.
Supposed to be? Who says that? God?
And the majority of
where we get it is marriage is supposed to be according to what?
Divorces nowadays, it's just, when the girl just feels like
according to tradition, which we're appealing to now in this fallacious argument. Awesome, Pearl.
Leaving.
That's not true.
Awesome.
And well,
it's just not true.
I've talked to hundreds of women.
That's
on
not.
my show.
That's just that doesn't prove anything.
And even if you
I've
look
talked
at
to hundreds of women,
when
goddammit.
divorce was initiated in the 1970, I think it was initiated. I mean, one of the number one reasons.
Yo, think about that. Up until the 19th, if she's right about this, I don't know, somebody check on that, because I don't necessarily. This isn't a reliable narrator. This is not a reliable narrator that we're dealing with here. She could easily be wrong about this, but if that's true, which I know that it is a fairly recent development. No fault divorce is a fairly recent development. Until then, you're kind of stuck, right? You make those vows, you're stuck, right? And people like Steven Crowder, who are on recording acting abusively towards their spouse, right? They want to go back to that, right? I wonder why, Steven.
Was financial differences and irreconcilable.
And reconcile.
Sorry, good dog.
So,
but yeah, I just think for the people that don't believe in real marriage, because what is marriage if you can get divorced over damn near anything? It's not marriage anymore. It's something else.
Well, I think the reason for that historically.
Wait, no. Good question. What is marriage? That's a really good question, right? What is marriage? All right. Now, I'm not going to argue for abolition of marriage. I feel like people should be allowed to live in the kind of arrangements that they like, and that there's certain legal protections afforded under marriage that makes sense. I don't want to take anything away from anybody, but I also want to point out that this idea that marriage is normal, natural, and necessary, right? Which is generally your natural law or argument, which Pearl seems to be really big on these natural law arguments in her rhetoric. That's just your opinion, man. I mean, honestly, there are different ways that things could work, and marriage is just kind of the social construct that we ended up with.
Staying married, right? Or even before this, no fault divorce was an option, and it was more difficult for women to get divorced, or men. The abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them, but their kids, right? I mean, obviously having your kids watch their mother get beat up And oftentimes it's going to bleed.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like, it goes both ways.
I acknowledge that.
Yeah, good point. Let's point out the the abused father. Now, this can happen and stuff, right? But like, I feel like she's trying to make this 50-50 in a way that it's not. It's just
both ways. So both people have a right to, in my opinion, get divorced, because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and like.
Do you think that's the majority? Do you think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
Of divorce.
25%. 25%. It's 25% based on statistics.
No, but that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than 10%. It actually followed through in criminal court.
Well, regardless, 10% is enough, don't you think?
So wait, if you didn't press charges against your partner and go through all of that, right? Go through testifying, go through also like, right, having your life destroyed. Because if you make an accusation, this is why most of the instances of abuse, like, accusations don't even get made, right? Because then you're gonna have everyone who is on their side being like, well, he's never been abusive around me. This bitch must be lying. Let's fucking destroy her, right? There's a lot of stakes in that, right? It's very understandable why a lot of people wouldn't want to go through those kinds of proceedings. So, like, she's trying to use that as a, also, like I said, you're proving what happened often between two people in an unverifiable situation beyond the shadow of a doubt, right? That's not exactly easy.
I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's like...
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Right. But again, that's because the woman says that she was, because they're incentive.
But you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't.
So that's what she's saying, is that all these women are liars. Most of these women are liars. They just make it up. She mentioned, I think it was the UK, where supposedly you could get your legal counsel paid for in that kind of a situation, and then implying that, well, therefore, since there's an incentive towards that in one country, then every woman everywhere is just, they're just lying about it. I guess domestic abuse doesn't really happen. It's a myth, or it's both sides. It's both ways, and you've got her.
I actually know that to be true.
No, I do.
How?
I do. Like, okay, in the UK, there's a law that you get a free lawyer if
There we go. That proves everything. UK, right? Wait, where are we at right now, Pearl? What country are we in? Is it the United Kingdom? She's literally just, that's what she does. Like, right? And that's all she has to do. There's nothing that she can do in this encounter, in this debate, to ruin her credibility, like with her own audience. Like I said, you had, we even had an Ethan hater coming in here earlier. I don't know if they were a Fallen fan or just a general chud or what their deal was, right? But you got a lot of people that hate Ethan. That is who Pearl is appealing to, right? That is who she's trying to get. That's who she's trying to reinforce her image with. So there's no stakes. There's nothing she could do. And you can tell she's not trying really hard. Now, I will also say that Ethan himself maybe is not trying that hard. You can see that there are some statistics that she's got that he is not really prepared to refute. You'd think that maybe that there'd be a little bit more research, because my understanding is that she goes on all these different shows and she kind of just says the same thing. She's got a narrative. She's got like a general narrative that wouldn't be too hard to kind of like assemble. Here's what she claims. Usually look into that. If there's anything that she's making claims about that aren't actually supported by data, or she's cherry picking or something like that, that's what you'd hope somebody would get her on. I don't necessarily expect that from Ethan, right? Because like I said, Ethan's not the best debater.
How does that prove that women are lying about violence?
Because I'm saying that you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probability. So it means it's more likely that they did it than didn't do it. It's not innocent until proven guilty.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just to let the abused.
You could call it jail when you have a lifetime of not seeing your children.
You could call it jail. No. Let's call it jail when you're like confined physically, right? At the very least, right? Maybe even if you want to extend that and say that house arrest is kind of jail too. Okay, but you're saying but like losing custody, that's kind of like jail. No, it's not. What?
When the whole
but it's not.
community. I mean, you could. I mean, have you spoken to these men? It's like literally their whole community
I've
thinks they're
been
an abuser.
speaking to this man. Their whole community thinks that they're an abuser just because they were abusive, and they're right.
Now they get to see their kids maybe 3 days a month if they're lucky. A lot of them are.
I mean, look, in a situation where somebody's getting physically violent, that might be appropriate for reducing the contact. Like, right? There's reasons for this. This is not without precedent. And like I said, marriage is a social construction. It's the social construction that we have. It's kind of random. I don't necessarily, I'm not like a big supporter. I'm not somebody that is like, looking to get into a marriage. But at the same time, like, I don't feel like there's any point in like saying like abolish this thing that lots of people participate in. If they find it useful, if they find it helpful, and yeah, it does provide certain protections, and so it kind of makes sense to go on with it like that. But oh yeah, by the way, that is my Twitter thread for today. If you want to, if you're able to, if you have an account still on twitter.com, I would massively appreciate you giving that thread some love.
Sure,
a lot of them
course.
put on.
Yeah,
right.
there's bad outcomes for sure, but
Horrible.
on the whole,
I mean, a lot of men zero themselves out during this.
they what?
They zero. Oh, God.
Like a lot of men commit suicide.
Okay. If you're gonna use a euphemism, just be like unalive or whatever, right? Just use something that people know. I've never heard that. Have you? Anybody heard zero self out?
Oh, I see.
Loved.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's horrible.
It's horrible. It's like absolutely terrible. Like I interview these men that are going through.
You're still banned from Twitter. How did that happen, Woody?
This.
Yeah, I'm sure that's happened, but at the same time, you're saying women are lying about violence, and I haven't seen you be able to prove that.
I'm saying that you can't prove it unless you go to criminal court because
you need to like write an appeal and say that you were banned by the politically correct alphabet mafia for not being woke enough.
Right, but it's not a crime.
Off of evidence.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just about the welfare of the kids and the people.
It's a crime if you're falsely accusing someone of abuse. And so I'm saying there's
no. Let me just roll that back for a second. Let me roll that back for a second. Okay. She said it's a crime if you falsely accuse somebody of abuse. Yeah, if you perniciously, knowingly, falsely accuse somebody of abuse, if you make up something and like, right, that like if you want to say it's a crime in the sense that it's a very wrong, very harmful thing to do, sure, I'm on board. But she wants to say it's a crime if you make an accusation that can't be proved beyond a shadow of a doubt, right? So in other words, what does that tell people that are experiencing abuse? Ooh, better not make that claim. If there's some chance that it doesn't go your way, with the burden of proof being against you, right? It's not the 50-50 thing, right? She's talking about like the standard that she has for what is abuse is, have you proven it? Have you gotten a conviction in criminal court, right? Courts that are famously like kind of prejudicial against the people that might be making these claims. If you cannot prove it with the burden of proof stacked against you, then you're guilty of a crime, right? And this is what we're saying to victims of abuse. That is wild.
Okay,
in criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, family court is not.
So let's just say less than 10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Still seems like enough to give people the option to leave.
No, she literally said that she didn't think that there should be, she's arguing against divorce, right? She doesn't think that divorce should exist. Ethan brings up, what about cases of abuse? And she's like, well, in most of those cases, it's actually abuse in both directions. So it's not really abuse, right? It's equal. And less than 10% of those cases ever are proven in criminal court. So therefore, she concludes from that they're all they're all just completely like made up, and
this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, because people change, right? Especially when people get married young. Which
I mean, like this is the deal with living in a post Johnny Depp Amber Heard world, right? You can have like thousands of years of this phenomenon of abuse happening, it being really obvious that it's going on, right? So many examples of it. And then all it takes is one prominent trial where really, like, that was Johnny Depp's PR team doing the work, right? I don't feel convinced about anything in that trial, but they put her on trial publicly, and then they went to town on her in terms of the PR of the situation, and they drove this narrative with even stuff like bots. Like, they had bots, they had social media bots out there, making sure that, like, half of the time when you're hearing like a Johnny Depp person, it's actually literally a bot. It's actually literally somebody that the Depp PR, or not somebody, it's a bot. It's the AstroTurf of AstroTurf, right? And then when they have that, they can say anytime that something happens, they should point back to that. Oh yeah, but it's like Johnny Depp. Oh yeah, Marilyn Manson abused somebody. I don't know about that. Maybe she pooped in the bed and blamed it on the dog. I don't know. Right? Same thing with like Jussie Smollett, right? All he takes is one high-profile case where somebody makes a hate crime claim that turns out to be, sus, and then they can just say that about every single other claim. Oh, is this a Jussie Smollett situation here? Right? It's wild. It's wild how the public perception works.
Does happen. People change. People go through shit. People grow apart. A lot of the men who end up being abusive, you hear, were one way before they got married and one way after you get married. So I don't think it's fair to say you're just leaving whenever you want, or you should just have to stay in this forever. Wouldn't you prefer people get married than never get married? Like, I feel like you would be disturbed if, like, only 5% of couples ever got married.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, she's arguing unironically for, like, the system that we had back in the Mad Men days, right? And that's a system where to have any value in society, you need to get married, and then your value is dependent on your husband's value. You'll take your husband's name when you get a letter. It's not going to be to your name. It's going to be to Mrs. your husband's name, right? You're gonna, you're gonna be owned in every sense, right? That's what she wants to go back to, right? So it's not even a situation where, Ethan's like concluding, well, in that kind of situation where you can't get out of it, I guess not a lot of people will get married. No. That's not what she wants. She's making an argument for just traditional values. In other words, go back to the way things were. And, that was a situation where women got married because they had to, and then ended up in these divorces that they were unable to get out of, even when in a lot of cases, they were abusive or they were, at the very least, like, toxic situations that one of the parties and the children should probably be able to get out of, right? There was a study that showed that 75% of pre-Depp tweets were coming from the same 20 accounts. Most of them had ties to Depp's lawyer. Yeah, that was Amber. Look, I don't know. I can't really tell. Like, I didn't follow that stuff because, like, like, the idea, like, I don't follow trials. I'm not like a trial junkie. I'm not like a true crime person. It just doesn't interest me. Right. But so I can't give you the like exact, like, lay of the land as far as, like, but I get the feeling that she was done dirty, and definitely with that dog, with that poop thing, like, that seems like there's just, like, no way that you could prove that, like, what are you, like, like, where the poop came from, and the idea that it could, like, that they want to claim that it was from Amber, like, that's all you need to, like, literally smear her. Like, that's the I mean, I'm trying not to make puns here, but making them anyway. I tried to avoid the trial as best I could. Yeah.
I'd rather people got married and stayed married.
Right, but that wasn't one of the options.
I actually don't see a point in getting married with the way that marriage is today, to be honest. Yeah, because again, like, what is it that?
I mean, there's so much idealism. There's so much. It's pure ideology, as Zizek would say. For her to say that I think that people should get married and stay married, that's the kind of world that you want. That's the kind of fiction that you want to live in. Because realistically speaking, you can't do that, right? Most people cannot live in a marriage with another random person, or even a person of their choosing, right? Most of these situations do not end up working out, but she wants to live under the situation that they should, and that if yours doesn't, that's on you. You're a bad person, and then by you I mean the woman, right? you're a bad person.
Average marriage is like 8 years. So the average marriage is.
She was abused on national TV. Most people didn't say anything.
8 years and you're done. That's not marriage.
leaving a marriage due to domestic violence and not pursuing criminal charges. If so, let's say that a woman's in a marriage and they have a no fault marriage divorce. So let's say she doesn't want to charge her husband. She just wants to leave amicably. Okay. But in your situation, she's forced to charge him legally, to have a police investigation, charge him for domestic violence. Wouldn't that be more?
And again, like I said, making that kind of accusation is more likely to ruin the person's life making the accusation than it is to ruin the accused life, right? In all likelihood, there are going to be people that defend the accused, and that defense of the accused is going to extend up to and including ruining the life of the accuser, right? Because if they don't see this person like that, or they don't want to see that, and I've I can attest to this, right? I can attest to this, right? Making accusations against somebody that does something highly inappropriate, scary, and traumatizing to you, even in a leftist space, will usually cause the friends of that person to harass you, to lie about you, to do anything that they can, because they want to think that they're okay people for still being friends with this piece of shit, right? And if they have to destroy you, if they have to lie about you, if they have to do really fucked up stuff to you to make that happen, right? If they have to ruin your life to make that happen, they absolutely will, right? So that's why a lot of accusations do not get made, right?
Damaging to his reputation.
Not if he beat the case, because again, it's based off of evidence. But I mean, I think that
I love so many things about this interview. Anyone should be able to leave a marriage for any reason or no reason. Yeah.
Why would you want an abusive guy walking free? If he's actually abusive, he should go to jail.
Right.
Shouldn't we agree on that?
Right, but it's just not that simple, again, because like this is
because most of these situations, the proof lies in circumstances where there were two people who witnessed it, right? So you got one person saying one thing and you got another person saying another thing. You are never going to have what she's like claiming to be proof. She's talking about like criminal proof. She's talking about proof of guilt beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt, right? So that in most cases, even when there was abuse, you're not going to be able to provide that. And like I said, the system's kind of weighed against the accuser even beyond just the burden of proof issue. I don't know why guys are against no-fault divorce. Back in the day, wives would poison their husbands to become widows. Damn. Is that what arsenic and old lace? Is that what that is about?
It's just not that simple. Abuse cases, because and it's not that simple to convict people.
I just don't think that men should be punished without evidence. And I think in family court, it's not based off of evidence. It's based on a balance of probabilities. And so
look, they're not being punished. This isn't a criminal proceeding. There's not like a they're not like on a list. They're not they're not going to jail, right? It's literally about things like custody and child support and alimony, and like that's what's at issue, right? And it's not that they're being punished. It's that we have this social construct we call marriage, and the courts are charged with dissolving that in a way that is fair. And so they make the decision based on the preponderance of evidence, not based on some kind of tilted standard of evidence like you'd have in a criminal trial, where we want to say innocent until proven guilty, where we say, okay, most likely, what's going on here, and make the decision accordingly. And she's saying things like losing custody is men being punished. I really think it's like a dangerous way to see that.
I have a case where men only they're stuck seeing their kid like 3 days a month, when again, it's not based off of evidence. Like, I've interviewed guys where literally the wife, and I've seen the court documents. It's coming out in my documentary that's coming out in the fall. But
Great. Yeah, she's got a documentary coming out in the fall. Wonderful.
The wife was plotting to try to get the guy to hit her.
Right, I'm sure that happens, but and
the wife still got custody.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ethan, yeah, that's probably not the right thing to say there. Oh my God. My head hurts already. My head hurts already, but not as bad as your head hurt is going to hurt if you get caught up in the top of the hour ad break. The bottom of the hour ad break, it looks like it's coming up. No, wait, I don't even know how this works now because I started on the 30s. Whatever, some kind of ad break is coming up in like 9 minutes. And that's going to really hurt if you get stuck in that. You're going to be stuck in there for a minute and 30 seconds. It doesn't sound like a lot of time, but when you are unable to hear what I'm saying, unable to hear what Ethan's saying, more importantly, unable to hear what Pearl is saying, and forced to hear what an advertiser is saying, you're going to think a little differently. Time's going to move a little strangely. So if you want to get out of that, you can pay $5 to get out of that. It is just $5. You could use an Amazon Prime by hooking it up, linking it up to your Twitch, and thereby get a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully that's me. Or you can try your luck and hope that you get a gift sub. Now that's going to be more likely to happen if you're more active in chat. So any of you lurkers out there that are getting sucked into commercials, that is one solution possibly to your situation. If you don't have $5 of your own and you don't have an Amazon Prime, the best thing to do is just to be visible.
That's not a representative case. Again, I mean, for example, you ask why a mom wouldn't want to try a parent. It's more nuanced, right? I mean, you need a more developed take on that because it's very traumatic for the kids and the family to put their
Wait, it's evening for you?
father through
Oh my God, there's other time zones? What?
a violence case, and especially when the kids are probably going to have to ask to testify, to talk to the police. I mean, I totally understand why mother or father wouldn't want to.
You're expecting somebody to go through a lot, right? Like I said, she doesn't want divorces to be legal, except in the case where you've taken the you got an abuse situation and you've taken the abuser to court and convicted them. Only then can you go about getting your divorce, right? Only after you've lived with the person for like a year or more while this trial is like, can you imagine the situation? But the thing is, she's not thinking about it. She doesn't have to think about it. All she has to do is say things that are going to make these red pill ghouls happy. And that's what she's good at. That's why she's a social media figure. That is her whole brand. That is her whole grift, right? That's just Pearly things.
Put their family through that.
Oh my God,
don't
thank you, Buffy.
I mean, I can understand it. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. And I mean, according to national statistics on domestic violence, okay, there's 10 million men and women each year that are the victim of physical abuse. But in your world, I have a feeling that a lot of these
I
people,
believe they're trying to change divorce rules. Wait, you mean like they as in like conservatives are trying to or make it easier to get divorced?
would be trapped in these marriages. And that's okay.
I said in one-sided abuse, they could leave. Yes.
Okay.
So, no.
But you got to prove it's one-sided now, right? Because what she said is that most abuse cases are not one-sided, and if it's not one-sided, then is it really abuse after all, right? And so like, and she's talking about incentives there. She mentioned that in the UK, supposedly you get a free lawyer, you get your lawyer paid. Free lawyer. That makes it sound like it comes in the mail or something. Like it arrives at your door. Hi, free lawyer here. What's up? Yeah, like, but you know, if you make an accusation of abuse, and she's saying that because of that, there's being false accusations of abuse being made because of that incentive, and she doesn't see where there would be an incentive for an abusive person once accused of abuse to say, actually, the abuse went both ways. What are you going to do about that? Okay, now you got to take that to trial, and according to Pearl, you got to prove it, right? Otherwise, you can't get out of your marriage. What a nightmare world.
Okay. Do
But
you?
I do
Oh
think
my God, thank
in
you,
order to
Buffy
get
Geek.
custody of your kids, if you're going to accuse the other side of abuse,
Thank you
should
so
have to prove
much.
it.
Woody Red, you now will not be subject to the ad break that was coming up in about 5 minutes. Good timing too, Buffy.
Do you think what do you think is more harmful to kids, divorce or physical abuse?
Physical abuse.
Okay, you passed that one. But you had to think about it for a second. But anyway, let's move on from this.
No, I just
Okay, no,
I
I'm willing to let her go on that. Like, if you take a minute to answer a question, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're like 50-50, you're on the fence over it, right? That's disingenuous. Like, I had that done to me once by Irrelevant, so I don't appreciate that. What's up, Yosiel?
It was kind of a silly question. That was all. But
Okay, that's refreshing. Tell me, what does red pilled mean to you? Because I've heard you use that phrase a lot. You're part of the red pilled community.
Here we go, folks. You ready to take those red pills?
yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people. I will say a lot of people have their own definitions of it, so people use it for different things. But
I've been told, obviously, like I should mention the origin of the phrase of the term red pill. It comes from the Matrix. In the Matrix, If you haven't seen it, people are stuck in a artificial reality, right? And when the person that is existing outside of the artificial reality comes to take the, to give the person the choice to leave, like in other words, like imagine everything you're seeing, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake. You're in a battery center. God, I'm explaining this so badly. You're in a giant alien energy factory, and all of the energy that you produce is being harnessed for the alien civilization, right? And when the guy comes by to offer you to pull you out of this, he says, "Do you want to take the red pill and wake up, or do you want to take the blue pill and go back to sleep, stay in your illusory world?" Right? So I just got to make sure, because like I don't know that everybody's seen The Matrix. Now apparently the reason that was the red pill and the blue pill, right, was that back in the day, earlier in trans history, estrogen tablets used to be red, apparently, right? And so like the Matrix, famously written and directed by two trans women, was that was the metaphor there. So ironic that they call themselves the red pill community, when what that meant to the Wachowski sisters was like the Wachowski siblings was like essentially estrogen. HRT.
I would say it's viewing the world the way it's supposed to be, or like the way it is, not the way you're told it is. So like, for example, a lot of guys think,
in Pearl's world, that's right. MSE, you got to be a perfect victim to get the divorce in Pearl's world. How is this the only reason it's a defensible position is because she's just saying what red pillars, what PUAs, what incels, and what other scumbags want to hear her say. That's her grift, right? She is the pick-me for all these manosphere people, right? She's saying things that they want to hear, and because of that, they don't apply any scrutiny. And she doesn't have to apply any scrutiny to herself for that reason, right? There's no reason for her to think it out and reason it out and say, well, if we did that, then wouldn't we be in a bad situation where people are having to prove that you were abused, and prove that the abuse didn't go both ways in order to even get a divorce. Yeah, like obviously it's not a world that many people would want to live in, but Pearl's just not thinking about it that hard. Basically, beyond the rules of ruling hegemony, she's sucking up to the. I love that I over-explained The Matrix today. I'm just like, I worry that there's gonna be somebody who hasn't seen it. Sucking up to those red pill guys so hard is actually, oh god, that's her whole shtick, and she is embarrassing, and she is difficult to watch, and that's part of why we've never watched her before. I thought that maybe this would be a good opportunity. I hope that Ethan at least is able to dismantle her ridiculous worldview. We'll see.
they treat a girl nice and give her flowers that she'll essentially sleep with him, and then a lot of guys find out that's not true, and so then they came together and.
Also, Quapaco, thank you for the follow.
Yeah, realized that. So that's just one thing.
The Jesse Lee Peterson of women.
Is that true? Do men really believe that?
What do you mean?
That if you buy flowers and be nice, she'll sleep with you?
Yeah, I think so.
That's how it's supposed to work in the ideal world. Women should just be there for nice guys to approach, and the fact that a nice guy approached you should you should drop all your barriers at that point and say, do you want to marry me? Do I need to take your name? I'm gonna have your kids, just everything, just have me, right? It's so wild to think about the world that these people want, and how it wouldn't even work, even if yeah, hopefully we will not let them have that world, right? Hopefully there would be enough opposition to something like that it would never happen. But even if they got the world that they wanted, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And I don't think they'd want it.
So, I don't think that's real. I think that's a really odd way to describe dating.
Ethan did a good job on Ollie London. Hope he does.
It's just men are nice guys and women
Well,
are.
I just think
it just seems very cartoonish. We're talking about real world stuff, and it's just you can't really.
No, the incel worldview is like this, right? That there's nice guys, and then there are, monsters, right? And the women always want a monster, and that they'll act like they want a nice guy, but they'll end up marrying the monster. And so there's all this like 80% of nice guys over here, 20% of the monsters that are having all the sex and all the women until the women get to be 30, and then they come over to the nice guys and they're like, hey, I'm done with the cock carousel. Maybe I could ride you for a while. And the red-pilled incel, the man going his own way, says, hell no. Hell no.
Men don't expect like women to reproduce more with felons than non-felons.
There we go.
Like,
That's what I'm talking about.
surprise.
This is exactly what
Women
they think.
reproduce more with felons
Mm-hmm.
than
Violent felons.
non-felons.
They love we love a violent
like, think
felon.
about it, like,
Whoa,
Ted
wait,
Bundy.
hold on. Wait, what does that mean?
Oh my God! No, she's appealing. You know where she's going with this? She's going to talk about the phenomenon of people like falling in love with serial killers. This does happen, right? Whenever there's a serial killer, infamous serial killer, they get fan mail, right? And some of this fan mail is like women, like, you know, or men, or a lot of different people throwing themselves at this person. They are attracted to this person. They want to be. They want to live with this person, right? This does happen, but it's not like a lot of people, right? It's the rare exception. They're getting, you know, 5 fan letters out of like, you know, however million of people that know about them. But she wants to turn that into women really. They're like, oh God, Jeffrey Dahmer, oh Ted Bundy, oh Charles Manson, oh if I could just no.
So felons.
Why isn't she married then? Does somebody ask her about that? I feel like somebody's asked her about that. No nice guy has given her flowers. Right, there we go. I find it hard. No, because she probably would. You know what? She. The other thing about her is she can be self-hating, right? So you're gonna see later in this thing, like, you know, they talk about like high-value men and high-value women. That is how the red pill world sees things, right? You know, and I don't think she regards herself as a high-value woman.
Who are procreating have more kids in general than non-felons. What does that stat mean?
Yeah, that's right. Women are supposed to love toxic masculinity.
They have more children.
And that's what that's what a lot of the, you know, yeah, because these guys will get victimized in a number of different ways. Like I mentioned, men going their own way. That is a group that pretend to just like, hey, Shakespeare, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Sarah wants a cookie. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, everybody. Now, I don't know if you've seen this already. I don't know if anybody else in our circle has watched this, but we are watching Ethan Klein debate against just Pearly things. That's right, Pickme Pearl, who parakeets Red Wing talking points for our pleasure. Like, I don't ever hold a hand up in a way that could be construed as offensive, because bam, you're oh yeah, that's right, you know, even like that, you know, like, right, and now it's equal. What's up, Anita Bump? Good to see you. I just read a tweet about a guy who was in a store. I saw a man approach a lady and tell her she was pretty and should smile more. Oh my God, this is so wrong. The guy went up to the man and said he was pretty and he should smile more. And the man got really mad. Yeah. She's 26. Ethan traps her into admitting she's a low value. Oh, what? Spoiler. That's okay. We forgive you. She's lifted a bunch of MGTOW and MRA talking points. Yeah, so she's appealing to a bunch of different people. Like I said, there's MGTOW people. There are scammers who will be like, hey, do you want to become an alpha male? Here's the secret. Let me give you this hypnosis tape. And it's like affirmations like, I am a high value male. Women want me. I like, right. You know, they'll do all these different things or take a supplement or do something to raise their T, right? They really think that. So there, you got the alpha male grifters, and then you got the sigma male grifters, which is like almost like in between MGTOW and alpha male, right? But you got like a lot of different people that'll give them a solution. Like whether it is like you are an incel and you're doomed. It's you know, your skull is not shaped right. You're basically fucked, and basically that is fuel to that is black pill fuel, right? That is the solution. Then is like, well, you know, do you end it all for yourself, or do you strike out against society? And that is a thing with incels. That has happened a lot. Alpha males have moved from chugging what? No. Chugging lemonade, let's just say lemonade that comes from somebody's body, let's just say, okay, I can say that, right? And now to what they call fecal therapy. Now when you say that, are you talking about a transplant? Are you talking about the kind of procedure that they give to older people in nursing homes for C. difficile? Like that? Is that what fecal therapy is, or is it like you get a fork and a knife and you're like, is it fine dining? Like, what's going on there? I've never heard of this. They're consuming it. No way. No way. Orally? Oh my God. Moni, hey. Oh my God. Shakespeare, when you get a chance, let me know what your stream was about. Let me know how you're doing today. I know that after streams, sometimes it takes a little bit. Sometimes you got to pour yourself a cup of coffee. But yeah, when you get a chance, I would love to know what you're up to today. Before I started tea, loads of old men would tell me to smile more. Some would even stand there and demand, yo, they are so entitled. What is up with that? Chromatic Mage, welcome. Yeah, Void Coffee. That's right. We got the Void Coffee today. Human centipede indoctrination. No, you're serious? So this fecal therapy thing, like, wait, so that's gonna make them an alpha male? Like, no, I can't believe it. Though, no, this is so wrong. This is so wrong. This is so wrong. I don't think that's gonna help them pick up women. What do they think? It's gonna raise their T or something? Yeah, that's right. I'm not eating enough poop in my diet. I gotta have more poop to have higher T.
With felons than non. It's like, I don't remember if it's violent felons versus non-violent felons, but I just remember violent felons have more children than non-violent felons.
Yeah.
And so there's men who are looking at that.
2 dingleberries a day keep the doctor away. Oh my God.
And they're pissed.
No, not
because I've never heard that stat in my life.
No, I think just surprised.
Right.
Why are there so many weird subcultures that come up with a reason to drink lemonade, human lemonade? I would actually be curious to interview men who tell random women to smile. I'm unironically curious to hear their rationalization. Yeah, I mean, what is up with that? If you have, well, I can guess. I can guess what's up with that. If you have to chug poo to become an alpha male, it's time for different life goals. Base poop and pee pilled. Yeah,
I haven't heard that stat.
Okay.
Yeah, is there a source for that? It just seems kind of an odd stat. Like, what does it prove? Felons have more kids than non-felons.
Well, I think the reasoning is because women want a guy that can, like, protect her, basically.
A felon?
Felons, is it alpha to have more kids?
Yeah.
That's
Why do you think Ted Bundy had, like, love letters?
Oh, well, that's a whole different weird phenomenon about women being interested. Some weird niche of women involved. All serial killers.
But I mean, like, this is the kind of stuff that inspires, like, you know, people that do really bad things, right? People that cause, you know, situations in school where you know, you have to lock down, right? This is like this idea that they're doomed by their skull shape or whatever, and that women don't want them. Women only want, you know, violent, evil men or something like that, right? That's pure black pill right there.
Surprising.
Right, it is surprising, but I don't think it's any interesting commentary on the dating scene that serial killers get love letters from freaks. You know what I mean? Richard Ramirez did too. All serial killers do.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, but the point is, it's one, like, it's not the same for women. It's just
alpha males are just like weasels. They do not exist. True, Electric Brain. True.
It's man.
So what is your point exactly? That what does that prove, that felons have more kids than non-felons?
You know, that a lot of times women pick the bad boys, you know? I mean, that's pretty much
because we're bad. Obviously. Do you get it? We're bad, we're evil, we picked the wrong guys, and we're the reason for all these nice guys who just want to give us flowers, I'm sure, to be misery, to be in misery. Two things are completely unrelated. Yeah, this is some weird argumentation by her.
Of having more kids
with, I mean, a guy that's a violent felon. You don't think? Okay.
Is there a source for that?
Like,
it's
no,
just a really weird stat.
Yeah, exactly, Ethan, exactly. Like, make her prove that, right? That's a wild claim. Like she's like, okay, Ethan, I guess you're okay with women being with violent felons all the time. I mean, that's what Ethan stands for. That's right. That's like, and the other thing that doesn't match up, right, is the way that they think of Ethan. Like Ethan, like I said, is the soy cuck lib. You know, he's the proverbial soy boy, right? But at the same time, but somehow he's like for violent felons getting all the girls. I know they could probably They could probably rationalize that somehow, I'm sure. It's essentially the same reason they want customer service workers to flirt with. Excuse me, God. They want customer service workers to flirt with them. They feel entitled. Yeah, basically. A lot of theories about hybristophilia. Is that what being into serial unalivers is? One is that it triggers people's desire to protect and defend someone that everyone hates. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, that just puts the the horny guys in my inbox when I was getting harassed into a whole new perspective, right?
Trying to grapple with it.
I can get it. I can get it in a second.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, we can try to look for it too. I just want to hear what's
in. I can show you where I found it.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, Casey Anthony got love letters apparently. So she was a serial killer, right? Oh, she killed her daughter.
Not serial, just a one-timer.
So Casey Anthony murdered her daughter, and she was getting love letters too. She got letters proposing marriage. Don't you find that surprising?
Yeah, that is surprising.
So in a sense, it goes both ways, kind of when you look at it holistically.
Yeah, no, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than men pick violent women.
Based on what?
Based on my self-hate.
I would just say, I would guess that it's more common with women because of that study versus like a fringe case. I would be surprised.
What? Just based on my feelings generally, yeah.
Surprised if women got the same amount of letters, but I could be
You
wrong.
might be surprised, but do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion?
People who have overdeveloped empathy will feel empathy for criminals, and empathy is a feminine coded. So, okay. See, I don't even know. She doesn't really have anything to cite, even, right? But
rather than like concrete facts, I find that when you talk about, and I've watched a lot of your videos, you say stuff that I don't think has much of a backing in reality. It's based on
true
feelings, maybe
true.
Instead of not emotions, but feelings. You say, I feel this to be true.
Wait, whoa. Can somebody go over with me? What is the difference between emotions and feelings? Is there, like, I think of these things as being synonyms. Are they not?
You do that a lot or no?
I try. I would say I'm a woman, so sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Interesting defense.
Hold on. Do you want me to find it or no?
Sure, yeah. I'll give you a minute. That's totally fine.
Okay, so next time, Ethan, have some music.
Okay.
Have some music.
So why
ready.
should I engage with in a?
Wait. All right. While we wait for Pearl to get that information.
Conversation with you at all. If women are just emotional, shouldn't I be talking to a man about this?
Probably.
Why do you bother to even have a platform? Shouldn't you just concede to a man?
Yeah, probably. You know.
So we got to look for a man to replace you. Don't you think?
No, not.
Emotions trigger feelings?
Not really.
You don't think? Okay. But you do think women are more emotional.
I gotta find.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you a minute. Sorry, I won't.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to like talk to you and find it at the same time.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute there. But it's fine too. We can move on. I'll give you a minute, but we don't have to get stuck on it.
Okay.
It's fine. I mean, it's fine. We can move on.
Might be waiting a while.
I found it.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, perfect.
Oh, there we go. What's it called? I'll pull it up.
Here. The link, he pulls up the study in this stream, so the link is on here.
Still waiting.
Whose stream is it?
Still waiting.
It's Rolo's stream.
Rolo Tony
Brown.
Yeah. He's great, actually.
I know you're a fan. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he's really nice.
I have no idea who we're talking about.
I like his head wear.
I like when he rocks out.
Where do I send it to?
You can send it in the Zoom
She
chat.
The Zoom chat, yeah.
Or you
Oh,
can
it's
just
on
tell
my
me the
phone.
name of it and I can pull it up.
Okay.
Oh my God, she's still going. She's still going for it. Actually, hate the facts over feelings argument leads to argumentation, or feels. Yeah, the rules feels over reels, or reels over feels. To disqualify somebody's ideas or rhetoric based because it's based on, but it's not even based on feelings. It's all it is. It has to be is associated with feelings, right? So by that logic, no marginalized person should be able to advocate for themselves because you're gonna feel a certain way about the dehumanization that you experience, right? So I guess your arguments are all invalid, right? Oh God, we gotta count on. That's why we gotta count on Vosh to advocate for us.
Either
It's
way.
in Rollo Tomasi is offensive and vile. It's like 7 months ago. But yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll look into it. So if women are so
It's kind of hard for Pearl as a person who doesn't want to disagree with a man, but also, well, it's okay to, I guess, for her to disagree with a beta soy cuck like Ethan. That's okay. And just in general, everybody on her side of things hates Ethan's guts. So unless it's a man, facts do not care about your feelings or your emotions. Facts and feelings are related. You can't separate them. Unless it's a man, yeah, right. Unless it's Jordan Peterson feeling bad. I'm just so sad for all these young men. They're not gonna get a femoid. They're watching all these psychopaths just easily obtaining a mate, and no one is interested in them because they're a nice guy who just wants to give women flowers, and it breaks my heart.
emotional, do you think it's bad faith in terms of an argument to argue from feelings?
Oh,
and to
more like Andrew Tate being angry.
present
Yeah.
feelings as facts. Do you think that's a bad faith way to argue?
Oh, I see what you mean. Being emotional in a stereotypically masculine sense. Like, yeah, anger is a lot more accepted than sadness or fear or any of these things.
Or no?
No, I was kind of kidding. I was like,
What were
joking.
you kidding about?
When
But one thing that I am not kidding about, and Twitch is not kidding about, is the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up as it always does at the top of the hour. That's right, the top of the hour ad break, the bottom of the hour ad break. You will not escape either of these unless you have a little persona icon next to your head, so next to your chat. So it might be a good time to type something in chat, see if you see a little persona head next to there, and if you don't, understand that you will be sucked out for 1.5 minutes each ad break, unless you either pay for a sub, which is $5. You integrate your Amazon Prime, or somebody else's Amazon Prime. No, I'm not encouraging that. I'm not encouraging that with your Twitch in order to obtain a free sub, which you can give to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully, that's me, or you're lucky enough to be seen chatting, because that's how it works generally, by somebody who's giving out a gift sub. And these are the ways that we avoid the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour outbreak. You need more Kermit in the voice to imitate Jordan. Oh, it's like this. Am I doing it?
I don't know, whatever you were asking me earlier, you were like, do you? I don't even remember. You said something like,
God,
do you think you should?
Yeah, that's right. You can't be an angry woman. You cannot be an angry woman. Oh my God. You can't even be like a little bit angry. You can't even be like a passionate woman. I have gotten so much crap for that, right? More than anything ever. Like I've internalized the idea that as a female streamer in the political space, I am not allowed to be angry. I'm not allowed to show that anger. I'm not allowed to even raise my voice. Angry women are hysterical. Angry men can yell and scream all they want. Yeah.
The platform, or like,
Well, right.
Yeah.
Oh, I asked and you said, well, I'm a woman. Of course I'm going to. I asked you, do you feel that you make arguments based on feeling? And you said, yes, I do, because I'm a woman.
Oh, it's not an emotion. Yeah, it's like not an emotion when men do it.
oh yeah, I was kidding. No, I use
You've got a free Amazon Prime through your cell phone plan? That's a pretty good plan. I gotta get on that plan.
facts to back up my.
You can't be angry. Oh, yeah. No, that being angry and being a POC will have some very, scary consequences often.
Arguments. Sometimes I'd say I'm wrong. Sometimes I think something
Or
and it's not
justify
correct.
some-
But I would say most of my opinions, I try to at least have a basis of fact. Yes.
Okay.
Some things you just see in reality, right? I mean, like
Some things you
sometimes
just
you're
see.
gonna. Yeah, I mean, you can. Like some things you just learn from interviewing hundreds of people. You see patterns.
Right. But sometimes when you interview people, you interviewing specific people with specific experiences, you're obviously going to run into a bias.
No, I don't think so, because we do street interviews all the time too. So that's like random people on the street.
Okay, fair enough. So there's the red pilled, which are people who see the world for what it is. And then you have blue pilled people, which I'm assuming is someone like me. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But what does blue pilled mean?
People that see the world for how they'd like it to be, I guess.
Okay.
But I don't talk much about, I guess, like blue pill, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We don't have to focus in on that. So I've noticed that one of the primary focuses of your content is kind of the problems facing men and how there's so much unfair societal pressures or norms or expectations on men. Why is it that you're so singularly focused on the troubles of men?
Why am I focused on the troubles of men? That's an interesting way to, I guess, phrase my content. I would say I think it's unfortunate what happens to men in divorce court. So that's probably what I talk about the most. I think that men should have access to their children.
That's not what you talk about the most. You definitely talk about stuff like pay gap myth. You talk about men want younger girls. You talk about men are just doing what's in their nature. You talk about women who have higher body count are less desirable. I'll be honest.
I hate to have to explain this, right? But by body count, he means how many people have you slept with?
A lot of your stuff, and the vast majority is not about divorce court. It's about this kind of like dating coach stuff.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a dating coach, but okay.
No, but that realm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean you're a dating coach, but like that kind of realm, it seems that you're super focused on. So what is your interest in that? Manosphere, maybe that's a better term, manosphere stuff.
What is my interest? I don't know. I just thought it was interesting, so that's what we talk about.
Okay, that's fair. So what is, you say you're anti-feminism. Feminism was basically a mistake. So what is your problem with feminism? Let's start there. That's a good point, right?
I think that feminism wants equality when it benefits us and not actual equality.
Feminism, and are you going back to the beginning of feminism? Like the whole history of feminism, like women's suffrage and everything?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't fuck with women's suffrage?
Goddamn feminism.
You don't think women should get the right to vote?
Goddamn feminists. Goddamn right to vote. What the heck?
No, I don't.
Okay, so are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Yeah.
Why?
No. Because men are signed up for selective service, so they're fined $300,000 if they don't sign up for selective service when they're 18.
Do you think women?
No, she's voted. Like, she's just a massive hypocrite. No, here's the thing. Like, right. And I'm wondering, like, where this comes from, because the idea that voting should be connected to the selective service, right? This is the draft, right? This is if you were a young person, person assigned male during the Vietnam War, you would have to register for something called the selective service. That meaning that when they do the draft, right, your number could get pulled, and you could get a letter in the mail that says, "Hello, person, we're gonna make you a soldier. Come on in and become a soldier," right? And you have no choice, right? So so the idea that voting should be the right, and you hear variations from various people in the right wing of this, like either voting should be connected to selective service, like she's saying, just registering for that so that if there is a war and there is a draft, that you'll be part of it. Or sometimes they'll say that they want to restrict voting to like a much older age group. So in other words, like, this is just so Republicans can stay viable, so Republicans can win. Because if you take younger people out of the equation, who are dead set against MAGA, who are dead set against Republicans, who are dead set against bigotry in general, right, then you have a much more conservative electorate. So they want to say that, like, only if young people join the military can they vote, right? And then this one sounds like out of Heinlein or something. Have you ever read Robert Heinlein? I'm thinking Starship Troopers. The ability to vote was you didn't, basically it was this, like, you're born, you're a person, right? You're not a citizen though. You're only a citizen after you've served in the military to fight the arachnid menace, and then after that, you can vote and all those other things. So they connected up to voting. But yeah, these are like just reactionary ideas. She's ironically agreeing with Robert Heinlein. Yeah, you got there before I did, Electric Brain. Wow. You have to serve your country before you have the right to vote. Voting used to be connected to owning land. Yeah. And only men could own land. And curious that, or, even only white men, curious that voting should be tied to something that only affects men. Yeah. I was thinking without talking. Oh, I didn't see that. Ask her, should women have the right to have an internet platform? He kind of did.
Should be drafted into the army?
I think if we want this
YouTube chat, are you alive today? If you are, let me know by hitting that like button. And feel free to say something in chat too.
same rights, it comes with the same responsibilities.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
No.
Okay, so then there's a paradox.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying, like, let's make it fair.
You don't believe? Well, listen, this is your perfect
No,
world.
I'm saying that if we are going to vote, have the same cost, which is that men are put into selective service and women are not. And if I had to pick between the two, then I would give up the right to vote instead of sign up for selective service.
Okay, so you're saying women should only get the right.
What's up, Scott? Browse held high, made some interesting videos about Starship Troopers. He's an OG leftist movie YouTuber. Interesting. Ethan should ask her why he, as a man, should take anything that she says seriously.
To vote.
I mean, he does go in that direction.
If they sign up for selective service, but at the same time, you're saying women should not serve in the military. So in your world, women are just going to be disenfranchised because they're not going to be able to sign. They shouldn't serve in the military because they're not as good fighters.
No,
right?
no, I'm saying for me personally, I would not want to sign up for selective service if I had to pick.
So
I would give that up.
You think women should be given the choice if they want to do selective service or not?
I think if we're going to vote, we should have no choice like the men do.
So women should be drafted mandatory into selective service, you believe?
No, that's
okay. But don't you see the law? There's an issue. There's a problem here.
I said.
Oh,
if
you're not
feminists,
a chat hog.
like, if feminists want the right to
Never think about it like that, right? Chat your heart. Chat to your heart's content.
vote, right? Then it should come with the draft. It should come. I mean, it's not called the draft anymore. It's called selective service.
Literally, there's people in the chat, right? There's people in the YouTube chat that think that this is a video, and they think that I'm not live, right? Because YouTube is mainly a video platform, right? One of the ways that you let them know that they're not is to be active in the chat, and once they see that, they'll be like, "Oh, I can chat too." That's right. You can all chat. You can argue with each other. You can agree with each other. You can talk with each other. You can talk to me. You can talk back to Pearl. You can talk back to Ethan. That's what chat's for. It's there for you. What's up, Dat Katie?
Personally, in Pearl's world,
have you seen this yet?
I do not want to be drafted. I do not want to be in selective.
Is selective service even still a thing in America? Anyone registered for selective service recently? It's the kind of thing that you do if you're, I think, assigned male at birth and around the age of 18, you have to. You think I have the strength to watch this lady? Oh, you're done with Pearl. Listen, I've never really watched her before, so I thought that this would be the good chance to witness for myself the glory that is Pickme Pearl and her parakeeting of right-wing talking points. She keeps going back and forth with her arguments. Like, look, she doesn't have to. This is the whole thing. She's a grifter. She doesn't need a consistent argument, right? Just the fact that she's up against Ethan for her red pill viewers is enough. Just the fact that she's a pick-me, just the fact that she is she's a woman that is against feminism is there. There's literally no wrong that she could do here. There's literally nothing that she could do to get on their bad side other than being like, I don't know, I guess maybe feminism is, right? As long as she doesn't go in that direction, she's got it made. She's literally using arguments from the early 1900s. She keeps going, well, a lot of this is repetition of common talking points in the manosphere, right? And that's her innovation. That's why people call her the female Andrew Tate. I feel like it's a little bit of a misnomer, given that her presentation, her self-respect is very different than Andrew Tate's. She's almost the opposite of Andrew Tate's in that Andrew Tate presents himself as the dominant alpha, and Pearl is the I don't think I should have the right to vote. I don't think I should have the right to leave a marriage, right? Pearl's just like, step on me, right? So in some ways, she's like the opposite of Andrew Tate. But I get what people are saying in that she's repeating manosphere talking points, right? The kind of thing that you'd hear in a venue like Andrew Tate. I was automatically signed up with selective service when I joined the military. I've seen her in the TikTok. Oh no, God, I can't imagine what she's like on TikTok. She does not do the one thing that is nice about TikTok is it does kind of do a good job of serving you stuff that you're gonna like. So I don't see her on TikTok. I've never run into her on TikTok. I've never run into Brett Cooper. I've heard Brett Cooper's all over TikTok too, and I've never been forced to deal with that. Step on me, right? Step on me. That's what we want. We want the nice guys to step on us and give us flowers, and then we'll leave the violent felons that she says women are always trying to hook up with. She just hems and haws as long as possible to run out the clock. Yeah, that's literally all she's doing. That's the Scott Weber. I have not heard it said better. She's running out the clock. Like, she's punching her pay card. That's what she's doing here, right? She's up against Ethan. These people hate Ethan's guts, right? Everything, like just being in opposition to Ethan is enough for them. She refuses to really deal with anything concrete or have any hard stances on anything. Brett Cooper. Look, I think I've made fun of Brett Cooper on TikTok before, and I got like some mean comments. Like, but I don't know. I think I destroyed Brett Cooper like in my TikTok. It was. I'll show it to you sometime. I should show you that. That one's funny.
Service.
I know, but I'm asking you, like, in general, in terms of policy.
I need to do more TikToks. Anybody in chat, anybody especially in Twitch chat, interested in making clips of me? Because if you make clips of me, I can very easily turn those clips into TikToks, into YouTube Shorts, and I can credit you if you like in the descriptions. I do like doing TikToks. I don't have nearly enough time. I generally just like pull things from stream, and if you select the funny part of the stream, because I never know what's funny, what's cool, like what are people responding to. So if you can give me the good part of the stream, then I can make it into a TikTok. But yeah, that one was like her looking at a trans guy who's pregnant and saying like laughing at a meme that was like when the tacos hit, right? Because tacos make you gassy. No, it's supposed to be burritos that make you gassy. But anyway, it was funny to Brett Cooper.
Because
she just does that face. She just does that Brett Cooper face, and then they zoom in on her.
Obviously, I think it's safe to say women in general want the right to vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so then, by your logic, women need to...
Yeah, she says... Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what Ethan's trying to pin her down on, Electric Brain. She says that women should serve in the military to vote, but she also says that women shouldn't serve in the military.
Be entered into selective service.
Oh, also, if they were to roll back like gays in the military, then gay people wouldn't be able to vote either.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh no, sorry, I'm sorry. She's not making the Heinlein. She's not making the Heinlein thing. She's just talking about like. She's just talking about being in the selective, being registered for selective service.
But you don't think that should happen, or you think that's okay?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Not you. I mean, in general, the women, because women want to vote. So how do we resolve this issue? Do they get drafted like men?
I think it's unlikely that women will ever have the right to vote taken away. So I guess moving forward, maybe net taxpayers potentially you could do, but that's that's a whole nother conversation. But
wait, what does that mean?
if we're gonna vote, I think that we should have the same responsibility as the men and be enlisted in selective service.
Okay.
So
so you're saying women should also have to sign up for selective service when they turn 18, like men.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're going to be equal, make it equal.
Okay.
And for me...
Oh my God. Yeah, Lynn, that's such a good point. We said that about Roe. And look at how normalized, like, the reproductive restrictions on reproductive freedoms have been, right? You've got, and I don't know if everybody saw this, maybe I should put this out as a video, but we watched a video on Jubilee of anti-abortion versus pro-choice, right? And I mean, this It was wild because the people advocating anti-abortion, what you expect usually is for them to say that like, well, there's too much, there's, abortions are going on too late in pregnancies. They'll sometimes even say that like the baby is born alive and somehow the doctors like, I don't know, that they'll make claims that there are abortions going on post-birth, right? And generally they'll argue like according to that. Generally they'll try to like they'll want to like argue for more restrictions. But when you ask them something about like, well, what about the case of rape or all these things, like you don't usually get a lot of people saying yeah even then, right? But that's what we got in the Jubilee panel. What the people saying, but that baby is the same as any other baby just because it's the product of a violent act of like violating somebody's sexual autonomy. It's not worth less, like, right? Because I mean, this is how they argue. They don't talk about fetuses. They talk about babies. Everything, like anything past the zygote is a baby to them.
For me, I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Keep me out of that.
What is her goal to like? If I'm being serious, Dr. Butler, her goal is to appeal to an audience of MGTOWs, red pill, manosphere, right? These kind of people, right? That's all she doesn't, it's not even that deep for her. She's not thinking about what are the implications. In fact, that's what Ethan's trying to get her on, right? Because the things that she's advocating for have certain implications, right? Like he's saying, like, well, you don't think that people should be able to vote if they haven't registered for the Selective Service. So, do you, and you don't want women, to register for the Selective Service. So therefore, do you not believe in women voting? And she's trying not to get pinned down on that. Basically, her goal is to feel better than all other women by getting. Yes, that's it. That's the goal of the pick me. That's exactly what she's doing. I mean, like on a sense of ego gratification, that is what she's doing. Realistically, though, what is she doing? She's getting the bag. Right? This is a content lane. She knows it's there, right? If she just agrees with all the red pill stuff, if she watches Andrew Tate and says based, right? If she agrees with all the MGTOW, all the incels, all the, all these people that like most women don't want to have anything to do with, if she's like, those people are based, she's gonna get their, they'll be like, see, even a woman agrees. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Even a woman, a based Pearl, right? That's her whole content lane.
Okay, so right. I understand that's your preference, but I'm just trying to understand like the policy. That in your red pill, we're doing the red pill. We're seeing the world as it is.
No, I wouldn't assign that belief to like red pill. That's not really like a red pill belief. That's just mine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make a point about. So do you think having women in the army would weaken our military?
Yes.
So then, probably don't draft women into the army.
Yeah, but then take away the vote with it.
But you're not giving that. That doesn't seem very fair. You see what I'm saying? You say, well, you guys are weaker. You guys are going to weaken our military.
This is a much needed stream. Are you sure about that, Soul Bunny? I feel like this is the closest thing to cotton candy that I give anybody. That being said, I haven't covered Pearl before, and unfortunately, she has a large social media footprint, right? And she does have a decent size of audience, but like in terms of something like what Ethan's doing, I don't think that I would take a debate with Pickme Pearl. I think she's just basically outrage farming and engagement farming. That's all this is, right? This is
So we don't want you in the military, but because you're not in the military, you don't get the right to vote. It's a catch-22. You know what I mean? So what do we do about that?
Well, I'll tell you what I think we should do.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it goes back to.
Yeah, you get what I'm doing here, right, Soul Bunny? Yeah, it's not about, him talking to her. It's just trying to use this as a chance to push back on some of these manosphere beliefs that she's espousing.
I just think that you have to have some skin in the game. And so it's like, if we're voting for a commander-in-chief, right? That's the person that decides if we go to war or we don't go to war. And so it's easy to, again, I think that if you're going to vote, you should have the same responsibility as the men. And women don't want to do that. It's either we're equal or we're not equal.
Okay, well, just to be
equal,
fair,
if we're really equal, have the same responsibility. But again, it's equality when it benefits us.
Well,
Aren't women in the draft now? Well, in Israel, but in the are do you have to register for selective service? If you're assigned female, like if you have a I don't even know how it works, right? Is it your designation on your license that determines that, or yeah, I don't think that's in there, or at least not in the United States. Maybe some places. Israel is the one that comes to mind that has compulsory service regardless, but and it's not exactly. I think there's some kind of non-military option you can do too, but like you basically have to do some service to Israel at the during certain ages, or go to jail. I had to register when I changed F to N. Okay, so wait, it is like the your gender marker. That is how that interesting. I was wondering about that. In the United States, it's based on assigned gender at birth. Oh, okay, so that's in the US.
but your logic doesn't even make sense. I mean, you're talking about, first of all, there hasn't been a draft in the United States in 50 years, right? So if there was a draft, maybe we could have this conversation, but it just seems kind of silly. In 50 years, there hasn't been a mandatory draft.
Why is it that anytime I open a package, my cat thinks it's treats? Look, to your cat, the package itself is a treat.
It just hasn't happened. So, so why is it a big deal, I guess, about the selective service? Because there's not going to be another draft. You know what I mean? There's enough people in the army. I don't think that there's going to be a draft. It's just not going to happen. And with the way technology is going, we're going to have autonomous robot fighters before there's a draft. You know what I mean? So why does it matter?
I mean, I don't know. There's probably not going to be a draft, right? I can say that with a pretty decent confidence. But what there probably is going to be, though, is the top of the hour ad break, which I think you just experienced, and the bottom of the hour ad break, which you are likely to experience in 20 minutes if you do not have a Twitch subscription. That is a subscription that you can pay for yourself for $5, a subscription you can obtain for free by hooking up your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, obtaining a free Twitch sub that you can give to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully that's me, or if you're lucky enough and you're chatting enough that you could be selected to much like our version of the selective service is being selected to receive a gift sub.
I just don't see the point with the selective service thing.
I just think it's, again, like, women want all the rights without the
What other
responsibility.
ones?
If you don't think that there's going to be a draft, then equally do what the men do. Men
Well,
are
they
fined $300,000.
Well, they
if
don't
they're
have the
sign up for
option. They don't
selective.
even have the option right now.
Right. So give them the option. You know,
Okay,
I'm just
let's give
trying
them
to
the
make
option.
Wait, all gender restriction was lifted? Are you talking about from selective service? So like now when you're 18, you just need to sign up with it. We live in a nuclear age. Wars aren't waged with infantry, not unless you're trying to eliminate a certain group of people. Ahem, Russia.
Make it equal.
But
Not the option. It has to be mandatory.
I
If
know,
we're
but
going to
you
make it.
saying like
Yeah, feel free to rate my subscription sites.
women want the right to vote, but they don't want to enter in selective service. But it's not an option. So how do you know what all women want?
I don't know what all women want.
So then why are you saying things that are generalized all women?
I'm saying no. Okay, because I'm looking at the policies that have been pushed. And I'm saying
Why?
the policies are not like where are the feminists fighting for equality in this situation? Like when
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not that relevant, but also no women in the army is
Okay,
kind of
can I answer that really quick? Most feminists are not real big fans of the military-industrial complex, right? That there's not a lot of area in that Venn diagram that is like, I'm a feminist, but I also believe in the, selective service. I agree. I believe in imperialistic hegemony of the United States, and in pursuance of that, right. So it's kind of like forcing an anarchist to take a stand on electoral politics, right? Might an anarchist do some kind of harm reduction action in terms of voting? Yeah, but does that mean that they're buying into the system that they supposedly disagree with? No, it doesn't, right? It's
byproduct of patriarchy, because women are looked as that they'd weaken the military, as you pointed out.
feminists love to dumpster third world countries. We need a civil service that like to build like infrastructure, grow food. Yeah. I mean, there was a time when the U.S. had something like that. The WPA.
Is that possible that it's been driving that policy and not so much women?
I didn't say women drove that policy.
Obviously, that was a long time ago, and a lot of those New Deal programs were pretty racist in their implementation.
They don't try to make it equal. It's only equal when it benefits us.
Even if nobody's being actually drafted.
I mean, 50 years isn't, that long of. I mean, who's to say? You don't know, but okay.
50 years. I mean, the last mandatory draft was like during Vietnam, wasn't it?
Do you not think it should be equal? So you think that it shouldn't be?
No, I think what you're saying is fair, but it's not making any sense. Like, okay, sure, let's put women into selective service. Fine. I'm fine with that. I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think everyone should sign up for it. And there's other ways that people can support the military other than being on the front line, right? Right. So, what other rights do women want? You know what I mean? That are contradictory.
Okay, women want the right to not be a mother, but men don't have the right to not be a father. So women can have a which I know it varies state. I'm in the UK, so I forget. Sometimes the US is different by state.
Oh
but,
God, I always forget. Yeah, she is in the UK.
Like in the UK, abortion's free up to 6 months, but a man can't opt out of child support. So it's like, why does he have the right to not be a father, but women don't? Or why do women have the right to not be mothers, but men don't have the right to not be fathers? I don't think that's fair or equal.
Sorry, just to go back for a sec. So feminists actually do. They want the draft abolished. So their point is, let's not sign up for the service. Let's abolish the
Somebody got in Ethan's ear.
draft altogether. So they are They are fighting for equality. They are against the draft. There should be no draft. So men and women shouldn't be drafted. That is also equality, isn't it?
Oh yeah, okay.
So you accept the premise is wrong on that?
I don't. I mean, it's still not equal the way it is. But yeah, what they're saying.
No, it's not equal the way it is. Sure, and feminists agree. Feminists agree with you.
Oh, okay. I've never heard him talk about that, but
do you listen to a lot of feminist ideology? Do you read books? Do you listen to lectures? Do you listen to a lot of that stuff?
So I talk to feminists all the time.
Right. I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women. Right. I mean, that's fair to say. Right. So when you say you talk
this conversation,
feminists,
am I right?
You just mean like random women off the street, not like a scholar.
That's say they're feminists.
Yeah, but but feminism
doesn't count.
It's like a.
It doesn't count.
Well, you said you know what feminists believe because you talk to a lot of feminists, but I'm talking about like.
No, I said I've never heard them bring it up. So.
Do you have any interest in talking to feminist scholars who are more aware with like kind of what feminism?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I think that would be good.
Send them
the real question is, would any feminist scholars waste their time talking to Pearl, right? Because like I said, this is like I said, mentioned to Soul Bunny, this is cotton candy, right? This is not this is sensorial content, right? And Pearl in general, like I said, the thing that Pearl is doing is she's playing to a manosphere audience, and she doesn't necessarily believe in any of this stuff. She's just saying the things that they want to hear a woman say, that most women find repulsive to say, and that's the whole reason for her existence. That being said, though, she has gained a certain level of social media prominence, and she is kind of like everywhere. People were mentioning her TikToks do quite well. She is like all over the place in terms of debating people. So at some point you gotta take a look and see, what is this phenomenon known as Pickme Pearl?
UK.
But they're in the UK.
No, I actually tried for some, but then they'll be like, "You're a hateful woman." Da 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 da. There's one that's
Hey, Firenful.
I can't even remember, some blonde chick out here. Can't remember her name, but yeah, she didn't want to come on.
Like feminists.
No, I'm just saying that was her. That's what she looked like. I don't know her name. I forget.
But like,
blonde.
My point is,
I think her name was Kelly. No, just kidding.
When you just bring a random girl and they say, "Yeah, I'm a feminist," it's kind of like the Steven Crowder "Change My Mind" versus like actually talking to someone who's involved in like the scholastics, the academia of what feminism means historically in modern day and previously.
Mm-hmm.
So the level of discourse you would have is obviously different.
Mm-hmm.
So so feminists are in favor of equality, though. So I don't know if that's interesting you or not.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me?
I'll take your word.
You can trust me. I'm a man.
Okay.
Someone had to take over for Tate. Who better than this woman?
Okay, so moving on. Oh yeah, we're talking about feminism. So what
Mhm.
other? So you're talking
Here's my question, though. Here's my question. Could you have a female Andrew Tate, right? Like I said, she's called the female Andrew Tate because she generally espouses red pill philosophy, but is a woman. Is Pearl married? No, Pearl is not married. Pearl is not married. So like, my question is this, right? You see how she acts, right? You see how she's really deferential, especially to any man that she's in conversation with, right? Could you have a like anti-feminist woman who was dominant in a conversation, who was combative, right? Would they accept that, or would that in and of itself be threatening to the community that she's trying to ingratiate herself to? Pearl, not a good look. You can trust me. I'm a man. Got him. That's what Ethan has kind of has gone there a little bit.
about divorce court. Sorry, I know you were making a point, so let's go back to that. You were saying that women can decide to terminate a pregnancy, therefore they can choose to be a mom, but men cannot decide that, and they don't get the choice to be the dad.
To not be a dad.
Right. So do you think that, like,
So,
do you
so
not think
yeah,
that...
just to summarize her argument, she's saying if a woman can choose to terminate her pregnancy, why shouldn't the man be able to choose to just like sign a thing and say, hey, I know this pregnancy happened, but I'm not going to be responsible for any of the child support, right? Should that's what she's proposing. No, they generally find women that are annoyed. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, and that's ironic. I don't think there really could be any. I mean, the closest thing is maybe like Lauren Southern, like the closest thing to a female Andrew Tate that I think we're ever gonna see. And even Lauren Southern, right, finds herself on the. Hey, what's up, Shakespeare? How was your stream today? Even Andrew, even somebody like Lauren Southern finds herself getting criticized by the right wing for not doing the Bennett. Wait, what? Who's Bennett? Wait, why am I having trouble remembering who that is? Caitlyn. Oh my God, I forgot about Caitlyn Bennett. Thank you for reminding me. If you don't know, Caitlyn Bennett is the gun girl that would go around campuses, essentially kind of doing like a Steven Crowder thing. I guess the difference with her is she's not like sitting down. She goes and does her Steven Crowder thing standing, walking around, basically. That's why Pearl is the female take, because they perceive her as reasonably feminine. Yeah, that's what I was saying, to really, because like Lauren Southern, mainly made her play. She got famous by opposing immigration, by writing, F Islam across her face in like, is it lipstick? She was mainly like anti-immigrant, right? She obviously, she was a proponent of traditional lifestyle, but she herself was not really living one, and she actually did get a lot of criticism from the right for exactly that. I perceived her. Who, Lauren or Caitlyn Bennett? Yeah, Caitlyn Bennett, just like there was something kind of pathetic. And the other thing about Caitlyn Bennett is like, look, I mean, I know she's the poo-poo girl, but like I feel like her potentially soiling herself at a fraternity party in college, that's not really like considering all the repugnant things that she says, I feel like that's not something I can get. Like, I don't know. I've always felt weird to just make fun of her for being the poop girl, but I guess she was that too. She was known as the poop girl in her college.
the idea that the baby, obviously the reason for that, right, which we both know.
I'm good. The stream was good too. We were talking about the anti-LGBTQIA protest in the LA and area of the soul of America, and had to take my puppy. Oh, to the grooming appointment. Meow. I mean, not meow. Woof.
That was that because the baby's
I was like, what does the dog say? Not meow.
inside the woman's body.
Hmm. I don't think that matters. Yeah.
Now, like, granted, she hasn't been pregnant, but that's a wild thing to say. I don't think it matters that the fetus is in the woman's body, right? That she's having to deal with this not just in the realms of possibility of like this is gonna be, you know, a baby in 9 months, but she's dealing with it in terms of her, you know, own like biology, in terms of her life, in terms of, you know, what she can eat. Like there's a lot of, you know, your life is pretty heavily implicated by being pregnant. I don't know how you can ignore that. With the general anti-SJW takes, you could be more aggressive, but the Andrew Tate branch is way too far down the misogynistic rabbit hole for that. True. Oh, speaking of rabbit holes, if you don't want to be plunged into the rabbit hole, that is the bottom of the hour ad break. Please make sure to sub up, just like David Martinez. You can chromes the fuck up. You can sub the fuck up. That will get you out of the ad break that happens twice an hour, not for as long as it's on stream. It's not a 3-minute ad break. It's a 1 minute and 30-second ad break, but it happens twice an hour. So it's like twice as annoying in some ways, right? If you want to be saved by that, the ways that you can do that is you can spend $5 on a Twitch sub. You can hopefully, you know, if you have an Amazon Prime, you can integrate that with Twitch, giving you a free sub that you could use on your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. Or you can, if you're lucky enough and if you're chatting enough, maybe be given a gift sub. Although I would say do not count on that because they have not been as prevalent in the past month as they usually are. So with the general, being pregnant is not an easy thing physically, emotionally, or mentally. Yeah.
So
I mean, personally, I'm pro-life, so I don't believe in abortion at all. But again, it's the double standard. It's like the women have a choice, but men do not have a choice.
Sure. No, I see that there is a sense to that which is unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Although there are a lot of single moms, as you pointed out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that are on child support. You know, not all, but you know.
Well, men have the choice in the sense that they can just wear a condom.
Right.
If
and
they don't want
women
to be a
have
father.
yeah, right. But women have the choice to go on birth control.
Okay.
Women have the
but
choice to
ultimately,
take Plan B. Women have the choice to get an abortion. Women have the choice to, you know, take the morning after pill. Women have the choice. You have like IUD.
And I should probably add that we're not really talking about women here. We're talking about pregnant people.
right, but those will have to do with pregnancy.
Some of whom are women, but not all of whom are women.
See, but I'm saying, if
and
a man
women also can require men to put on condoms or not put on condoms.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Okay, now
Women
that's wild. That's wild. Yo, Pearl, with the way that you act, with how deferential you are to men, I don't know how you were going to force a man to do anything, right? You can't force a man to wear a condom, right? In fact, I've asked someone to wear a condom only to find out later that they took it off. So no, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, right? Force a man to wear a condom? Like, you can make that a stipulation for, like, I will only have sex with you if, right? But like I said, you know, that doesn't guarantee that it's going to stay on. And in my experience, it has not been like, it's not a... Pretty sure men are able to avoid child support in a lot of countries, and in exchange, they give up any right to interact with the child. Oh, they are? Okay, no, like, well, I mean, like, look, this is not a hard question, because like there's got to be some provision for making sure that a child is taken care of. Putting that all off on the pregnant person is definitely unfair. But her appeal basically is that the woman can end the pregnancy, the man cannot, and therefore it's unfair for him to have to pay child support, or the impregnant. Anyway, like I said, they're kind of binding these terms to genders that aren't entirely inclusive here. Termination of paternal rights is a thing. Oh, I've never heard of that. See, I don't know about these laws. And like, listen, like, here's the thing too. Ethan doesn't necessarily know this stuff. Like, I'm not sure if he's totally prepared for this debate. But here's the nature of content creation, right? I told you that, like, Just Pearly Things does not have to know what she's talking about. She doesn't have to, like, fact check herself. She doesn't have to, like, you know, right? There's no requirements here because she's up against Ethan Klein. These people hate Ethan Klein's guts. And there's literally nothing that she could do wrong here. Also with Ethan, since he's up against Just Pearly Things, who, like, let's admit it, right? She's a joke to anybody on the left, to anybody that's not some kind of weird, you know, MAGA chud red pillar. Pearl is a joke. So Ethan is kind of disincentivized from doing, like, if you really wanted to do this debate in order to push back on some of the harmful things that she's saying, right? You would hopefully have watched enough of her content to get a general idea of what she's going to say, and kind of have anything that she's putting out that's not actually true. You'd have the refutation for that. But yeah, we're not exactly getting that today. Obviously not. But just women get pregnant. But yeah. That was perceived as inequality. Women can opt out of parenthood by getting an abortion, whereas men can't opt out. Well, yeah, that's what she's saying.
And also require that the men that they sleep with wear condoms.
Right, but if
So
it's
that's what I'm
inherent,
saying.
if it's inherently unfair to men, the easy solution is just it kills all this discussion is men just put on condoms when they have sex. Therefore, that
Well, you can also say women close your legs, like.
yeah, but you're the one saying that it's unfair for men. That's my point. You're saying men
No,
don't
I'm
have a
saying the
choice.
women-
Yeah, in terms of, like, ensuring, like, you know, like, in terms of ensuring that the condom stays on and is acting as protection, that's kind of on the that's kind of the responsibility of the penetrating partner, not the partner. Require? That's too adorable. Hey, what's up, Nina? Yeah, women can't, like, you're not really gonna require like, the best you can do is make the wearing of the condom a condition of the sex, and like I said, that doesn't ensure that your partner will keep it on the whole time, and some of them don't.
Women have like 10 choices. The men have,
But that's just biology.
The men have condom or no condom, which again is a choice that both of them make, because the women can require that the men wear condoms too.
Right.
But you're only putting that
But
on
it's
the
in
men.
the men. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm saying
Once the baby is conceived,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so here we
Then-
go here. So whenever you're having a debate with a pro-lifer, right, if you're going to do that, don't let them get away with this. The baby is conceived. Oh, okay, so this zygote is a baby, right? No. Hardly anybody thinks a zygote is a baby, right? Just make sure that when they start saying baby and they're talking about what they're talking about is unborn, that is a fetus, right? That's a zygote, that's an embryo, that's a fetus. That's not a baby, because they'll try to slip this in. And look, the tendency is to just kind of go along with your debate partner. If they say baby, you say baby back. You gotta watch that. You gotta really watch that.
The man has no choice, where the woman has a choice.
This is how they tilt the playing field, right? Anytime he mentions a man taking responsibility, she instantly deflects as if it's just impossible. I saw this Wednesday. I don't expect too much from Pearl.
Okay, so let's just talk about that then, because so it's your opinion that if a woman is pregnant, the man should be able to decide for her to have an abortion.
What is that?
I'm pro-life, so I would ban it altogether. My point is the double standard, where a man is legally obligated to pay child support and will go to jail if he doesn't, but the woman has the choice to not be a mother through abortion.
I know you're against abortion, but I just want to know what you mean. So let's just say we're trying to make it equal for men. So should men be able to decide for women to have an abortion if she's pregnant?
I think that men should be able to sign off on child support.
Okay, again, that's not a useful direction. I see what Ethan's trying to do there, right? And there is like some implication that she, you know, like the way she's arguing, it is almost baiting you to go there to, you know, to pin her down on whether she thinks that a man should be able to require the person that gets you pregnant should be able to require that you that you terminate the pregnancy. But I feel like that's I feel like he's making a mistake there. Daniel Ellsberg has passed away. Damn. Wait, of Ellsberg and oh my god, I'm gonna get killed by that. I don't want to fight a skeleton. I refuse. It's a good thing I'm not in a debate, or else I would be accused of running away.
So if they say, hey, I don't want anything to do with this baby,
Yeah.
then the woman can decide to have it, but the father will have no obligations.
Yes.
And you think that's better for society?
No, I think that's equal. That's more fair.
Okay, so you're more interested in fairness than the welfare of society as a whole.
No, if it was up to me.
To be fair, like, what she's trying to do is she's using, like, this is rhetoric, right? This isn't like what she actually believes, and it doesn't make sense, and it's not logically consistent. But that being said, I feel like he's kind of falling for a trap in here, since she's not actually, you know, she can just fall back on that she's pro-life in order to get out of this. Can we get a debate with that skeleton? I think it would be have some better points than Pearl's. I don't know. I'd have to win.
If we wanted to go, it's good for society. I don't think abortion should be legal.
No, I know. We're having
so
a
that's
debate.
Like I said, like that's why you don't go for that.
Right, like
Yeah.
I'm saying, if you want to make it fair, like I don't think that's fair that the woman after she gets pregnant, so they both make the irresponsible decision, right? Because you'd agree it's irresponsible if it's an unplanned pregnancy that the woman, you know, had sex with a guy without protection, right? We'd agree. Yes.
Yeah,
No?
yeah.
I don't think you have to agree to that, right? I think that you could say that I am not talking from a moral point of view here. I'm talking from a statistical point of view. And statistically speaking, some of the pregnancies that occur are going to be unplanned, right? I feel like I'm pretty confident saying that is a realistic point of view to have, that you know you're gonna be hard pressed to eliminate unplanned pregnancy from ever happening, right?
Okay. So you would agree that's equally irresponsible when it first happens.
Although I guess by your logic, it would be more irresponsible for the men because he has less choices. But yeah, they're both doing something irresponsible.
Well, but yeah, they're both irresponsible. So my point is, after that happens,
This is what I hate about debates, right? You're like, right, if I did what I would want to do, which would be to say, like, I'm gonna have to not agree with you on the irresponsible thing, right? That's not how I see it. If I did that in front of a debate audience, oh my god, Skywise, thank you for the resub. And you just made me realize that let's move that. Why can't I click on this? You're right, but that will be, yeah, I'll be considered an SJW. Exactly. Right, like I will lose the debate from refusing to go on, like, because what they're asking you is like, well, according to how most people think of it, is that considered irresponsible, right? And it's like, you know, even though that doesn't really make sense, right? They're a lot of what they're doing in debates is not just teasing out what's right and wrong or what's morally consistent or not, right? They constantly appeal to conventional wisdom. In other words, what do most people think? And if you get asked one of those questions and you don't go along with what most people think, because you think that, well, most people don't actually think too deep about that, and if you're going to ask me, to actually consider that, I'm not signing off on that idea that it's irresponsible. Like, I don't think that irresponsibility is a good, particularly productive, sort of, I hate that this even is a debate, right? Right, Skywise? Oh my God, wrong audio.
Women have the choice to not be a mother, but men don't have the choice not to be.
I mean, you can see this in my debate with our relevant, where, he's got like a logic tree that he's trying to run me down to get to his win condition. And I find some points in his logic tree that just do not follow. And I say, hey, wait a minute. And he's like acting like I'm being a brat or something, right? He's like, no, you're supposed to agree. You're supposed to agree with me there, right? Even though the fact of the matter is that, like, he actually hasn't thought out what he's asking. And if you're really going to ask me, if you're really going to pin me down on these things, I'm going to give you my real opinion. And if I don't think something is supported by facts, I'm not going to go along with it, right? And just the fact that he and his audience have not really thought that deep about it leads them into regarding me not agreeing with their tree of logic as being me being disingenuous or weaseling out or being slippery or whatever.
A father, at least, if they don't pay child support, they can go to jail.
Men can choose to not be the father by not having sex, by having a vasectomy, by insisting. Look, like I said before, the woman can't actually assure that the sex is going to take place with a condom on. The penetrating partner can, right? The person that's gonna put the condom on or not can. So,
because that's for the benefit of the children, which is what's the most important thing.
Yeah, but is it for the
men leave their partners pregnant all the
benefit
time?
of
Yeah,
the kid to kill them.
There's like 90s talk shows based on this, right?
What?
Dude, it's not for the benefit of the kid. Like the woman can make.
Wait,
a
what do you
selfish
mean to kill who?
I mean,
the kid. Now the zygote's a kid.
Abort the baby.
So so if we're gonna go for the benefit of the kid, like if your argument is let's do what's best for the benefit of the kid, the benefit of the kid is not killing.
See, if anything, that's slippery.
Child.
Is
right. I mean, and for me,
them.
like I believe it's a kid, right? You might not.
But what's that have to do with the fairness to the man? I don't understand that.
Okay, cool beans. You believe that this massive cells is a kid? Awesome.
Understand. It's not fair, again, that men have the choice, that men do not have the choice.
I understand what you're saying.
And women, yeah.
But then, okay, whatever. We're arguing in circles a little bit. Let's talk about abortion then, since you're against abortion.
It begs the question then: do you feel like the sperm is half the kid and the ovum is the other half of the kid? Like, right? When we're menstruating, are we? You know what I mean? Are we unaliving the kid there when somebody masturbates? When somebody ejaculates, is that is that halves of children? Right? I don't know.
I'm assuming your stance is abortion.
It gets pretty absurd pretty quickly.
Off the table in any situation.
Yes.
So if a dad rapes his daughter, then she needs to give birth to that baby.
That's less than 1% of cases. Why do you guys always bring up? I know,
but that's important, Pearl.
Bring up the most fringe
because if you're going to have a conversation about difficult things, let's talk about the difficult things. This is why.
I mean, like, honestly, like, he's trying to interrogate, like, she lays out an extreme belief with no qualification, and he's trying to ask her, wait, are you sure there's no qualifications? And she's like, well, that's an edge case. We shouldn't make the law according to the edge case. So it's like, yeah, no, you should take that into account. In fact, I would say that if you're not taking into account any of the possibilities, then any sort of law that you might make without those carve-outs is irresponsible, right? There's where irresponsible actually applies. Don't ask Matt Walsh that question, right? We need to avoid using the words like kill or you ought to be like, listen, any kind of conversation with a right winger, any kind of debate with a right winger, not even just with a right winger, right? But with somebody that's going to weaponize terminology in this way, right? You got to notice when they slip that terminology in. When they start referring to a zygote or an embryo or a fetus as a baby or a kid, you got to be like, whoa there, buddy, pull it back a little bit, right? You can't just like go on with that, right? Because they're literally getting you onto their playing field. in making you accept that language. That's like 1% of the cases. She says, if it's a small number, then that's millions of people exactly.
The laws
Let's
exist.
talk
The
about-
laws-
Also, it shouldn't matter. Like if it's one person, if it's one case, like right, that's still a messed up thing to like be requiring by the law, like right, forced birth for.
But I'm saying
exists to
let's talk-
protect-
I mean, forced birth at all is messed up, but especially in a case like what Ethan's describing.
that little girl.
I'm saying let's talk about the most common thing.
That's
first,
easy.
and then
That's
we can-
easy.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah,
saying,
exactly. She brings up the edge cases of women liking serial killers. That's not super common, or does she think it is?
It's not
we
what's
can-
difficult about this.
but I'm saying we can get to the difficult things later. But it's like, why do you guys bring
Because
up the
that's the
most
interesting part. I'm
fringe
telling you, the
case?
law is there to protect on
Right,
those
but
fringe cases.
I'm saying,
telling you why.
Why don't we start with the
Look,
majority?
no,
of
why don't you start by saying your by saying your actual viewpoint? Like right now, this is her being slippery. Like there is, it does feel like she doesn't want to actually put her viewpoint out on the table, because all he's trying to ask is like, okay, so you said that you don't believe in abortion in all cases, or are there some conditions where you think that abortion should be allowed?
We just do that.
Because I mean, it's a different debate that you're going to be like, look, there are people that believe that kind of pregnancy should be forced to be taken to term. Like we watched that on the Jubilee panel last week, right? There literally are people who believe that. In fact, there's more people on the Republican side that will openly state that now than ever. Now that the envelope has gotten pushed by the Supreme Court, now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, they are emboldened to say yes, even in the case of unconsensual.
You think okay?
What do you want to say? You don't agree with abortion. So, like, if a man and women have sex and they're both being irresponsible, then sure, I understand. You say abortion's bad because we don't want to murder babies. That's not controversial. That's easy to understand. The point of
Right.
these laws is to protect the little girl who's raped by her dad. These are the challenging.
Yeah, he also needs to be careful when he says it's uncontroversial. I don't think that he means it's uncontroversial. Like he's saying, yes, of course, yeah, that's it. Like I don't think he sounds like he's agreeing with her though. I don't think he is, but like what he's saying is that like I understand that viewpoint. I'm familiar with that viewpoint. I know about this viewpoint, but what I'm trying to ask is, do you have just this general like forced birth viewpoint, this general like anti-choice viewpoint, or are you like one of these extremists that thinks like no, under any situations, the life of the mother being in danger, the life of the birthing person being in danger, the life of the even in a case where it's even in a case where it's non-consensual, like right? But yeah, he's having trouble. He's having trouble doing what he's trying to do.
These are the challenging issues. So this is why I ask you about it, because this is
He won't commit to a specific. Yeah, because like somebody said earlier, all she's got to do here to get that bag is to run out the clock, and that's what she's trying to do. You're spot on, Scott Weber. She won't commit to a specific position because then she has to defend it and can't dance around the point. True.
the byproduct
True.
of your position of no abortions are allowed under any circumstance. So if you're willing to take that position, you can't just dismiss this because you are saying that this girl who's raped by her dad should have the baby.
I just think we
You need to
spend a
answer
lot
that.
of time. I just think we. I will hold on. I just think we spend a lot of time arguing about fringe cases that are less than like 0.5%.
Those are the
of
important
abortions.
cases. That's
And
why
I
we talk
don't. I
about
don't
it.
think those are as important as the 99.5% of cases. And so sometimes I think it's a bit disingenuous to say,
Honestly, if I was him in this situation, I would just have the debate about like abortion rights versus forced pregnancy in general, right? And then you can work your way to that. Like if she's gonna be slippery about it, just
here's this extreme fringe case that happened, and I don't think you don't make a law for the exception.
Yes,
Like
you do.
you don't make laws.
do.
The general law is
You
not
have
for the
to.
exception; it's for the rule.
No, because otherwise you have absurd laws that compel you to do absurd things, like have the baby of your rapist, right? That's why you do take that into consideration, Pearl. I don't know what she's talking about here. It's a medical procedure and a matter of having a free society. You can't say that you are free if forced birth is a thing that happens. True.
Like, why
That's
would
not
you
an
think
true.
exception. Why is that
What's
an
up,
exception?
Gazebo?
Or I mean,
Oh,
exceptions
no,
are
of
important to the
course.
law.
Of
That's the
course.
whole point.
Wait, do you not think it's an exception? Like
Of
a
course there's
13-year-old
a
girl getting
creeper.
raped by
Of
her
course
dad? I don't
there
know
would
what
be a
can say.
creeper.
You can say whatever you want.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
think
we
rape. I don't think raped is gonna.
we stay
trick the
away because it
boss.
gets us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But do you not think that's an exception?
And by exception, but
It's
well,
not
she was
common.
raped. What do you mean by exception?
Right. Like, do you think it's common?
No, of course it's not common.
Okay, that's my point. Like we waste.
Do you think that it's less
much
important?
time.
Do you think it's less important because it's not
I think
as
it's
common?
more. I think it's more important to talk about the 99.5% of abortions.
That's easy. That's an easy conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I get your position there.
Yeah.
I mean, and I get what he's trying to do too. The reason that he doesn't want to spend time talking about that is because like all that amounts to is like I think it's a child, and him saying I think it's a mass of cells, and the truth of the matter is that there's it doesn't really go much further than that. It's just like people's beliefs at that point, and the only thing that I can say is that like, well, if it's such a difficult moral decision that people feel a variety of ways about, then who gets to make that decision? Obviously, in my estimation, it should be the pregnant person in that case, who the person most impacted by the situation should be the one to make that. And that's generally a way that I successfully terminate that that debate with forced birthers, right?
But but listen, you can write. Pearl, you
yeah.
can write exceptions into laws. That's why they exist. Because why should that girl who's raped by her dad forced to give birth to that baby because you didn't want to have a conversation about her?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would still make it illegal, to be honest. Because again, I think you either think it's a life or you don't. So if you think it's a child, you're never gonna encourage killing a child under any exceptions. So
right, right, and that's I guess where the big difference comes between abortion, people who are for and against abortion, is that we disagree on where life begins, essentially.
Right.
Well, see, that's the
but
thing.
ultimately,
That's
what quality of life do you expect this
Why
child
is
to
there a
have
skeleton? Why is there a
13-year-old girl
skeleton?
who's raped by her dad?
Oh my god. Okay, gotta get out of here.
Is a lower quality life less valuable? Like that's almost saying if you are in a bad situation,
Okay, so yeah,
your life is less valuable than
there's
someone
him falling
who
into a
isn't.
trap again, right?
That's kind of a tricky argument.
Not less
that has
valuable,
some really
but,
bad
I mean,
implications.
But one should be aborted, one shouldn't.
Like, right.
So one should be in society, one shouldn't be in society.
He never should have made the argument about like quality of life, right? That obviously ties right in to some like you're right. If she's a debate bro here, which she's not, right? Then her next move is to say, "Oh, I see. So you support eugenics then?" And yeah, like forced birthers love to use the argument that if you are pro-choice, that you believe in eugenics. They love to use that. So that is an unforced error here by Ethan. Is she saying poor people can't have sex even if they're married? You can make a perfectly scientific case for life beginning at conception. There's also a perfectly scientific case made for that life doesn't begin until that baby comes out. That's why bodily rights isn't about when life begins. It's about rights. Yeah, exactly. It's a moral question for the pregnant person to answer, right? It doesn't make sense to have that answer come from elsewhere, since life is not something that we can like define it. Like there's not a scientific answer for when does life begin. Yeah, like even issues of like what is and isn't life, these are unsettled questions in science, right? There are examples of things that science hasn't agreed whether is that a living thing or is that not. Also, like if you start to tease these things out, right, the reason that you have this discussion on stuff like in a case of unconsensual like forced intercourse resulting in a pregnancy, right? Most people will, even the people that say that's a child, will say terminating that pregnancy is okay, right? Will relent from their forced birth stance when they're told, okay, well in this case the act of procreation was unconsensual. Most people will say that's where, even if they're forced birthers, they'll say that's where termination of the pregnancy is actually appropriate. So what that tells us is that even though they say that that's a life, even though they say that that's a child, they don't entirely believe that most people do not believe that, right? It's because if you take it to its extreme, at the very least, you're saying the second that ovum becomes a zygote, that's a life, right? Which is ridiculous to most of us, right? It's a ridiculous proposition. And you take it even further, and you get into every sperm is sacred territory when where you can say that people by ejaculating they're doing like massive harm to a million potential human beings, right? That's some pretty ridiculous territory to get into. So yeah, most people like don't actually believe even what they'll say that they believe. And so it is worth to try to tease out exactly where the lines are for people. Embryos aren't 100% guaranteed to become. Yeah, it's a probability until the moment it's born. That's why by that metric, every sperm. Yeah, exactly, Scott Weber. And like right, because these are complex moral questions that do not have a scientific answer. That's right. God is watching. Do not have a scientific, definite answer. That's why it only makes sense to leave that moral decision up to the pregnant person.
I'd say that's less valuable.
Well, it's more about you were talking about fairness. You were interested in the idea of fairness, right? Instead of the welfare of society. So let's talk about fairness. You know what I mean? Is it fair to the little girl that she was forcibly impregnated by her dad?
Right, but is it fair? Is it fair to the child?
Okay, so who's
like that's like we could talk about
a 13-year-old is a
fairness,
child, by the way. She's 13. She is a child.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think that's horrible, and I think there should be the death penalty for rapists. But yeah, I'm sorry, like I don't believe in abortion. And again, to me,
dudes be genociding into their socks all the time.
I think that's a child, and I just can't advocate for the murder of a kid under any
that's
circumstance.
fair. I understand where you're coming from. What about situations where like 12% of abortions are related to health crises, where there's a chance the woman might die or the baby might die or both? Your thoughts on that?
I don't know enough about those situations to really have an opinion on it. I would probably guess that they would likely both die in those situations. So
sometimes it's just the mom.
Maybe that's an exception, but I don't know enough about that stuff.
Right. Well, we can use our imagination.
Really.
Just for the hypothetical conversation where there's 12%. I'm telling you, there are 12% of abortions are related to health crises. So if it's the baby lives, but the mom dies, what do you think should happen in that situation?
I don't know.
Okay. The reason I'm putting your feet to the fire on this is because you says very specifically that abortion should be outlawed in all situations. So of course I'm testing that.
Yeah, I could maybe see an exception for the life of the mother, but I've heard and I don't want to quote this because again, it's just something I've heard. I've heard it's not as common as people lead you to believe, and like sometimes those stats are manipulated, but I don't.
Yeah, but the commonness doesn't really matter. It's more about I think the exceptions are interesting. I disagree. I think when you say, why are we focusing on the exceptions? I think that's a way for you to try to dismiss difficult questions.
Yeah, I just think it's like silly when 99.5% of abortions are not the exception. So
you don't, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, why don't you care about the situation of everybody else just because it's the exception?
I just think you should spend more time debating the most common thing. So that's, my opinion.
Okay.
Pearl is painful to listen to. True. I really wonder what her fans thought about this debate. Yeah.
Very good. So we talked about feminism.
Well, no, like, I mean, look, what did her debates? Oh, sorry, let me answer that question really quick, right? Because it's very simple what her fandom thought about this debate, right? Ethan Klein is universally hated by like anybody to the right, even like the center right? Universally hated. Like this guy is the poster boy, soy boy, lib cuck, whatever, what have you, right? That's how they think of him, right? So just going up against Ethan is an automatic win for any of them, right? This is an easy decision for her to make. She, like somebody said earlier, she's running out the time. That's all she has to do is run out the time, run out the clock, sit here in this debate, because no matter how ridiculous she looks, they are going to be focused on how ridiculous they think Ethan Klein is, right? And in some ways he is kind of silly, but obviously not to the degree. But this is the same people that hate iDubbbz. These are the same people that this is just your shitlord edgelord community here. Pearly should spend some time debating, touching grass instead of debating. Maybe so. Possibly the other red pill people admit that she did poorly, like when V debates. Wait, so you're saying that what if alt hist was criticized by red pill by like right-wing people for his debate with Vosh?
that women want equality, but they don't really want equality. They need to sign up for the military, which feminists want to abolish the draft. And then we're talking about reproductive
Now,
rights.
like you get most feminists, right? Not
where the women get all the choice and the men don't. Is there any other ones?
there's, in other words, there's a correlation between God. How is Minecraft is not a difficult game. Minecraft is I keep it's an easy game. Like right, it's not an easy game to play while you're.
I'm sorry. I was reading something. What'd you say?
Is there any other examples other than reproductive?
I'm sorry, I was kind of checked out from this debate. My dad used to work with problem pregnancies. He said there were many cases of disabled children, 11 or 12 years old, being unconsensual. By relatives, they were considered problem pregnancies because it was dangerous for them to give birth. People who are against abortion just think women are being selfish, but that's not the reality. That it's a very privileged take to look at, call somebody selfish for not wanting to go forward with a forced birth. Even completely apolitical people in the commentary community really hate Ethan. Yeah. You see, Michael knows what I'm talking about. Because they felt that he was one of them for a while, like Muda or some. Oh yeah. Muda, some ordinary gamer. He really hated it when Ethan shifted. Yeah, because it exposes these people for the shitlords that they are. They want to say that they're not right wing. They want to say they're not reactionary. They want to say we're just like normal dudes over here, normal apolitical dudes. But no, you're actually kind of shitlords. Is what you are.
Rights and voting / draft that shows that.
If you have seen it, what if alt-hist maps? Wait, maps as in that kind of maps? Went viral on Twitter. My sister had preeclampsia. It was dangerous for her to give birth, but she did it anyway. She had the choice to abort to save her life, though. That would be one of those exceptions that, Pearly does not care about. Pearl does not care about, right? World maps. Okay, when you said maps, I was like, I was thinking you were talking about the other kind of maps.
Feminism.
The kind that Twitch politics loves to obsess about.
Was a mistake, or that feminists are
And
disingenuous.
half of them agree with.
I would just say, like, there's just a lack. The biggest one I would say is divorce court. 90% women get custody, 80 to 90%.
Okay, so see what she's doing here? This is her audience. This is her core audience, right? There is a non-insignificant number of divorced dads in her audience who have a hatred, a visceral hatred against divorce courts, right? A hatred that is only matched by the top of the hour ad break, which some of you may have just experienced, and it might have been less than pleasant. You might be right now trying to reorientate yourself, try to figure out what's going on in the stream. If you don't want that to happen to you in the future, there are several ways that you can take care of it. One is to pay $5 to get a Twitch sub for yourself. Another is to link your Amazon Prime into your Twitch account and obtain a free sub, which you can give to the streamer of your choice, who hopefully it's me, and that will get you out of the ad break. And the other is to actually be lucky enough and be active in chat enough to receive a free gift sub, which can and does happen, even though it's not quite as common as it has been in the past. It's pretty rare these days, but there's still some chance of it, and your chances are better the more you are active in chat. Did you see the music video Kari Lake released about Biden? It's hilarious. Whoa, I didn't see that.
The time, I think 90%.
Wait, is it? Oh my god. Oh my god, Skywise, thank you, Cat, you just got saved from the next ad break. Wait, let me take a look here. Kari Lake music video. Oh my god, I forgot with this J6 Prison Choir. What? You posted it if I want to see it. Unfortunately, though, links don't work in the chat. That is a function of the massive amount of harassment I received a year or so ago. If you want to give me that link, though, if you got a good link that you want me to look at, post it for me if you would in stream suggestions, assuming that you're in the Discord, right? We've got a Discord channel called Stream Suggestions. It's for exactly that. You to suggest for things for me to watch on stream. And let me give you the link for anybody who needs it. Copy the link and put it into both chats. There we go. Discord and Discord. Yeah, they do, don't they? Conservatives absolutely love bad. They have a penchant, I would say, for bad music. Ethan's Ethan calls them fallen fans. Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of people like that, right? It's like there's something about YouTube that slants to the right, and I haven't entirely figured it out. Maybe it's not YouTube entirely. Maybe it's like certain niches in YouTube. The politics niche being one of those, right? So even though most people in the United States, right, as shown by our latest election, chose Joseph Robinette Biden over Donald John Trump, you still have you wouldn't know that by looking at the YouTube politics and commentary demographic. Do those people in her audience also argue parental alienation? They're a highly funded movement using that argument to enable abusive exes, usually men, to retain access to their kids. I mean, it sounds like that's who she's appealing to, yeah. My experience with Ethan is weird because I remember stopping watching him because, yeah, so that's the thing. It's like somebody said, Ethan was one of them. Ethan was, as far as I know, kind of like an anti-SJW edgelord back in the day, and since then has, changed his tune. The commentary people would say that he's grifting. I would say that, I don't know, maybe he's like matured or something, right, changed his mind. I mean, there's a lot of reasons besides being disingenuous, and I don't really think that there's the oh my god, Natalie Marie, you got the link for me right there. Let's use that link. Use your power. I will use Natalie's power as a VIP to post things. Instead of watching an ad.
Let's do some clips.
Oh, here we go.
Clips, but songs. How about that?
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. Do you want to get it out the way first?
I'll boot up the quality degradation filter.
Because I feel like, and tell me if I'm right, chat. Tell me if I'm right. I feel like most of us would appreciate a little break from Pearl.
You just come over to the soundboard and just do the shit music filter
You
over
weren't
here?
supposed to say that out loud.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
Excuse me. Everyone can hear us. We're on microphones. Yes,
That clearly sound great. So obviously music would sound great too.
It would.
It's
but
totally not a different thing. That sounds different.
I don't see the grift because he's been bleeding subscribers. The grift would be Grift would be if he continued to act like a shitlord, even though he wasn't.
Based on different audio inputs and
Wait, why is
wavelengths and bands.
Not showing up for me. Did I put it in the wrong place? Oh my god, really? Yeah, I did. Supposed to go right here.
And I'm not an
Audio codecs,
expert
how do
in that
they
sense.
work?
There you
Yes.
go. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
For people that do not know what we're referring to, Tim Pool has accused this program of putting his song through a sounding bad filter.
Who has time for that?
Yeah, or who has like any technology that we could.
Well, apparently Tim does because I heard the song. That must be what's wrong
Yeah, I think he put the bad filter on it.
with it.
he did it first.
Hey, listen, to give Tim credit, maybe his producers just hate his guts.
I don't
Also,
know.
the funny thing is, none of our critique had anything to do with like the audio recording production quality. It all had to do with the actual like
Composition.
Composition, right?
Performance.
Right.
He was mad that you said he sounded like Nickelback, which I said he didn't. I said he sounded like Rise Against and
I feel like saying that he sounded like Nickelback is probably giving him too much credit.
Theory of a dead man had like a baby together. But like,
And like put it on Ambien.
he thinks he's like an emo band, which I don't know. Just because you're sad doesn't mean you're an emo band, man.
I agree.
Major label Rise Against. I need to state major label Rise Against, not old school Rise Against.
Okay. Wow.
Important. To
Thank you for the distinction. With all of that prelude, let's see if Carrie Lake can beat out Tim Pool as a musical artist. Now, to be fair, she is really just doing spoken word. The Truth Bombers are the band that's behind this single.
Truth Bombers?
But here we go. It's called 81 Million Votes My Ass.
That's great. Ew.
I know.
What is that squishy?
Sounds like a wet slapping, not like cameras.
Upside down.
Told me 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that I would be in the middle of a political movement, I would have said, put down Hunter's crack pipe.
Who is she?
Right now.
Sorry.
Put down Hunter's crack pipe, she said.
I keep calling like Carrie Lake like the Ennis Cantor of politics because it's like you didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
And you're here talking like all this, but you're in the center of a movement, Carrie.
I mean, Ennis was a starter, at least for
Exactly,
a
it's
few
unfair.
teams. Carrie Lake has not won elected office.
Yeah, she yeah, exactly. It is unfair to Ennis, who got double doubles in the playoffs. Like she's never won an election. What was she like a talk show?
She was
host?
a radio host, and now she's
She was
just
a
like
news anchor or something. Yeah, she
Yeah.
was like a local news anchor.
and now she's literally the
fucking piece of
thirstiest
shit.
person on the planet for
No.
Donald Trump's approval
Minecraft,
as
why do
she's
you hate me
outside
so
of his the courthouse for his arraignment. Him and her and Vivek Ramaswamy were the two losers
Also,
to show
why is
up
it raining?
and try to grift off of those supporters. But
And what's also funny about her loss is that other Republicans running for statewide office
like the opposite of
lost,
Philadelphia.
but, with a closer margin. So what?
It's
did they
never
just
sunny
not
in
get cheated
Minecraft.
as much as Carrie Lake did, or is there maybe something deficient about her as a politician?
Die, you
she's
piece of
just,
shit.
It's just she was that much of a threat. They had to make sure that she was done. All right, start
There are
over.
only so many mules. Only so many mules to
Oh,
allocate.
don't you worry, Brandon. They reference mules. They reference
good.
mules in
What
this
the
song.
fuck? Why is there a witch down
I'd
here?
expect nothing less.
You son of
Again,
Sounds like Tom Sawyer.
you son of a Minecraft. Yeah, it's a bad version of.
splashing.
We're comparing
Yeah,
it to
maybe you
Rush.
deal with bad music
Told me
filter.
2 years ago, 3 years
Oh
ago,
my
that I
God.
would be in the middle of a political
Why?
movement, I would have said, put down Hunter's crack pipe.
Now, I don't think she can kill me unless she reaches me with a potion of harming. Why is that? Oh my god. Okay, look. We're gonna just pause this and we're gonna go into this mode right here. I can't believe Spider 1-2 punch. Yeah, son of a witch. Who dares compare? Yeah, like look, Rush is like a lot more of a like a wet sounding synth. Like it's like that one's like a bad version of like I know what they're talking about. Like intro to Tom Sawyer. There's like a sense that's like I can't do it. I can't do this sound. But like yeah, it doesn't quite. That's like a bad version. Ethan was basically somewhere between Moist Critical and iDubbbz during his edgiest phase. Country band. Like, am I gonna get in trouble? Copyright wise, please think of that when you send me stuff. Like, is this like a real country band that's gonna copyright claim me for
none of this has anything to do with the voting.
The funny thing, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more need to watch, but like, yeah, that guy with all those liabilities ran up 81 million votes, a record in this country in raw numbers.
Yeah. Like, ironically enough, like the only reason that Carrie Lake is at all appealing to anyone is that she is going up against people that are much hated, like Joseph Biden, right? The only reason that Joseph Biden got 81 million votes is because he was going up against somebody that's even more hated in Donald Trump, right? This is just like, this is easy mode. This is all easy mode.
Against your guy.
That's my favorite thing when Trump says, like, he's like, I got the most votes out of any president, any sitting president. Like it's like he has to qualify sitting president because he can't say the most votes was the guy who beat him.
Well, he can say that. I mean, he basically does. But yes, that is his right.
It's like me saying like, hey, actually the Timberwolves are the best team in the NBA because they had the biggest quarter against the Nuggets.
Karl Anthony Towns.
I literally got
in the game they lost.
But that's why, I mean, Trump is the ultimate like public relations guy. That really is his calling. He should have been a PR executive in another life. Can we go to like minute 2? I love when they break
have
it
other
down,
mods here?
right?
Oh, we got a little bridge.
Because we got the bridge, and that's when we get her most spoken word element. It might be a little further, but we
feel
can
like
let
you
it
should have
run.
just,
Again,
like-
this is better than Tim Pool, to be honest with you. Yeah,
iTunes charts are going to go crazy for this.
Are you guys in
Oh,
agreement?
it already
No,
hit
100%. It goes without saying this is better than Tim Pool's music.
It's catchier.
And I'm not even a
was,
country music fan.
No.
Except for Nelly, of course.
Oh yeah.
She was Carrie Lake was pumping up how it was #1 on iTunes.
Yeah, I didn't even
which
know that
you
like
should
that.
all know, by the way, that the reason conservatives
know
always
what?
use the iTunes charts and nothing else is
Title
because
screen.
in the year 2023, when nobody
Yes.
buys individual tracks anymore, it is incredibly
No.
easy to actually hit the top of the iTunes charts.
I would
You'll
not be
find-
shocked if it was done like the way, right-wing books get bought in bulk to inflate themselves on like the New York Times bestseller list, which they then pretend to not care about. That's something like Forgatio Blow or whatever.
Forgiato Blow.
Forgiato Blow. It's the same
They were
kind of
shadow
deal.
banned, but also #2 on iTunes.
Because you
Well, I mean,
can't, go
it's
ahead.
not
I don't know
even
what
that
the
many,
exact
like-
number is, but you just need like a few thousand sales on a single track. Again, we're talking like 99 cents for the track.
Right.
A few thousand sales in a short period of time to pump it up on the charts, because the charts also consider, how long the sale, how long the track's been on the been for sale, and how the time period in which the sales are coming in. It's not just like otherwise Taylor Swift would be atop the charts
I'm gonna pee, okay? I'm gonna pee, and hopefully we're gonna do better in Minecraft after I pee. That is so ridiculous. I'm actually really good at Minecraft. Believe me.
all the time.
Believe me. Believe me. Believe me. I'm really good at
And
it.
for like just
I'm the best Minecraft player ever. Dream got his pearl clutch from me. Dream, like Dream, all the tricks that Dream steals from Reddit. I was the one who put them on Reddit.
overall sales.
Right.
So, all these factor in for like the perfect storm for conservatives to like game those numbers, even if it's just getting their followers to just all buy the track at the same time.
Brandon, go ahead. I know you wanted to say something.
Oh, no, I was just going to say what Matt was going to say, but in a meaner way. Like, you only need like 20 people to get to the top of the iTunes like single chart.
Right.
It's not 2004 anymore. Come on.
You can see this in like the Steam online, the Steam video game things, like because very often the charts, like coming soon charts, are flooded with these porn games, and they know how to like flood the system because they get everyone to buy their like $2 or pre-order their $2 game, and all of a sudden it's like this game you will never hear of except you see it on those charts because they have gamed the system.
Well, no pun intended. All right, let's hear them break it down
A
here.
lot of times too, like those charts actually mean very little. It's just for those people to like stroke their ego and say, I hit the top of the charts. Like very rarely do the charts actually deliver like more sales, or at least a significant number of sales for anything that tops them.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
A ham sandwich, a bologna sandwich could have beaten Trump in that election, right? Trump is not a good candidate. He's a bad candidate. And he's even a worse candidate because because he's like candy. He is like that piece of shit at the back of your fridge, that moldy, nasty, you don't even know, that used to be some kind of food, right? But now it is a moldy, disgusting thing, and you try to throw it out, and your dog goes digging through the trash for that. The dog is the MAGA voters, right? They love it. They can't resist it. It's candy for them, right? They can't resist it, and they have to go with that, right? So the only reason that Donald Trump was even elected in the first place is because he ran against an historically unpopular candidate in Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, with her negative charisma, with her ability to be hated by everyone at the same time, was the only candidate that Donald Trump ever could have beaten in any conceivable situation, and he didn't even win the popular vote. He won the election by a fluke of winning the Electoral College, not the popular vote. He never got the most votes. He's not a popular president. He's only popular with the worst people in the fucking world, people that the rest of us hate. and don't want to. We would love, like, you know, like if we're gonna take the vote away from anybody, it's like the people that have proved themselves time and time again to be using their votes to harm the rest of the country. That's literally what Trump is. Trump is a middle finger from the MAGA chuds that see that time is moving on and their days are over. They are demographically locked out of any sort of political electoral success in the future, right? Like literally anybody could have won. Anybody who wasn't Hillary Clinton. Let me put that caveat on there, because Hillary Clinton is somehow even more unpopular. The only one that's close to as unpopular is Donald Trump. And mind you, she won in the popular vote. A piece of shit like Hillary Clinton, who nobody likes, was able to defeat Donald Trump in the popular vote because he's a shit sandwich with that somebody like wiped their ass on, right? You know, he's worse than garbage. He's below garbage. He's the garbage throws him out, okay? That's how Donald Trump works, all right? Please.
I miss the bull in the china shop.
I'm thinking of ham sandwich race from Disco Elysium. Yeah, you're right. Orange Man bad, but we live in Morana country called America. Look, I mean, like, yes and no, right? Yes and no. There is a culture here. Yeah, like look, the Republican Party has done a lot to inculcate their base with anti-intellectualism. I don't even want to talk about people's intelligence because I don't think it's that. I think it's literally lack of critical thinking, lack of curiosity, and bigotry, right? That's all that they're appealing to. That's what makes MAGA work to the extent that it does work. And like, look, going forward, it's not going to work. They had their best possible showing in 2016, and it's only going to be downhill from here, right? That's why they need to try to like overthrow the electoral process itself, just like you can overthrow the process of getting served an ad on the bottom of the hour, which you're about to witness, you're about to experience in about 7 minutes if you do not find a way to get a sub, to get a little avatar by your name in chat, right? There's different ways you can do that. You can do that through an Amazon Prime. If you hook it up to your Twitch, you get a free sub. Hopefully you give that to your favorite streamer, who is definitely me. Second way is that you pay $5 because it is just $5. Third way is that you are active in chat and you are lucky enough to be selected by a very generous and kind person giving a gift sub, and you know, it's harder than it has been in the past. There's a lot less of those going out, so definitely the only solution to that is just chat more. Just chat more. Going from that South Park episode, Clinton was a turd sandwich and Trump was a lump of live uranium in the shape of a KKK hood. Yeah, there were a lot of technically smart Republicans, but they have created an entire infrastructure of rhetoric and willful ignorance and thought-terminating cliches to give their ideas the veneer of reason and respectability. How can you not give a gift sub to the face of the Cookie Monster? That's like, whoa. Yeah, that's a good question.
I miss the mean tweets. I miss Donald Trump. 81 million votes.
Distorting her voice does not make it better. What are you do? Wait, do you think that makes her sound hardcore? We're gonna throw a distortion filter over her, you know, ratchet voice? Like, what? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call it ratchet, but...
Does Carrie Lake know that she could just go to Truth Social and see all the mean tweets she wants? Trump's still putting them out there.
Yeah, that's his decision.
Well, apparently this song launched on Truth Social. Speaking
no,
of that,
he's not even banned on Twitter, right? He could go out and make those awful tweets if he wants.
Speaking,
there was a push notification for it.
Oh, beautiful! Because you have Truth Social.
Yeah, and Matt, I'm sure Matt got it, or maybe let's go.
Does Rumble have an app?
Yeah,
because I've been watching it in browser.
I'll be honest, I kind of forgot to check in with Truth Social for a while.
I actually made it so I did this when he was on Twitter too, but I make it so, and this is the only person I do it for. I make it so I get the notification every time Trump posts.
I mean, if you're gonna put on post notifications for anybody, that's probably
like first of all, country using a distortion pedal, that should be a crime, right? Like right now, I feel like we need to redo the March to the Sea, and you know, like basically to make sure that no country bands have possession of any distortion filters, right? They need to go there and just like take those pedals away. What are you doing with this? What are you doing? That's not country. What are you trying to do? Do you think that makes you sound badass? Do you think that you're cool now? Oh my God, Sarah wants a cookie. Thank you for the resubscribe. Truth. Yeah, like, look, that's a crime against music, okay? If you want to make country music, like, oh my God, I don't even want to say it. Like, I don't even want to say it. Look, yeah, country is probably like a very sick dog that the best thing that you can do is to go ahead and call the vet and put that dog out of its misery, right? That's the truth about country music, right? It used to be something, maybe at some point it has a long and checkered past. Maybe there's some good in there somewhere historically, you know, maybe it was a worthwhile form of music at some time to someone in some conceivable situation, right? I don't want to shit on like Johnny Cash or, you know, whoever, right? But like, please put it out of its misery, all right? Because like it trying to incorporate stuff like what was that supposed to be? What are you trying to incorporate into you, country? I was trying to bait a gift sub so I could give a gift sub. Oh God, see, that's like always cool. Well, I don't know what's happened. The gift subs are not quite as plentiful as they used to be. But like I said, your best chance, they do still happen, and your best chance is just to be seen in chat. So, it's out of my hands. It's maybe even out of the hands of people giving the gift subs, because that has a lot to do with a person's ability to give that. And I understand that sometimes money's tight. Sometimes money's tight. Money's really tight for me right now. So I completely understand that. Seems all over just chatting is hurting. Wait, so somebody told me, no, it was Polly. John Prine was an amazing songwriter. Yeah, wasn't that was died during was that COVID that is the reason that John Prine is no longer with us? Yeah, I would agree with that. I think he's a good songwriter. You didn't expect me to know John Prine, did you? No, I have a dad. Yeah, like Polly was saying that Twitch is deprioritizing just chatting or something like that. I don't know if that's just the bullshit that she's dealt with in terms of like if you don't know, Polly people should have been a partner like, I don't know, like 9 months ago, right? She had the numbers for partner like 9 months ago, and she's applied, I think, multiple times, and they're just one wonders why they don't accept her into the partner program. She should have gotten it. Maybe that's what she was responding to last night, but I don't know. Maybe she knows something that I don't know, and there actually is a move with Twitch in general to deprioritize or de-emphasize just chatting. Twitch is less likely to give partnerships to people who read. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought it was, right? So in other words, like right now, I'm reacting to content. Twitch doesn't consider this like original content. They consider this me kind of like, parasiting off of the Majority Report, right? And in actuality, it's considered transformative content. And but I don't know what the other option would be, right? You just like I come on here and give my rants, maybe. Or I write video scripts and perform the videos like live on Twitch. I don't know what the other option would be for a political streamer besides, reacting, but apparently Twitch thinks I should be doing something else. I think political stuff is also a problem for them, true. And also, like, considering Twitch poll and how toxic that is and how it's associated, the people that are a big part of Twitch poll are connected to the people doing harassment on this platform, right? I feel like I can almost sort of sympathize with Twitch in wanting to get that crap the fuck off of their platform, because in general most of Twitch poll is just absolute garbage. Like it's like garbage takes Twitch poll out. Like that's the level of garbage that Twitch poll is these days.
Person to do it.
This song kind of goes off.
always-
You missed me talking about Pearly. We'll get back to it. We're just taking a little break here.
Guaranteed to be funny.
Always.
This song kind of snaps, even if it's through our designated soundboard knob that goes, when we flick it up, it just goes shit music filter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it broke through our shit music filter.
It's better than Tim Pool's crap, but
Skill
I mean, I will
issue.
say it is a little bit clap stomp rock and roll.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a little bit hackneyed at this point, but
It's
I mean,
for barn dances and line,
Yes.
Line social.
Wait, so there's clap stamp rock and roll. I'm trying to think of an example of that. Like what is like there's like a 70s song, right? That's like clap, like that. What is that? The clap? Isn't there a song called The Clap or something like that? That's like No, it's called The Stroke. Wait, what is it called? Like they're like, I know what they're talking about. I know what they're talking about, right? But there's also like country that's like that too, right?
What if they
Yes,
have?
yeah.
What if they have in
The drum beat
Utah?
that very clearly tells.
We Will Rock You, probably the only good example of clap stomp. The Strokes. Oh my god, I love the Strokes. The Strokes. What is it like? It's like 2 rhythm guitars, right? It's called The Stroke. The song that I was talking. Okay, I was also thinking of the band The Strokes, which is great band.
You how to do the line.
There's a little bit of Big and Rich, but they also they also try to do a little bit of like kind of a Rush era, like electronica.
Yeah. I like that they experimented with it. Tim Pool's with all like one note.
Yeah.
I will say though, for the narrative of the song though.
Okay, wait.
Carrie Lake's involved.
So look, it's not often that I disagree with the majority report, but right here, I gotta take exception. Here. I think that Tim Pool's song was better than this. Have I got any agreement in chat? Am I completely up my own ass here? Poly people talking about F-150 ass country. That's what we're dealing with, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I look, you know me. I don't get down. I don't get depressed. I just fight. Right? That's how I am. But I understand Polly feeling disheartened about what's going on right now. It just all it does is makes me want to fight harder.
Often makes no sense. Like I feel like it should be interspersed with Donald Trump's sound bites, being that he's the one who would be going after Biden for quote unquote barely or not really beating him. Like what's Carrie Lake's feud with Biden? Like does Biden even know who Carrie Lake is?
That's what's so
Definitely not.
Yeah, she's.
I mean, here's the deal, right? It's that like Donald Trump. Wait, I'm trying to remember how this worked, right? Kari Lake's like, what was her claim to fame? Was she like a QAnon person? I feel like she's a big conspiracy theory person. So her buying into the conspiracy theory that like Trump actually won the election and the Matrix. Wait, what did she call it? The Matrix. What did she call? What do they call it? Like that's what Andrew Tate calls it. The swamp. Yeah, she would call it the swamp. The swamp stole the election, according to Kari Lake, right? Say Tim tries to be self-important with his music. Kari's song actually makes you want to get some energy or something. Well, I don't know. What I'm saying is I'd rather listen to Tim Pool than Kari Lake's song, if I'm being real. Like that was so annoying. Tim Pool's music is just bland and shitty, and but it only really makes you mad if you know it's Tim Pool. Otherwise, it's just like, yeah, this is some mid shit, right? Does Biden even know who his grandkids are? Not sure. Not entirely sure.
That's what's so funny about that song. Is like, I'm here at the center of movement. No one knows who you are.
Yeah, no, but she replayed B-roll of like Trump being in her vicinity or like giving her a slight hug on the way to the podium at 40 different angles, multiple times in the video.
And the other one being like, oh, Hillary Clinton noticed me and said some bad things about me. Like, congratulations. There's
like, no way Clinton knows who she is either.
Yeah,
Right.
it's gonna be so great too when Donald Trump like completely ignores her. And
does anyone else hate getting the hiccups after a meal? Try getting the hiccups after a meal as a streamer. That's even worse because you're like talking and all of a sudden you're like, and like it's gonna sound like a burp. Like even if it's just like a little bit of right? People are gonna perceive it as a burp. And that's embarrassing. But I always embarrass myself on stream. That's nothing new to me.
Picks Kristi Noem or somebody to be his VP because she's.
Well, why would he pick her though? She's a
why
loser.
I don't stream.
Why would he
She's a
pick
loser. She's literally never done anything.
Because she's like groveling at his feet via music video and by showing up at his court appearances, and I don't know.
It would
But
make more sense for him to pick Marjorie Taylor Greene. At least she's won before.
Yeah, but you got to be successful for him to like you groveling at him.
Yeah,
Otherwise, he finds it kind of distasteful. Like they really, for people who love him so much, they must not have watched like The Apprentice as much as I did, because like he has very easy tells. Like he doesn't like you talking too much about yourself. Prefers you talking about him.
Yep.
Certainly, like in order for you to be like,
Dr. Biden had ornaments of all of her grandkids except for one. Right wingers are literally cannot make good music. It's like the most genetic white bread crap. I mean, like I'm trying to think of an example. I'm trying to think of a counterexample. Rush are right wingers. Some of their music is all right, I guess. Like unless you like listen to the lyrics and you're like, wait, is that some Ayn Rand shit that you're talking about? And it's like, yeah, they're either talking about D&D or Ayn Rand, or they're I don't know. Sorry, I don't know that much about Rush anyway. I like their synths though. Their synths are fun. That's why I don't stream. Yeah, forgot what. Yeah.
Around his vicinity and him to like you, you'd have to be successful. You can't have just lost your election.
Yeah.
But when he called that like guy who lost and was being funded by Peter Thiel, and he was the
I don't know. His lawyers don't seem that successful. The Smiths.
Blake Masters?
Yes, Blake Masters. That was his name.
Yeah. Morrissey was in the Smiths. And what is the deal with Morrissey? What's the deal with Morrissey? Seriously, what's going on with does anybody know? Morrissey, like, I can like remember I can remember there was a time where he really, really, really liked right-wing shit. Oh no, I hate it when it does this. Why does it spawn like this? You suck. I only get one torch. But maybe I'll get a better loot. 'Cause it is random. Ew, a fish. I don't want a fish. Chat, I don't eat fish. Joey Ramone. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, Gene Simmons. Well, I guess that's not good music, though. I don't know. Some of you might think that Kiss is good music. I'm not saying it's not. I think Pert, the drummer, is the Ayn Rand one. Oh, okay. The other members, it's just Neil Peart. I always thought it was the singer. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta defend me harder. You can't.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Thank you. Was it Sarah that sent me this? Thank you for the interruption. I think, do people appreciate the interruptions? It does make it harder for my editor, which most of the time is me. But I feel like it's better than having to, because like sometimes just like watching Pearl and Ethan for like hours. Like I want to go, Billy Corgan. Oh wait, who's that guy? Who's the guy with the guy with the chud with the harmonica? The guy that has the harmonica vest, right? He's super right wing, isn't he? Aren't a lot of the like Gen X bands are like that? Maybe they weren't like conservative back in the day, but some of them like are now. Wait, what are we gonna have next? Hootie and the Blowfish shows up for a Trump like. I shouldn't be shitting on maybe Hootie and the Blowfish is the one that doesn't do that. What's up, Money Man? What's going on? How are you today? Wait, am I reading your name right? It's like this font is weird for me. He also was a little bit militant and really racist. Wait, what? A little militant about his veganism. Wait, Neil Peart? Neil Peart was a vegan? As in fact, he said some really racist things about Asians a couple of decades ago. Wait, was it because of diet? That's so weird. No, he's Canadian. But Americans or Canadians, right? I feel like we eat a pretty, on average, we eat a lot of meat, right? There will be like a meat component to a lot of Asian dishes, but sometimes it's just bonito flakes or it's fish sauce or it's minimal. But yeah, like most cultures, and with a few exceptions, are meat eating is a tradition, a long and storied tradition. John Popper was once arrested for weed in D.C. when they found stockpiles of weapons in his vehicle. I thought you were gonna say they found like stockpiles of weed in his fishing vest that's got like harmonicas in it. It's hard to ascertain if Pantera is serious about their Nazi leanings, but I think even joking about it is yikes. Still, Pantera, great band. That's like the same problem as like black metal has, right? Like, look, I've been told that if you're not in the culture of black metal, it is impossible to tell which of the black metal bands are actually like Nazis, which there are a lot of Nazis into black metal, right? And which ones are just like, well, that is our imagery, that is our, you know what I mean? like because I don't know, Asians definitely eat less meat, especially, and also like saying Asians is so weird too, because you realize how many countries, how many cultures we're combining when we just like lump it all into like, you know, Asians. But yeah, like in general, I guess what I'm really trying to get across is that the United States and its periphery eat a considerable amount of meat compared to the rest of the world. There are black metal bands that aren't white supremacists. Yeah, I've heard. But the problem I have, being that I don't know anything about black metal, is that like I don't think I would know, because like a lot of them will use that like kind of imagery of like, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. You know, black metal imagery, right? And it's like it could be, or it could be like a criticism, or I don't know. It could just be like we're being edgy in here. The best metal is power metal, which is big nerd stuff. Wait, is power metal like power metal? What's an example of power metal? If we're talking about black metal, we're literally talking Varg. Varg, yeah, the actual actually went to jail for unaliving people in his band, right? Wait, Norwegian reggaeton? Yo, that just blew my mind. Ebony, wait, what did I call you? Ebony Man 2K, I'm sorry. I somehow saw an M there. Okay, I'm so sorry. I feel bad now. I was like, what's up, Money Man 2K? I'm sorry. Yeah, Ebony Man, sorry. For some reason the font makes it like impossible to read. Well, wait, tell me about this. Okay, so if we're talking black metal, brings me to the subject of Norwegian reggaeton, Sabaton, Powerwolf, Nano War of Steel, Dragon Force. I was gonna guess Dragon Force. Look, NCC knows like about this much about metal, about like this much, just a little, not really that much at all. I know next to nothing about metal, but I do know Dragon Force slightly, which they're also like considered like what, epic like melodic metal or something. Sabaton are not reactionary. Oh, these are good. These are non-reactionary bands too, or though these are all power metal bands.
Let's do some clips. Maybe not clips.
No, we're not doing clips. We're doing just Pearly things. That's right. We're
And
finishing.
alimony payments
We're finishing the debate. You thought you were done with it, and you're not even done with it, right?
are given.
We're still going off the rails.
And are awarded to women.
What does that
And
have to do with women's suffrage, though? You said you criticized
The worst Sabaton has ever done is tax mistakes. Oh no, that sounds scary.
the whole thing going all the way.
It's like that could happen to anyone. They aren't leftists. They're just libs. Wait, which ones? Oh yeah. Sabaton. Pantera is racist, and they love fascism. And the Confederacy. Oh god. Okay, they're one of those bands. Okay. While we're on the subject of problematic metal bands, Glory Hammer and Ailstorm. See, I'll try to remember these. I try to remember. Like, I know that Varg, what's his name? Varg Vickers or something, is like a real deal, like, you know, super Nazi. There's a genre of Japanese metal called Visual Kai. Oh yeah, wait, I know about this. Wait, what's that one? There's a really popular band from that genre. Basically power metal with the members in drag. Oh my god. I had a friend that used to like Visual Kai, but I'm trying to remember the band that they listened to. A lot of metal sub-genres. Visual Kai is far superior. I recently watched YouTube videos about Zombie by the Cranberries. It's pro-colonialist? What? Oh, I get it, because it's about the Troubles, right? There's a lot of metal subgenres: power metal, symphonic metal. Oh wait, that's like Dream Theater, right? See, I know a little bit about metal. I know a teeny tiny bit about metal. I've always been around. Like, I'm the kind of person that, like, I listen to like everything that my friends, you know, I try to like check out stuff through my friends, because there's stuff that I would never pick up. I don't know where you even find out about it, but then I find out my friends are into it, and even though like I'm not even, you know, knowledgeable about that genre. Duran Gray, yeah, that's the band that I know about. That's the Visual Kai band. I literally can't remember any of their music though. Ailstorm is problematic, sad. Yeah, I don't know if you say so, right? I like I said, I only know a little teeny tiny bit about metal, right? But like, I'm pretty metal today. Like, look at this. Like, I've got the, it's one of those days when like half of you is like regular Aqua and the other half of you is dark Aqua from Kingdom Hearts 3, right? And you just can't decide. So you wear both.
Back to its
That's the kind of day I'm having.
conception.
I thought you asked other double
Is that edgy? I feel like that's edgy. Am I being edgy? Chat? Am I edgy?
standards. No.
I know I used to be edgy.
Well, I asked you what's your problem with feminism
Mm-hmm.
in general. We can move on though. I have a good question for you.
I'm like VTuber, or not VTuber. I'm like Vocaloid edgy.
Hear you talk a lot about the pay gap.
Right.
The pay gap is a myth.
In Flames is center left.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, because women don't do the dangerous jobs in
Wait,
society.
okay, so they're not in their visual era anymore. So they're doing their music, but not the visual, not the epic like fashion element. Members of Gloryhammer were revealed to be in a highly racist and sexist group chat. One of the guys from one of the worst offenders is Chris Bowes, who is also in Ailstorm. I think they vote Social Democrat, but I might be wrong. Wait, that... Are we talking about Ailstorm? Or no, In Flames. In Flames. We're talking about In Flames here. You are adorable. Thank you, Geek Prime. I actually like Dur and Gray now, more than their Visual Kai era. I still love Visual Kai. That reveal is tied to the firings of the singer who was not pictured in the chat and who is now on his own project. Red Anarchist Black Metal is awesome though. I mean that's one way to pretty decently tell that you're not dealing, because that's the big problem, right? Is like, as much as I might want to get into a certain kind of music, especially like, with black metal, I never know like what is, actually fashy and what is just like edgy. And for diverse metal, try Bloodywood. They are from India. Oh, like Bollywood but bloody. That's Dur and Gray is doing harder experimental metal, and I think they resent the visual era because a lot of it was imposed by their labels. That happens more than you'd think, right? That happens more than you'd think. Their creative control was very limited. Alien weaponry are Maori. The Who are from Mongolia, if I recall correctly. Actually, I think there's a subreddit specifically for leftist black metal fans. I mean, that could be useful.
So, like, I just think the pay gap, the majority of the time, is women making an excuse. Yeah.
We're just shittier workers. We're just less valuable workers. Right. And so we should just stop making an excuse and just agree to get paid less. Right. And this is the person that says that we shouldn't get child support. Right. So you end up raising doing what she wants, not terminating your pregnancy and raising a child. Right. You don't get any child support because that's not fair. That's not fair for you to get child support. But don't complain about the pay gap, right? You're going to get paid less, and you're going to have to raise potentially a child, but, just suck it up, Buttercup, I guess. You can just Google any particular black metal band nowadays and find out what their deal is. Varg is obviously racist, but the lyrics of in Burzum don't reflect it. So, he's pretty he's pretty influential. In addition to being a Nazi, assume all death metal is fascist. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, just excuses. Poor me. When
do you realize you're arguing from emotion right now?
Are you gonna let me finish?
Oh, I just wanted to point that out, but yeah, go ahead.
All right.
It's just important to know.
Think. You asked what I think.
Well, the pay gap is more concrete than
I don't usually argue from emotion, but when I do, those emotions are excessively silly.
I mean, when you take into account the number, women work less hours.
Right.
You don't do the most. Would you say that's true? Women work less hours.
Yeah, statistically, that's true.
Would you say it's true that we don't do the most dangerous jobs in society?
Yeah, statistically, that's true.
Would you agree that
You think that pay correlates with danger? Oh my God! What are you talking about? Tell that to a person that works in a slaughterhouse. Tell that to an underpaid slaughterhouse worker. Yeah, I don't think so. Pearl.
Majority, if you look at female billionaires, the richest women came from divorce.
Okay.
True or not true?
Yeah, that's true. I guess I think so.
Okay, so
So
what are we
you're saying if I really want to make it big, the only way I can do that is to marry a billionaire? If pay was correlated to danger, why aren't teachers in the US? Yes, yeah, right. We're like, yeah, teachers should be way more highly paid, considering the danger that the Second Amendment sycophants put them through. Being a woman in society is already way more dangerous than most jobs men do. Yeah, this is such a weird argument. This is such a weird argument. And women work like now wait, so is this like women work less hours? Like is that if you factor in like is that like if you factor in time off like well because like he's just accepting that, and I don't know that that's true. It's not like CEOs who are among the best paid have dangerous jobs either. Oh yeah, right.
Complaining about?
What does that have to do with the pay gap? Any of that?
Because all of those you don't think working less hours contributes to getting paid less?
Yeah, but you know the pay gap. Excuse me, sorry, I've got phlegm in my throat. So what you're doing is you're misrepresenting what the pay gap is. You understand that the pay gap, when it's analyzed by economics, economists, and the U.S. Department of Labor and such organizations, they do controlled analysis where they eliminate all these factors. For example, ones you listed of women tending to work in lower paid fields. They eliminate women working less. They eliminate for when women take maternity leave, all this kind of stuff.
That's what I was
even when
looking
you
for,
do a controlled analysis where you eliminate that, there's still a big pay gap.
That's not true.
Okay. Okay.
It's like, wasn't it like 3%? Last time I checked, it was 3%.
Oh, so there is a pay gap.
Yeah, but that's 3%.
So, but it's not a myth if there's 3%.
Yeah, but the number they used to push was like 77 cents to the dollar.
But that's what it is without it's about 20% without the control. Yeah.
Right. And so, yeah, I mean,
understand the number that like she's poo-pooing and he's kind of like half agreeing with her is the number of actual like amount of take-home pay. At the end of the day, women get less for whatever reason. There is also the general labor issue of not paying people well for care jobs, saying, well, it depends on what you go into. Well, yeah, and generally, the jobs that pay less are the less desirable jobs. So not only are you getting paid less, but you're also doing something like, that's really tough or can be, draining on you. In-home care is a great example of that. It depends on what you go into. Just pushes the responsibility on the worker again. There was an entire movement to relegate fascists from the punk and the hardcore scene. They may not be a large leftist community in metal, but fascism has been successfully relegated. Oh my God! For a second, I thought you said to France, to the French, not to France. In punk and hardcore for sure.
Like, I just think if we wanted to be equal, then do the same jobs men do.
But there is a bias. But that's interesting because you admit there is a pay gap, 3%. I mean, I wouldn't want to work for 3% less.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that's because of gender, but it's also because women are more agreeable. It's like 70.
That's included. That's part of the control.
Okay. I mean, I don't think 3% you can really say that's just because of gender.
Well, I did some research on this. The Department of Labor published an in-depth report. This is under Trump's administration in 2019. This is from the U.S. Department of Labor. I can link you the study if you want. It's called Gender-Based Pay Disparity Study. The research team found that the raw gender wage gap was 17.4%, and the median was 20%. The raw wage gap increased, actually, between 50th and 75th percentile. It remains the greatest at the highest percentile. In addition, the research team found that the importance of human capital varied across wage distributions and part-time work, as well as female-oriented occupations. The updated result explained about 20 to 70% of the raw wage gap over the wage distribution, but it left an adjusted wage gap of 10 to 15%. That was in 2019, according to the U.S. Department of Labor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at that, but the stuff I've seen, it's very small. It's like 3%.
What stuff have you seen?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but I can send it to you.
Sure.
Okay.
But I just gave you a pretty concrete. I mean, the U.S. Department of Labor. Do you consider that a credible source?
Yeah. I mean, if that's true, it's just a lot of times like there are like parts of the study that they don't talk about. So, like even on this is what I was looking at earlier. Like they're saying the stat you gave earlier, 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mothers in pregnancy. Also, that 12% number they give is highly inflated. And so it's like it's just a lot of times there's more to it than just like a number you're giving me. But
yeah, what does that have to do with the pay gap? I'm confused by that.
No, the point is that like a number you gave me earlier. Like there was more to it.
Which number? Which one? I'm sorry. Go ahead. We'll unpack that.
The 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mother in pregnancy.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a doctor is qualified to say this baby is going to put your life at risk. I would trust the doctor to say that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
like,
but they're saying that number's inflated.
Who's saying that? They didn't say that. What you read did not say it's inflated.
No, I said also that 12% number they're giving you is highly inflated.
Based on what? Because what you just read to me doesn't disprove what I said at all. It actually makes perfect sense.
No, but they're saying it's inflated. I don't know.
They did not say that.
Who's they?
They didn't say that. So here,
who's they?
It's just someone I do research with. So
so just someone.
Okay. Yeah, don't.
That's good. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Don't push.
What's she talking about? Okay, so somebody I do research with.
Here's an interesting analysis. I thought maybe you'd be interested.
Mm-hmm.
Women don't do the dangerous jobs. Women are overrepresented in healthcare. You know that probably, right?
Yeah, it's the number one employer is nursing.
Then hopefully you can explain to me why, when you look at the pay of women versus men doctors, look, you can see this graph. There's a huge disparity of the average wage of male doctors versus female doctors. Mm-hmm. You can see here, and even this is from 2022, last year. This is again from the physician compensation report. Male doctors make on average $285,000 per year. Female doctors make on average $228,000 per year.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the woman's field, and yet they're still making significantly less than their male counterparts.
Okay, does it say why?
No, this is just raw data. This is just raw data.
I mean, you'd have to look at why.
See, she's like, there's gonna be a reason. It's maybe female doctors don't work as harder. I don't know what the hell she's gonna.
This is so we could justify this by saying
women work less hours.
No, but work less
hours.
That's
what I'm asking.
This is controlled. They're working the same hours.
Doctors
they have the same qualifications.
Don't generally get paid hourly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, well then maybe they are in that field. I don't know.
Okay, so the wage gap is more complicated, perhaps, than saying it's a myth.
It's possible.
Okay, that's nice to hear. So I would recommend, though, when you go out and do these shows and stuff, because when you talk about the wage gap, you're very adamant about it. Like, oh, this is a myth, and this is why, and you extract a lot of meaning from it. So I would recommend potentially approaching that topic with a little more nuance in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're saying, well, yeah, maybe I'm wrong about this. But here's an excerpt so we can kind of see how you talk about these issues. Here it is.
I think in 2022, any girl that complained, I'm not talking about race because that's the first thing people always bring in. I'm talking about female to male. I think in 2022, if you're complaining about the pay gap as a woman, you're probably just lazy. I have never had a problem getting the same pay as a guy. One issue is that women.
No. So you kind of agree that women who complain about pay are just lazy?
Yeah, the majority of the women complaining about this stuff.
Yeah,
what do you mean
majority? What do you mean majority of women?
Oh my gosh, the majority of the women complaining about this
Based
stuff.
on what? Majority of women.
Whiners. Just what I see. Whiners.
What
big whiners. Yeah, I mean, because women, it's like go.
You're arguing from emotion again.
All right. Okay. Is that what you're gonna say every time you don't agree with me?
Oh no. You literally are just saying stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I disagree. I'm just saying if we want to have a conversation about this stuff, it'd be better if we don't argue from emotion and say, I feel that all women are complainers. Because that's not a productive point. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I still think that most women that complain about the pay gap are just whiners. They're big whiners. And I have never had trouble getting a job. I've never had trouble getting the same pay as a guy. And I think that in 2023, it's just a bunch of excuses.
So what's your experience in the work? You use your own experience.
Oh, hey, what's up, Iron Orchid?
As an example of why women pay gap doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean,
They're just whiners. Hi, I'm 13 years old.
I'm not blind.
Do
like
you,
you can.
well, hold on.
Does she have any women friends? I mean, not if they know what she does for a living, I guess. Funny how Pearly calls women complaining about the pay gap lazy when she is the actual one not working in an actual necessary job for a wage. I mean, like, I will admit that, like, yeah, even as far as content creation goes, like, all she's got to do is absorb these red pill, PUA, MGTOW, what have you, talking points and repeat them so that then you can hear them. Like then the incels feel like their points are validated because a woman's saying them. It's not to talk down the work of content creators, but yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is like for her content creation, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of work that she's putting into it. It's work and people, yeah. Meow.
What's your experience in the workforce?
I always had a job from like after high school in the summers.
Hey, Dragon Princess.
And I worked in corporate America, and then I did.
How long did you work in corporate America?
A couple of years.
Couple of years.
I'm only 26.
Right, you're only 26, and therefore I wouldn't put you in and you have maybe 1 or 2 years working in corporate America. Do you think that your experience is ample to say I've seen that women get paid equally to men? That seems disingenuous based on 1 year or 2 years, and you're only 26 years old.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
Right. Okay. Okay, but I think we've established a little bit, at least, you've conceded a tiny bit to me, that the wage gap is perhaps more complicated than yes or no.
If what you're showing me is real, you did this to someone else, but then there's like something else to it. But if what you're showing me is true.
Yeah, it's all true. This is all sourced.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, you could easily look this up yourself.
Can I see the parameters for the control? I'm just curious.
Yes!
Sure, we can do that, yeah.
For anybody not watching, I just got the skeleton to shoot the creeper, and the creeper blew up the skeleton. So beautiful, so perfect. I love it. Never held a proper job, but unlike Pearly, I also don't call other people lazy. Yeah, there's a problem with the
you can pull up the U.S. Department of Labor
whole like laziness discourse, which I think there's been books written about the concept of laziness, kind of questioning its validity.
The doctor one, can I see?
By the way, we've long since moved past, but I did find that study in the Rollo Tony video, the Swedish study from several years ago about
it's
Swedish,
always a Swedish study
prison system. I'm not sure. We can loop back to that.
Wait, what was?
God, there's an evil little baby zombie in there.
Here, I got a bunch of tabs open. Where did it go?
Come on, shoot the zombies.
I'll send this.
Shoot the zombies.
Zoom chat if you want to take a look.
Good job.
Oh, can you open it? Because I don't have the Zoom on my computer.
Oh,
Dan sent a link to you. That I guess that's what parameters one.
That's the Department of Labor's 2019 study. There's a couple more. I guess we didn't.
I'm curious. What do you think it is? The wage gap.
Well, it's complicated, right? I don't think it's as simple as saying it's a myth and women who complain are lazy. That doesn't seem like a productive point to start that conversation. It is complicated.
What is your solution? Like, if you seem to think that the wage gap is real, right? And that do you think women are discriminated against?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Because what barriers do women have today in 2023?
Oh my God.
I just genuinely don't
understand
barriers,
right? It's not about barriers. It's about norms. It's about like patriarchy. It's about social, the way that we perceive the value of people. It's not about barriers. There's no laws that say women can't do this and that. Obviously.
Okay, so there's no barriers right now.
Oh my God!
No, not that I could
what
think of.
The
Pay transparency. Okay. So, I mean, I agree that in general,
because.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Shoot the zombie.
I do think that there's a bit of discrimination going on. I do think
that
yes,
zombie, go get the skeleton.
Doors, when there's no
go
transparency in payment,
get the skeleton.
This presupposition, by the way, that you put forward that women are lazy and just making excuses, that doesn't help. That honestly, it's hard. I don't know how to explain it, but I know it exists, right? I know it exists.
So you think the bosses behind closed doors say we should hire less women?
No, it's not a conscious thing, right? It's systemic. Okay. Yeah.
Then do you have it? Like, do you subconsciously pay women less?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So then wouldn't Okay.
So then what?
So because I don't pay women less, then it does, that is.
Well, I'm just thinking if you think there's this like subconscious thing,
Yeah.
like then you.
Well, but it does exist, right? I mean, we can look at the
Should
studies.
the women ask for raises at your?
Well, we're talking about you saying it's a myth, okay?
Yeah.
But it does exist. That's what's interesting.
I don't think there's anything stopping you today. You could maybe argue. I can't even do it in my soul. You can maybe argue like 50 years ago, but I just think in 2023, there are no barriers.
Didn't you say earlier 50 years ago wasn't that long ago?
Oh my God!
Maybe
Evil little baby
fine,
zombie.
100 years ago. I'm saying in the past you could argue, but in 2023,
shoot the zombies.
I just don't think there's anything stopping you. I think it's like very much a victim mindset to tell women, like to go up telling us that we're oppressed. Like I think that I can do anything, minus like the physical stuff.
Yes.
But I think I can apply for any job a guy can if I want. I can go after any job that I want. I can ask for more money if I want. And I don't think that men are out there discriminating against women. I don't think that men are. If men are such capitalists, men want to make money. It's like if women were so much cheaper, they would just hire all women.
Right. It's not how it works. But I've never claimed to have a solution. Right. I'm just saying there is a problem.
I'd also say, I grew up in a family business too. So my dad hired people all the time. Like over 200
family
employees.
business.
Wasn't your mom the president? Was she the leader of the company?
What was you're researching my family now, huh?
Well, that's all public.
No, my mom, I mean, I don't know what they titled it. Like, I don't
Your
think
mom
they
was the president, I believe. But
yeah,
based on
I mean, they might have titled it one thing or another. My
creeper?
mom did more of the marketing sales side. My dad did the engineering and the software.
Okay.
Really?
I think they wanted to get some grant. So I think like they might have had her like, they did that to get some grant from the government or something. I don't remember, but.
So, is that a crime?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that on air.
We can cut that.
Parents might not like that.
So I guess again we're kind of hitting a wall on this topic. But what I would say is this: is that I don't claim to have a solution. I'm rebutting your claim that the pay gap is a myth, because it's not a myth. It exists. I don't know how to fix it. I'm just saying it's not a myth. That's an oversimplification, and it's dishonest.
Yeah. I just don't. I think most of the pay gap you can attribute, and you even agreed to this, the 77 cents to 3%, like is very different. I think the majority of the pay gap 3%. You can.
Oh, you mean the uncontrolled?
Yeah.
It's more than 3%, but I agree that it's lower. Yeah, it's a lot
maybe
lower.
get them to follow me down here.
Even with that, like, I just would guess there's more to it because I just don't see.
Is there anything else you want to guess at today?
I don't think that men have this evil. I think it's silly. It's silly to think that men have this evil coalition where they just. Unconsciously discriminate against women.
I agree. That's not what's happening.
That's why there's creepers down there.
That's the oversimplification part. Oh, speaking of coalitions, what do you think about the Jews? I'm just kidding.
I don't have any.
I'm just kidding.
Keep me on
I'm just kidding. That's not a serious question. Let's talk about some of your really interesting ideas on this one.
Anyway.
Here. You say men want younger women. This is something I've heard you say quite a few times here. I'll play this clip to set it up.
Person that will get me at 40 years old, at 50 years old, is getting a different version than you had when I was 18, 20 years old.
But it's a less valuable version to men.
No, that's not the right man for me because
no, it's not. It's not the right man for you. It's how men can't help what they're attracted to. No, it is all men. They can't. If you survey men between the ages of 20 and 80, they're all the most attracted to 22-year-olds. I peaked 3 years ago, and you guys did too. At 22, 23, and this is men between the age of 20 and 80. So what men value is purity, youth, and fertility.
Her family defrauded the federal government to qualify for pro-women grants. Already I'm astonished about how incredibly lazy she is. She's catering to male right-wingers and the least effort imaginable. That's true. Yes, she really does. Like, look, she's the true Sigma. Wait, no, Sigma's supposed to grind. I guess she's like the anti-Sigma then. Because, yeah, she's found a way. Yeah, Pearl knows that gay men exist, yes. Maybe not at the moment. Bartending is one of the most dangerous, more dangerous than being a cop.
And so, like, what would you be able to offer to a guy?
So that's something I've heard you say. Obviously,
okay, let's try this one more time.
Believe that, right? That women who are past the age of 22, their value goes down, and all men just want young girls.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what's the message behind this? Who are you speaking to, and what is it that?
I mean, it's just true. Men do want younger women.
Well, Right. I want to ask you this before we get into that. What is your message? Who are you speaking to, and what is it you're hoping that they take from this?
I mean, I just believe in speaking about things that are true. And I think a lot of times as women,
I'm pro-truth.
Told that we can just wait
come
forever.
On, come on, Minecraft, stop it. I don't have that crappy of a computer. Come on. Come on.
I just think it's a message that's pushed by the media and culture today.
Work your shit out, Minecraft. I don't know what the fuck would have happened that
right at 35.
I mean, have you ever seen what's a homemaker that's on TV?
What's a homemaker that's on TV?
You mean like in a sitcom, or you mean like in a
no, but I'm saying like we don't have them in the media and the culture. Like family really isn't. It's really family really isn't pushed. And so I'm not saying it to dog on women, but I just think a lot of times like we're lied to. I mean, we have men are called ageist if they don't want younger women. You know, men are constantly shamed when they have a standard.
What?
So
okay, no.
I mean, that's like a conversation from a 3-hour episode. I don't remember the context.
I've heard you bring it up a lot. I know that.
Yeah, because it's true. So and a lot of times with women.
You're speaking to women. You're saying.
Did she just speak wrong there? Oh my God, everything is like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm just like bothered by my computer's apparent inability to play Minecraft, which shouldn't be a thing. What is she saying? Wait, that like men are called ageist. Am I still okay? Am I still good? I felt like I was like having freezies, whatever you call them. Having preference and ageism are not the same thing. Yeah, and also wait, so she was saying men get called ageist for not wanting younger women? Or did she mean that men get called ageist? Okay, first of all, nobody gets called ageist. Nobody gets called ageist because of their choice of partner, right? That's not a thing. That's not ever happening. And that is such a shitheaded right-wing idea. That's a big problem. I'm always getting called ageist, right? Look, you might get called ageist if you don't hire somebody because they're older or something like that. You might be called ageist. I don't know. I've heard it like less commonly. You know, if you make a weird comment that's just about like, you know, age groups or something, like you're complaining about Zoomers or something like that, I guess you could get maybe called ageist then. But you're not getting called ageist. That is not ever happening. You are not getting called ageist for dating, like, nobody's getting called ageist for dating, like, oh my God, I'm so distracted by this. Look at this. Look at all this. Look at this mess. Look at this ridiculousness. She's probably referring to the one moment on one of those podcasts. Yeah, I mean, like, it sounds like it. She tries to frame everything to make men look like the victims when, yeah, look, right, they're getting called ageist. They're just naturally attracted to 22-year-olds, and they're getting called ageist. Look, like, I don't want to make any assumption. Like, people should be able to love, you know, like consenting adults. Like, I'm not somebody that like is gonna, you know, look at somebody side-eyed because there's like just because there's like an age gap in their relationship, assuming that, you know, both partners are, you know, not super young, right? But in general, like, you know, maybe they're like, if there would be a problem, it would be that somebody's dating younger people or dating younger women to have like that sort of power, right? That it's more about like the stage of their life, you know, and their relative ability, their financial independence, their experience with the world. That, like, you know, yeah, do you know, people, including men, sometimes try to exploit stuff like that? Sure, I'm sure that happens. Counterpoint, I think Leonardo DiCaprio is called ageist a lot. Wait, he is? What does he do? Oh, because he dates much younger than his... I've never heard anybody calling, like, and I definitely never hear that stick. Like, look, I could call a bunch of people, like, ableist, and I'd be right in doing so, but half of Twitch would be laughing at me for even saying that, for even thinking that ableism's a thing. Oh, is it ableist? You're Chud Logic. If I ever want to get covered by Chud Logic, that's all I have to do is say something's ableist, and then it'll be like, oh, do you find it ableist? No comment, chick. That's interesting. Let me call you mentally ill a few more times, right? Like, right? If I want to get, I know how to get abuse from Twitch poll if I need it, right?
Past 22, your value's going down. And
yes,
and your message,
to men, your value on the sexual marketplace. So your value,
the sexual
that doesn't mean like your
marketplace.
personal worth. I'd like to just clarify that, but yeah.
and so your message to them is nothing. You're just saying that because it's true. I mean, why not just say the sun is hot?
I mean, don't wait till 35 to get married. Get married as young as you can.
Right, get married as young as you can.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
you seem to offer a lot of advice to who you're mostly giving advice to women. Would you say?
I wouldn't really. Okay. I wouldn't really.
Excuse me.
I guess sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think I've heard you say that even. And then so men,
Like I wouldn't say I'm like an advice channel, like do this, do this, do this. I mean, it's more talking about the state of relationships today is a better way that I would put it.
so as men get older, not like super old, but their value goes up. And as a man's value on the sexual marketplace goes up, they're looking for younger virgins, right? That's important. And so,
I mean,
any woman.
Look, I'm not denying, like, the phenomenon of men seeking to date below their age, right? I guess that seems to track. I haven't really looked at any research on it, but I don't have any reason to like disagree with that, and it's definitely something that I've seen. And yeah, but like what's the point that she's trying to make? Oh no, this is what it is. That like, right, because he's trying, like, the point that she's making is women should settle for less, right? Women, the guy that is like hitting on you that you're not really interested in, maybe go out with him, right? Maybe give him a chance. The guy that you that you don't really feel like, was like boyfriend material but might not be husband material, go ahead and marry him. That's what she's saying. Like, lower your expectations. Realize that you are you are not you're not worth very much, right? That's what she's just trying to do. This is weird, like, negative self-talk, but it's coming from another woman, right? Men date age down because subconsciously they know this is where the power dynamic benefits them. Some of them do it consciously. She wants to normalize women marrying young so that they are easier to exploit and don't have other sex partners to compare the person to. Depp showed his misogynistic femicide fantasies during the whole thing too. He won over the misogynist. Yeah, that's basically what happened. Certain subset of men with an obsession with 18 to 21-year-old women is based on patriarchy, control, coercion, and power imbalance. Yeah, not like, yeah, that's a little different than ageism, right? I would say that's a little different than ageism. And that's not what she's arguing for, but she's saying that these poor men that are just following their natural impulses to get the women when they're the most fertile of all, at the most fertile time, 16 or, I mean, like, right? They're getting called ageist. They're getting called ageist just for following their natural desire and recognizing the relative value of women according to their age range.
Well, historically, virginity has always been a prerequisite for marriage. Like 100 years ago, 85% of women didn't admit to premarital sex. So
didn't admit to it. So when you say be a virgin, you mean like act like a virgin. Okay, gotcha, Pearl.
Abnormal now that women are not virgins
so lie.
Do you know what an appeal to tradition is? What we did 100 years ago doesn't predict anything.
Well, I'm saying the outcomes are better for women. Like, the outcomes are obviously better. We have more women on antidepressants than ever before, and
we didn't have antidepressants before. What are you talking about? They weren't like what do you mean? What do you mean?
It's tough.
Oh my
God!
God!
There are studies both ways when it comes to female happiness, but most of the ones that I've seen.
I also think that it has to do with perceived masculinity and femininity. There's plenty of normie cis women who only date older men because men their age are not real men. Some people justify this with all manner of institutions, religions, traditional woo, and women are perceived as less feminine the older they get. Men are considered more masculine the older. Yeah, causation does not equal correlation. I definitely would prefer a woman around my age. I don't want to do any control thing unless it's in bed. Giggity.
Indicate that women are unhappy over a certain age without children, that most women wanted to have kids at some point in their life. And I just think,
yeah, if anything, Pearl's like takes are making some people in chat want to take antidepressants.
and you can see what happens in front of you. Like,
Or
you're not
more.
blind. Women are happier with a family.
So
Yeah.
again, you're doing the "I'm not blind. I see this," which is like again kind of an emotional argument. Antidepressants didn't
You
exist
just want to
100
call me
years ago.
emotional today. That's just your go-to today.
Well, I'm trying. It's
Yeah.
hard to have a conversation
the
with somebody who
sexism
says
that I face, the sexism I face in this country, I just get called emotional.
right. Well, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who just says, "I feel this." You know what I mean? It's like how do you address that in a conversation? You say, "I see this. I'm not blind." I mean, that's not really a concrete.
Well,
point to me.
I listed before that.
Let's talk
I-
about those. Antidepressants didn't exist 100 years ago. What relevance does that have on the happiness of women then and now?
I mean,
Look, this is just the statistics that my researcher fed me. I don't know what you want me to do. Like, that's what they told me to come out here and say that. Does that not work? I'm sorry. Is that not right? We didn't have antidepressants, but also didn't have antibiotics to cure against diseases like smallpox or polio. Oh my God. Yo, that came up again. Do you know that RFK is now questioning not just the efficacy of the most recent vaccine, right? The COVID vaccines. He's questioning the efficacy of the polio vaccine. I don't know when or if we'll get around to covering RFK. He's hard to listen to. Like, I have this problem where if somebody speaks in a voice that makes it sound painful, you know what I mean? Like, when you hear if you know what RFK sounds like, it sounds painful for him to speak, right? And I have trouble listening to a person like that because I tend to like internalize, like I imagine how much their throat must be hurting. Like, it sounds like their throat is hurting, right? And so like I have trouble listening to RFK. I don't enjoy listening to RFK. He used to be on a podcast with Sam Cedar back before the whole vaccine thing, before his whole vaccine kick. She's right. There are more women on antidepressants since before they existed. Exactly. Fact that its punishment implies it's the husband's right to women as standard. Anecdote documentary this fall. That's what she's got coming up. Yeah. She never mentions whether or not more men are also on antidepressants. Good point. Good point. But if she did, it would be because men are victims. These men are unhappy. They're unable to get their trad wives. All these modern femoids out there, they're just a bunch of roast beef downstairs. And they want filet mignon. They want that 22-year-old filet mignon. And all that's on the menu is Fancy Feast.
We're seeing them get more and more on antidepressants.
Well, men are on antidepressants too. I think those are
we're not talking about men.
But if men and women are getting on antidepressants at the same rate, then it doesn't.
Why can't we have a conversation about women without talking about the men?
Because
it doesn't. It's like 90%. I can't answer questions if you keep interrupting me when I'm trying to answer you.
Go ahead.
So it's like 90% of women are on contraceptive or have been on contraceptives at some point in their life. 1 out of 4 women have an STD.
Pearl, if you want to hear somebody like interrupt you constantly, either get reacted to by No Comment Chick or go on Argy RFC and have a conversation with him.
3 women has had an abortion. It's like these aren't good numbers. Like, do you genuinely think that sleeping around is good for women?
Yes.
I don't think, in my opinion, mass sleeping around like 100.
Yes, you need that experience. You need that exposure. You need to learn things about yourself that you will only find out about by sleeping around. Yes, sleeping around. Not that you should have to do it if you don't want to, because obviously if you don't want to, there's a reason for that too. But if you have the proclivity, if you have the interest, definitely sleep around.
Your plus partners isn't good for men or women.
Okay.
That's my
do you
opinion.
think sleeping with multiple partners is good?
Yes.
I think it's completely fine. I don't think there's an issue with women having multiple.
Ronald McDonald, the Hamburglar, and Grimace. Yes, multiple partners.
Do you think it's good for them? Do you think it's good for women?
I think it depends on the person and the relationships. I mean, the premise is neutral. The premise doesn't imply, people, men and women have good and bad relationships.
Yeah. Sleeping around does have a connotation to it that's like kind of judgmental and anti-sex.
But them some don't.
Mm-hmm. Overall, multiple partners.
Yeah, exactly. If you're so inclined,
you would say good for women or bad for women.
I literally cannot answer that question because it makes no sense. It depends on the relationships. But let's say this. I'll answer.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Dragon Princess. I just like there's not that many people that I'm interested in. Like, to be honest, right? It's
I'll say I think it's good to get more experiences in life and to have.
But I could use some more experience.
Multiple partners. I think it's good.
Wait, what did I have to say that in the most thirsty way
Why?
possible? What did I just? Oh my god. Okay.
I think it leads to more heartbreak.
Heartbreak?
Yeah, like women sleeping with multiple people. I don't think that's a good thing.
You can get heartbroken without sleeping with someone.
Yeah, but that's true. But I just don't think it's the same. Women attach through sex.
You think it's not the same? Men attach through sex too, by the way.
Yeah, but we're not talking about men. I'm talking about women.
But
women attach, right? And even to, like we're definitely painting with too broad a brush to say women attach ... anything, right? But if you want to say something, then say through sexuality rather than sex, right? Like when you say sex, it sounds like you're talking about PIV to completion, baby. And it's not necessarily about that, right? There are many forms of sexuality that don't involve all that. And those are definitely ways to get attached to, even just like cuddling with somebody. God. Void coffee check? Void coffee check? Or void coffee check? You need something to quench that thirst. Yeah, I'm thirsty. Does it show? No spiders, please. Void coffee.
I don't think sleeping around is great for men either, but I don't think it's the same for men and for women.
Hold on, you keep saying let's talk about women, and I just want to say, if there is a communal experience, then it's worth bringing up. Like you say, more women are antidepressants, but if men are,
I just like now I know what it's like to have a sexual relation. Like, what did he say? Let's roll that back. Let's roll that back really quick. I find that interesting. 129.52.
That's true, but I just don't think it's the same. Women attach through sex.
You think it's not the same? Men attach through sex too, by the way.
Yeah, but we're not talking about men. I'm talking about women.
But
I don't think sleeping around is great for men either, but I don't think it's the same for men and for women.
Hold on, you keep saying let's talk about women, and I just want to say, if there is a communal experience, then it's worth bringing up. Like you say, more women are antidepressants, but if men are on antidepressants in the same trajectory.
Sorry. When he said if you're on a communal experience, I thought he was talking about like that he considers like sex. He doesn't mean communal experience like between two people. He's talking about like a communal experience.
That would imply that it doesn't have to do with anything to do with women being promiscuous. It's more of a societal thing that affects both genders equally.
What?
Yeah.
What
say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Why is it always so dangerous in here?
On antidepressants at the same rate, then that would suggest something on a larger societal issue, and not because women are promiscuous.
I don't even know what just happened.
Well, I mean, you could argue a lot of societal issues have come from women being promiscuous.
Okay.
So I mean, you could.
Does anybody know what just happened? Because like, look, I didn't take any damage from whatever that was. Obviously, something exploded. I think it was a creeper, I guess. Sexual intimacy can be... That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, communal. That's what I thought he was saying.
If 85% of women were virgins 100 years ago and everyone's on antidepressants, maybe
so
it doesn't...
society perfect 100 years
ago? Yo, this is just a really cheap, like, return to tradition argument. Like, this is so low tier. This is a low-value argument, Pearl. I'm sorry. I gotta say it. This is a low-value argument. Like, everybody's so miserable, everything would be better if we just went to an earlier time in life when infectious disease killed off a third of the population and women were considered property. Maybe we'd all just be happy about that and we wouldn't need any antidepressants. Shut up, Pearl. Shut up. God damn it. Listen. PUAs, MGTOWs, incels, whoever the fuck you are watching this person, all right? I blame you. She didn't get here by herself. She is your fault. You inflicted this shit on us, right? Stop watching Pearl, okay? Like they listened to me. But whatever. No, this is making me mad. This is making me mad. Like, look, I'm not I could be jealous of how easy she has it as a content creator, how highly she is rewarded versus how little work she actually seems to put into this, right? I could be mad about that. I will refrain from that. I will defer that. I will not get into my feels on that matter, because I try not to do that anyway. But holy shit, she is annoying, and the fact that you make us listen to her is literally frustrating to me. There's this fucking return to monkey argument, like, yeah, things were better before, and like we could just go back in time. No, you can't go back in time. There's this thing called the arrow of time. It goes forward. It doesn't go backwards. You don't have a time machine. You're not Hyon and Kyoma or anything like that. No, you don't. Shut up. Shut up with this return to monkey shit. We're not going to return to monkey. We're not going to return to the 1950s. We're not going to return to the 1800s. We're not going to get in a horse and carriage, right? Walking with shoes that don't have a sole on it, or it's not like better for your skeleton. Shut the fuck up. Eating an all meat diet is not going to heal you of every disease. Shut the fuck up. Get over this shit. Get over this palingenetic fantasy that you fucking have of a better time, because it's not fucking real. That's bullshit. That's misery. All right, people suffered in those times, and like nobody wants to go back, indulge you in your silly ass fantasy.
It doesn't have good outcomes for women.
Society was perfect 100 years ago when women were virgins.
I didn't say perfect, but there was more intact families, which
The
I think
life
is
expectancy was
When women were virgins. Right.
It was like 50 back then. Just so you know.
Right.
I did not say. I don't know, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're saying the quality of life. I mean, things were better back
No,
then.
I said we.
don't
No,
think
that's.
so.
I said we had more intact families, which I think is important.
Okay. Let's talk about where were we? We were talking about
People, things were better for, before we evolved from a single cell organism. Return to poor mental health. Yeah, back then when women were, like, there's a lot of people arguing for that. There are a lot of people that their solution to mental health is just like, you know, go off your meds. Like, right, everything will be better if you just go, which is bad advice, and it's not advice that I'm giving. Just let me make sure that I'm really clear in case I get clipped or something like that. I'm saying you should not do that, right? More intact families, sure. Just after the Second World War, things were better before we evolved from a single cell organism. True, right? I miss my flagella. I don't know about you. I miss my cilia. I miss my flagella. I miss all of my cytoskeleton. That was pretty cool, you know. I miss the organelles. Those are some pretty cool organelles back in the day too.
we were on the topic of,
you know, when we didn't have organ systems or tissue systems or anything like that, you know, like we had we had to get creative with those organelles. This goes so hard. Should I watch it? Should I watch it right now?
.5% of women were virgins 100 years ago, and everyone's on antidepressants. Maybe
so
it
was
doesn't.
society perfect 100 years ago?
Yo, this is just a really cheap return to tradition argument. Like, this is so low tier. This is a low value argument, Pearl. I'm sorry. I gotta say it. This is a low value argument. Like, everybody's so miserable. Everything would be better if we just went to an earlier time in life when infectious disease killed off a third of the population, and women were considered property. Maybe we'd all just be happy about that, and we wouldn't need any antidepressants. Shut up, Pearl. Shut up. God damn it. Listen, PUAs, MGTOWs, incels, whoever the fuck you are watching this person, all right? I blame you. She didn't get here by herself. She is your fault. You inflicted this shit on us, right? Stop watching Pearl thing.
If 85% of women were virgins 100 years ago,
I've never
and
done
everyone's
that
on
before. I've never literally given a command to the incel MGTOW. I don't know what other communities did I call out there. People tend to forget how incredibly awful things were during the boomer good old days. Are you enjoying watching Pearly make a fool of herself? I guess, right? You know, this is Friday, right? This is Friday. I couldn't tell. Soul Bunny came in here. I couldn't tell if she said like, this is some important content you're watching, no comment chick. I couldn't tell if she was completely serious about that, because I feel like this is a little bit like cotton candy here that we're eating. It's not good for us, but damn it, every time I bite down on it, it turns into this like pink, it melts, and do you know what I'm talking about? Cotton candy's not good, all right? But if you give me some cotton candy and you get me to eat a bite of it, I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna finish that cotton candy. It's not good for my teeth. It's not good for my body. It's not good. It's just not good. But like, you know, like after that first bite, you kind of got to finish it, right? That's the boat I'm in it right now. How is chat feeling about this? Is chat enjoying this? Am I subjecting you to torture here? I think it's a rare treat to see someone get dunked on this hard. She was being serious. She was saying it was a good thing that your commentary. Yeah, I couldn't tell. Because there is some points about Pearl to be pushed back on, right? And there is a large extent to which like anti-feminism goes unchallenged a lot of times, right? Even in supposed leftist communities. Just look at Vosh's community. Just look at Xanderhall's community. How much misogyny just completely gets the pass there, right? So yeah, I think that's maybe if Soul Bunny was not being sarcastic, which either way she's right, you know. either way she's got a point. Being added to the conversation fills the gaps where my voice is sorely needed. I don't know. Either way, Soul Bunny based.
Maybe
so was society perfect 100 years ago?
Yo, this is just... Sorry, I'm not trying to play my clip again.
Men wanting younger women.
Yeah, feminism has become very easy to disavow because the term means something different to everyone. True. She's working hard not to expose her laziness and lack of knowledge so that she continue her growth. True. That is, Pearl is doing that. It's also a liberal understanding of identity politics where Pearl's perspective has been tolerated because she's a woman speaking on woman. Really? I don't know if we can blame identity politics for Pearl. I tend to blame the incels for Pearl, right? I tend to blame all these just fragile men for the existence of Pearl.
Here, did I finish this clip?
I just learned a lot from them, so I'd love to hear this side.
Oh, this is the pay gap one, sorry.
I mean, as you can see, like, you know, Ethan's not pulling any punches against her and in this debate in terms of, you know, he is kind of making the point that according to her own ideology, she should shut up and listen to a man. And then she's cynically trying to turn that around and be like, oh, look at the pro-feminist progressive here being sexist against me. Yeah, they do that. Right? Just like Twitch does that. And by that, I mean the top of the hour ad break, which we've got coming up in a few minutes. You might have just experienced the bottom of the hour ad break. That's when you drop out and you're forced to watch an ad instead of watching me, instead of watching Ethan, you might have missed that clip. Like you might have missed the discussion about what Soul Bunny said earlier. You might have missed a lot of good stuff, right? And that's because you get sucked into this, you get sucked into this like, this void. You get sucked into this like negative, like what's it called, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, Shadowverse. Yeah, you get sucked into the Shadowverse for like 1.5 minutes at a time, and it really sucks. It takes you out of your immersion. You can't hear what I'm saying, you can't hear what Ethan's saying, you can't hear what anybody's saying, right? You don't know if we just had a special guest show up in chat because you're not hearing it, right? So ways you can take care of that, you can use an Amazon Prime to get a free sub that you can give to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. You can also spend $5 if you've got $5. $5 is all it takes to buy yourself a sub the fuck up, be like the David Martinez of Twitch, and get that Sandivesten installed, you know, in your spine, and just like go ham on all the rich kids at your school, like, right? Which I would highly recommend. mend by subbing the fuck up. That's right. When you spend $5 on a Twitch sub, you get out of the ads, you get access to all the emotes, you get everything, right? Including special content that's not available to anyone else. Right now, I think my VODs are even private. So if you want to see the VODs after the fact, subbing the fuck up also helps with that too. Another way you could do it if you don't have the ability to do something, a lot of people don't have Amazon Prime, some people don't have $5, right? You can get lucky and be gifted a community sub. It doesn't happen as much as it used to happen, right? I will say, but it is still possible, and your most likely possibility of doing that is going to be contributing to chat, talking a lot in chat, getting noticed, because then people will see, like, wait a minute, one of these things does not have a little avatar next to its name. Let me fix that. And that's how people get gift subs. It can happen to you too, believe it. Shadow Realm, that's what I meant. Yeah, did I say Shadowverse? What is Shadowverse from? Persona 4? I don't know. What is that thing? Yeah, the back of TV. I am late. You're late. You're late. You're in super bad trouble. No, you're not in trouble. I'm just being excessively sassy today for some. Am I sassy today? Does it feel like I'm extra sassy? Are you getting sass from me, chat? Subbing the fuck up. I'm gonna steal that phrase. Yeah, that's right. You gotta get your Sandovist done, and you know that way you can at least have a chance fighting Adam Smasher. You won't win, of course, but you will help your girlfriend go to the moon like she's always dreamed of. So that's pretty cool.
Men want younger women. We watched this whole clip.
Oh my god! Wait. Please don't think about that too hard if you haven't seen Cyberpunk Edgerunners. I'm not trying to spoil anything.
I was just trying to basically apply it to your life if I can. It's like, so older men.
The whole Shadow Realm thing on Yu-Gi-Oh! Is originally invented to censor people being unalived in the manga.
When they have
extra
money,
perky. That's what it feels like.
They have status.
A little bit
they're
perky
want
today.
A younger and more virgin woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a bit of a question, and I'm being honest here.
More
Is it
virgin?
possible?
What?
And you look at men, right, in terms of like their viability. You look at men and say, he's a high value man, he's a medium value man, he's a low value man, right? And we could say
no.
Put men into
Wait. I feel like the point of what they're trying to say there, though, like, God, what are they actually trying to say? When they say high value man, is there like a little judgment? I feel like the judgment is against the women. Like it's looking at women as being cynical, as being, you know, essentially gold diggers, right? Like that's the high value man thing. It's the whole incel inferiority complex, right? They don't want you. You don't have the right kind of chin. You don't have the right kind of brow ridge. They want a high value man. They want a man who's the CEO of a company, and he looks like a Chad Wojak, and you know that's the high value man, right? The hypergamous high value man. Yeah, that's right. It's all our fault for being hypergamous. I'm just too hypergamous, chat. I've been writing the carousel. I've been writing that cock carousel too hard, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's say you're in the dating field, right? You're looking for a partner, right?
What do you mean?
Are you hitting on me? That's what I would have said. Oh my god, I would, if I was just Pearly things, I would have owned Ethan right then. I would be like, is this like, are we doing this? What is this? Just oh, we sucky day at work. You had to serve the bourgeois for an extra hour. The idea that women are always looking to replace their boyfriend. Yeah, they really do look at us as like, oh my god. Yeah, like we're these heartless things. I don't know. Look, I'm not heartless, okay? I'm not heartless, please. I'm not heartless. I'm not shallow. I'm not any of these things that you want to say about me, except maybe the roast beef.
You're single, essentially, I guess, and you're looking for a significant.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Okay.
So, if you're
single
looking for
and maybe ready to mingle,
man, if a man who is willing to settle, let's say you're not that old, but you're 26, and you say that anyone over 25 is like almost damaged goods or getting worse and worse.
No,
It's less valuable. It's less valuable.
Roast beef is what they call you when you have a high body
Correct.
count.
Yes, I would say I was more valuable 5 years ago. Yes, in terms of the dating market. Yes.
So do you think that, how can somebody who's older and not a virgin and less valuable, how can they get in a relationship with a man and not think they're a loser? Because if you're a low value woman, then in a sense, you be judging the guy who's quote unquote settling for you because he couldn't get a higher value woman.
Yeah, exactly.
So in a sense, a guy that you would settle for would be a loser by your own metrics. Low value.
Well, what are men supposed to do? 95% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days. You could be a multimillionaire and not get a virgin.
How do you?
But I think that's why you see more men walking away from relationships.
No. How do you?
Yo, I need to put that in my social media Thank you, Pearl. Look, if I want to be more successful in the dating game, all I need to do is put the word virgin in all of my social media profiles. That's what I was missing, right? I can just be a virgin. Like, I can just think myself back to virginity, right? Like, I do some kind of like nose crinkle like Taylor Swift, and it reinvigorates my virginity. I have a high body count, but their word doesn't make sense with my anatomy. They haven't thought this through. As if men were virgins. Yeah, right? No, the men aren't supposed to be virgins. Only the women.
Enter a relationship and not think that he's a loser because he's low value.
Because he's with me. What is he doing with me?
I don't really know how to answer that question.
But it is interesting, right?
Oh my God.
Because in a sense, only a low value man, and I'm sorry, I'm only framing this in your worldview. Let's say a medium value man would decide to settle on somebody like you who's a little bit older, not as fertile. You are not a virgin. And also, I'll tell you something else. You like being in the foreground, which is not good for traditional marriages. I mean, he's looking for some
Ethan, you got me. Oh.
someone who wants to build a home. You don't know how to cook.
Yeah,
either.
I don't expect to be with like a high value guy. I think that's silly.
Okay. What's your
when I think of high value, I think of like top 5% of men.
So what value do you think you'll be settling on in your own personal life?
What value will I be settling on in my personal life?
What man do you think is reasonable for you to pursue?
I just I think that's a bit of a inappropriate question. But...
That's interesting because you spend like all day talking about this stuff. I find that it's really interesting to have you put this analysis into use. Why is it inappropriate?
Because the way you're framing the question is a bit disingenuous.
Yeah, he's making me a little bit
I think most women I
get the point that he's trying to make is he's using like her analysis, her worldview against her. I get what he's trying to do, right? But she really hates it when he applies her standard to her. If she answered that honestly, it would contradict her position. Yeah, there's a lot of contradictions, and she usually just does not get held to account. I don't think that her audience really cares that much. There's a baby zombie, there's a daddy zombie, there's a mommy zombie. We got the whole zombie family here. And the skeleton family too. Wonderful, wonderful. Good to see the skeleton family at this picnic. I'm so happy. You can probably hear it in my voice.
Yeah, I think it's a bit disingenuous.
Why?
Okay.
Just a bit.
Why? Why is it disingenuous? I'm analyzing your viability by your own metrics, which you do all day to other women and men. Why is that disingenuous?
Little baby zombie.
I don't. Okay.
That's not
like
good.
I think it's fair to say because we're talking to women about expectations and men about expectations based on their value. I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what's your value of man you're looking for based on your own? Based on your own.
What's my value to a guy that I'm looking for?
What value of man?
I wish I don't know what you want me to say. I wish I was a virgin.
Damn it.
I should have waited.
No.
I don't know what. I don't.
That's so terrible.
Most guys don't expect that in 2023. Unfortunately,
they can't pathfind up there.
I think men adapt to the market,
I can't pathfind.
But I think to say that you should just sleep around is a bit silly.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Well, that you were saying that more partners is good. I think that's a bit silly.
No. Okay, but hold on. I'm talking about you, Pearl. I'm talking about you. Your value by your own metrics is going to be not super high.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, it's less high than it was 5 years ago.
But it's not even just the age thing. It's like you are working. You're in the foreground. You don't know how to cook. These are not good things for your scorecard.
Hey, I'm pretty good now. I've gotten.
You have a cook.
Better.
Okay, good. You're working towards it, but unfortunately, as you age, those things are going to bounce out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like you start in a certain place in life, but all you can do is improve and get better.
That's interesting. I agree. So what is the point of telling people that they're
little baby
Because
zombie,
a lot
little
of times
baby zombie?
we're lied to. We're not even told what men want. Being told that men want younger women is like crazy, even though that's something
not true, by the way.
do.
That's not true, by the way.
Men don't want younger women. They want, okay, who's hotter? A 50-year-old is equally as hot as a 20-year-old, just based on looks and nothing else.
Okay, listen.
So, yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
But like, how do you meet a guy that you respect because he's settling on you? Don't you
There's
see
some
that there's a
hot
paradox here?
50-year-olds out there.
I mean, if you respect men, you don't like.
But how are you going to settle for a low value man? Because like that, it's like, dude, come on,
A low value man.
A low value man.
I think if you get married, you're lucky to get married. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So I would feel very lucky. If I was married, I would feel.
So you'll take anything.
No, I won't take anything. It's a bit silly.
Your
This is getting silly.
That's not what I said.
This is getting
I'll
quite
be
silly.
happy if I get married. I don't, you know what I mean? Hey,
Yeah,
anybody marries me would be great.
I didn't say to anyone.
How would you? So, where's your value as a woman? Would you say, like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I give myself like a 5.
A 5? Yeah, that's fair. I think. I mean, based on your metric, I'm not saying one way or the other. So we're looking for.
I think I'm a 5.
So you're saying that all men want to
No,
have sex with younger women.
piece of shit,
This is
skeleton.
kind of interesting data. But are you aware that the MILF category is like the most popular? It was the #1 most searched term in 2018. MILF.
I'm just gonna switch to
men like
Minecraft
to have sex
category.
with older women.
But why is it the most?
Because apparently that's all that Twitch cares about.
They're looking for MILFs, and when they watch,
Are you saying porn is the same thing as marriage and relationships?
you say men want to have sex with young girls.
No, you piece
Why
of
then
shit.
are men when
Younger
they're fantasizing?
women. When you say young girls, it's a bit.
Okay, 22. I mean, what do you want me to say? Okay, young women, 22-year-olds. Why then are they going to Pornhub and looking up MILFs if they just want to, if they prefer? And this is the most searched. Wouldn't they be searching for like teen or something? 2018, yeah.
You know, men aren't that picky. You know what I mean?
No. It's not about picky. It's about preference. They look for the MILF.
Okay, so I have a question. Why do you think
they're looking for the MILF?
The #1, like they swipe right on younger women?
That's
Do you
just the thing
think
you
it's
said.
do you think it's equal? An 22-year-old versus a 50-year-old woman in terms of looks? Now I'm asking, do you think it's equal? Are you equally attracted to the average 55-year-old versus 22-year-old?
I would be more equally attracted to someone closer to my age where I am in life, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I would
Maybe
say,
like -5 years.
Yeah, but younger typically. Not older.
Well, I mean,
It's
plus or
interesting that you
minus
said
5
that.
years.
Younger.
Plus or
yeah,
minus.
Younger. Right.
Plus or minus 5 years.
Okay, you said younger first, but
I'm telling you, plus or minus.
Okay.
There's no take-backsies? No take-backs. You said younger. Yeah, but
No
so how do you
Most
explain that?
women want to date. Most women want to date 5 to 7 years older. I think men go like 5 years younger.
Is there any way to explain why MILF is the
this is like
most searched category?
This is like bro science
Guys like
here,
to
though.
watch, a hot mom have sex.
Stuff that she's
More than a young
like,
girl has
she's
sex,
stating
okay.
this stuff as facts, but like,
Are they the top porn stars? Because I thought those were younger women. I thought it was like the ones that. I mean, I don't actually watch that stuff, so I don't know.
I don't know the stats.
I don't
but I'm
watch
just telling
that
you based on
stuff.
search.
I
that people are
totally don't
looking at
watch that
MILF.
stuff.
Way more than teen and stuff like that. So that is interesting, though.
Do you think it's better for a woman to get married at 35 than 22?
I think it's neutral. I think it depends on a lot of things. I do think women who get married young have a higher rate of divorce.
Yeah, it's like below the age of like 21 or 18 or something. I don't remember.
So that kind of disproves your thesis, doesn't it? If younger women are getting
I would
divorced,
say
more,
overall younger is better than older.
but if
overall.
younger women are getting divorced more, and you're
The youngest, not younger. But we also wait to get married. The average age of first marriage in the UK is like 31.
yeah, but our life expectancy is like double what it was, so it's not really a fair
But that
comparison.
doesn't change biology. Like, so when it comes to children, like women are still the most fertile when they're younger. So, I mean, we can have a
We got
cultural
the Matt
shift, but
Walsh
it doesn't
take.
change your
We
biology.
got the Matt Walsh take.
Well, we have a scientific shift too. We
Most
have methods
fertile, the
of
16-year-old age range, which is totally not true, right? Can we look at 35 to 45? What's up, Aradak? Crazy how she has to go to the extreme age differences to make the point. Yeah, and also if you're going to online look for adult stuff, trans people, yeah, they got that as well. Yeah, like she's trying to make the point that like people don't want to. XQC just got signed $100 million deal with Kick. Wow, that's a great price to sell your career for. What's porn exactly? Yeah, I don't know what porn. I don't know anything about these websites that you're talking about. I've never looked at anything like that, Your Honor. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. How is this such a monster hole? I'd sell out for, I mean, I guess that's a good price, right? But like, I don't think that, like, I don't know. I don't know. Is he exclusive? Is that the deal? Is he did he get that? That has to be exclusive, right? If he got paid 100 mil. Did Mogul Mail go over it or anything? Or Charlie? Oh my god, there's two spawners! That's what it is! There's a zombie spawner right there, and there's a creeper spawner on the other side. I think. Come on, you can't hit. No, come on. Why are they so good at hitting me from below? Or, yeah. Like, that's the opposite of, like, real life shit, right? Real life, the high ground is better. Minecraft, somehow the zombies are able to hit you from farther away, from lower. I don't get it. Here's a skeleton. Why did I want to say that in a Trump accent? I can hear a skeleton, folks. Skeleton. Ah! No! No! You actual butthole! You freaking... Okay, anyway, I'm not allowed to say actual butthole.
Making it easier for older women to have babies.
I can say conceptual butthole,
Yeah,
theoretical
so like the cultural
butthole.
shift is matching the scientific.
You're talking about
It's not just IVF. There's
rhetorical
fertility treatments you
butthole,
can get.
it's
I've done it
fine.
with my wife. It's less
No
invasive.
actual
It's like
butthole,
taking
though.
hormones and stuff. And so the
I
science.
can pull up the numbers, but the majority
You
of IVF
suck!
fails,
I hate you!
especially over a certain age. I can pull it up.
So
So I think it's expensive too. It's like the average IVF is like $30,000.
yeah, most fertility
So-
treatments isn't IVF. There's less
No!
invasive, less
What
impactful, less
the
expensive things that you
fuck?
can do that are really
It
effective.
should
Right.
not be this hard.
I mean, you can, but again, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford a bunch of fertility treatments.
Okay.
Yo,
Like, I think
there's
that's
too
easy for
many
you
of
to do, right? You're in a great position.
It should
in
be
life.
free, I agree.
Average, but no, I don't think that you should pay for other people's decisions. I think if you want to make that decision, you should pay for it. But I just think that's an easy thing for you to say when you're in like you do such great numbers. I'm sure you do really well income wise.
Thanh you for saying that.
He's a high value male.
We don't pay. We shouldn't pay for what other people
Clearly.
do. Should we pay for prisoners or should we execute them all?
Those are my only options.
Well, we shouldn't pay
It's
for.
either pay for prison or execute them.
Okay, right. That's
These
extreme.
are the two.
In a sense, though, I'm trying to make it like somewhat.
That's a tough question.
Well, prisoners cost on average like $30,000 a year for the average prisoner,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
or even more now.
I think
Probably
it's
like
significantly
40,
more. I think it's like closer to
45,000?
70,000 or something like that.
70,000.
Let me look it up. I'll look it up. So we
That's
have the right number.
crazy.
Like,
'cause the
what is
IVF
up with
way
spawn
cheaper than that.
rates?
Mm-hmm.
There's
So what do we do about that?
seriously. Oh my god, and
Execute
you're right
or
there,
put them
aren't
in
you? You
well,
are right
what
fucking
else?
there.
I mean, what would you do with prisoners? We're spending
There's two
$45,000
of
a year.
you. Why are there
What do
two
we
of
do?
you? Shoot
Yeah,
each
the
other.
average
Shoot
is-
each other.
yeah,
Shoot
it
each
looks like 45,000.
other.
45,000. IVF probably costs like 10,000.
What are they in prison for? I don't know much about. This is kind of a different, topic, but I do think we should execute.
Well, they're all
rapists.
costing us the same amount of money,
Rapists we
45,000.
can execute, and murderers. Yeah, we can. The rest, I don't really know. I don't have a strong
Yeah,
opinion.
get him,
Well,
get him,
IVF,
get him.
let's say, costs
In general, but
10,000.
I guess
Definitely get
prison
him.
would make a bit more sense because you want a safe society, so that's something everybody benefits from. But I don't.
Everybody benefits
Susie
from
down the
harder
street,
printers
wait
and
till she's
sentences. Yeah, I
35
don't
to
think
get
so,
married,
bro.
But
then
then
decide
her
to take
family will
men.
be stronger. She's less likely to get divorced. The kids will grow up in a stable
my
household.
I mean, or she
God.
could do that when she's younger.
Also, am
like,
I still-
Again, we're
Right, but that's not how it
all-
works, and you know that. You look at the
Why-
stats. Younger people are more likely to get divorced.
That's
Young people.
what I don't get is that, like, why is, like, restarting, like, why is getting killed, and like why is it that taxes the computer, right? It's not just playing Minecraft. Like, we're fine now, right? We're fine now, but like for some reason, no. Why are you a thing? 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 Done. Oh my god. Why is getting killed like taxing to Minecraft? Like, it's not like it has to reload anything.
Don't make as much money.
What
Younger
do you
people
mean
have
by-
less
what do
time
you
to
mean
spend.
by- What do you mean by young? So like I think the stat I saw was under the age of 21.
I think we got everything.
But it's like between above that, the divorce rate's very similar.
Do you think women under 21 should get married?
Maybe a pick. We might be missing a pick.
Yeah, if they want to.
But they're just it just keeps on generating these dudes.
But I think more time you can spend with a
where
husband
are they coming
rather than just
from?
like out on the dating market. I think that's better. I think less experience is better.
So here's an interesting analysis regarding men wanting to sleep with.
Look at this.
Younger women.
The top.
So I've been trying to source that figure.
How old is Abella Danger? How old is she?
How old is Abba?
She's
27. That's pretty old in your world, isn't it?
Lana Rhodes, Riley Reid. Yeah, but that's not a MILF.
No.
I think, and for us, it's like
it's getting there.
18 to 28.
No, just kidding. It's not getting there.
Lana Rhodes is 26.
26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, the
18 to
most
20
searched.
It's
But like
18 to 28.
just because they're the most popular doesn't mean it's the most popular category.
Also, their 26 is over the hill, right?
I got the top categories I have is ebony, lesbian, threesome.
I don't see any 22-year-old head large mainstream porn star.
I mean, 22 versus 26. It's not that. Like we say, 18 and 28 is a woman's peak.
20. What is the woman's peak?
Between 18 and 28. I mean,
28.
it slowly declines after like 22 or 23. It slowly declines, but 18 to 28 is
And
a woman's
peak as in what? What does peak mean?
Peak like looks wise.
Okay, looks wise.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been trying this claim that men between ages 20 and 80 want to have sex with 22-year-olds. I haven't been able to find any source for that. The only source I've been able to find is from this
Can we
book.
put the prisoners to work?
Say what?
Can we put the prisoners to work?
Yo, out of nowhere, she's like, yo, forced labor. That'd be really cool. Could we make our prison system like even worse by chance? I feel like what it's missing is like, and like they do, there is forced labor. Like that is a real thing. That goes on, that happens. But she's acting like it doesn't. She's acting like prisoners are forced to work. Yeah, what is she talking about? Right, there's a specific carve out in, what is it, the 14th Amendment or something like that? There's a specific carve out for, forced labor for prisoners, right?
Yeah, they
That's
do.
exactly
They're slaves already. They work for like 10 cents an hour.
Yeah, but only
To profit private corporations, by the way.
Where
It
did
doesn't
she?
benefit you at all.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's not a good system.
You seem very knowledgeable in the prison system. I wouldn't call myself a prison expert.
Yeah, and that's fair. We don't need to. I don't expect you to be. So, in terms of sourcing, this claim that old men want to have sex with, not old men, all men want to have sex with 22-year-olds around that age. The only source for that I could find.
They find that the most attractive.
The only source for that I could find was a book called.
Can you look up what's the Okay, yeah.
The way that these numbers are sourced is pretty poor. So it's not really that high quality of a source, but I'll read you the results. It does say that men 20 to 50 find 23-year-olds most attractive, but in the same study it says, but women that men find they're most interested in are women of their similar age.
But they found the 23-year-olds the most attractive.
But not the most.
How did they source interested in and desirable?
I think
How did they
I literally needed 1 second to get off of there.
Yeah, the whole.
I literally needed like 1 second
This was a book
to fucking jump away from the stupid baby zombie.
It was the closest thing that we could find to
and
the stats
somehow,
that you're
like,
laying
I
out.
didn't
And
Scooby Doo it in time.
It has shown that 20 to 50 men.
What the fuck?
When asked
what the
who they
actual
find the most
fuck?
attractive, the answers generally fall in that range.
It's so
20 to 23.
frustrating.
However, this wasn't really
Like,
a
it's
study. This was a
extra
book
bad.
by the CEO of OkCupid.
And now
he
it's
was
becoming like a
basing all of this off of analyzing
sunken
the raw
cost
data,
fallacy or
the raw
something. I don't
data
know.
from OkCupid. And this was in 2014, so it was about a decade ago.
But they're most interested.
Right, and they found the same conclusion that Ethan just pointed out. That
also, please, if you're gonna catch her on her inconsistencies, god damn it, no. If you're gonna catch her on her inconsistencies, catch her on this one, right? Because earlier she said that she was like, like they were talking about the MILF category being popular in porn, kind of goes against her claim, right? People are interested in MILFs that aren't necessarily of that age. And then she refutes that by saying, well, that's what people are interested in, jerking it to, basically, not what people are interested in marrying. And then, but then now she's using data for like what men are quote unquote most attracted to, right? Rather than like interested in, right? She's a complete hypocrite here, but I guess that's not that much of a surprise. There's a little baby zombie. Blow them up, creeper. Yes. Blow them all up. Blow them all up. This freaking death trap, like, this was supposed to be like one of the better seeds in Minecraft of 1.2.0. It's a great seed if you want to grind zombie meat, I guess. Wait, did I lose my... Oh my god, I don't have my axe. Or my... Oh wait, okay, I used up the sword. Now we're literally mining zombies. We're literally mining the zombies. This is fun, right? It'd be a lot more fun with like a diamond sword, but... Come on, creeper, come on, do it. Do your thing. Do your thing. No, no. I mean, that's kind of your thing. No, 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 no. No, no. Fuck! That is not your thing! How? No! That was not supposed to happen! That was not supposed to happen! Like, the thing is that I kind of know that, like, this is not actually, like, that hard of a region to conquer. Oh my god, die, 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 die. Bruh. Like, you were all supposed to be blown up. You got my sword, you piece of shit. That's my sword. And also, there's an Enderman. I'm noting that I hear the sound of an Enderman. Yep, don't look at... Why are you there? Why are you there? You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. Wait, or is that an iron sword? Stop! There's Endermen! There's multiple! Baby zombie. You piece of shit! Fuck you! No! Fuck! Oh my god! No! How? How is this possible? Oh
they may
my
find
god!
younger women more attractive, who they are interested in dating falls generally much closer to their own age.
But if you have a better source on that, I'd love to hear it because we look.
Even if you look at dating app data, like what? Because it all starts with
That's what
looks
this
for
is.
men.
This is dating.
But I'm saying it starts
data.
with looks for men. You're not going to get in the door unless you look a certain way.
Yeah,
so
women,
I mean, there's some older women that right, that look good enough to get into the door. But it starts with swiping, and that starts with looks. So if they find the 22-year-old's the most attractive, that's what you need to get in the door first. It's not to say that every woman over the age of 30 or 35 is like done for completely, but it's going to be a lot harder.
Like, she sounds like she's talking about like a business proposition, like a sales proposition. You get into the door, right? You know, like this is not how you should be thinking about relationships, right? If you're ever thinking about relationships like this, you're lost in the sauce.
And I think it's dishonest to say it's going to be equally as easy to date when you're 35 versus 22.
Yeah, I didn't say that. You're saying men. Men
tend to, in general, like younger women.
But
find younger women more attractive.
But
I don't
not
think
who
it's
they're
accurate to
interested
say
Right,
they
but
like
but
you.
everything starts. But men, it starts with looks. So you don't get into the door unless you look a certain way.
I think you're making a big generalization about all men.
Okay, do you disagree with that? You don't think it starts?
I think a lot of men have a lot of different preferences, and I think a lot of men's consideration of what attractive has a huge variance as well.
Okay.
So when you say good looks get you in the door, I mean attraction is pretty subjective, don't you think?
I think that it starts with looks for men.
And looks is pretty subjective.
I would say it's not. I would say men tend to find the same things attractive.
Oh my god! Please, it's not that hard to generate a Minecraft world. Please, come on.
Based on what?
We can do this.
I would say dating app data.
Which ones?
I don't know off the top of my head, Ethan.
This one from OkCupid said men are most interested in men of their own age. Or, sorry, women of their own age.
It said women. They find women the most attractive at 22. 23, right?
But they don't want to date.
My argument.
They don't want to date them though. They don't want to date them.
Yeah, they find them more attractive.
You guys don't let me finish. Is my argument is you need looks to get in the door.
Try going on Tim Pool.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
what does that have to do with being 22?
Find that the most attractive. Men tend to find younger.
Come on, please load the world. Load the world. Yeah, thank you.
I think it's like
whatever needs to be loaded.
To say, do you really think it's equally as easy to date for a woman at 35 versus 22?
Again, nobody said that.
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Do you think it's harder for the 35-year-old in general?
I think there's less options as you get older.
Yeah, of course.
Like this is
for
just
men too.
This is all just black pill for women. Like I don't. That's all that she's doing, right? It's like you're fucked. You're probably not attractive. Like right. This is just the like what is going on? What is this discussion? What is this? Sounds like she doesn't know what she's talking about. I wish I had more dating experience in general. Meeting my second current partner. Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, for both partners.
Do you think it's equal? Do you think men have less options equally as much as women
as they get older?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, who fucking knows?
No. The whole. Oh my god! Please, stop! Come on! Let's please. This is Minecraft. It is not a very difficult program to load. Like I have system resources. They should be okay. Come on! Don't tell me that I am freezing on this shit because that's not. This is nothing. I literally need to delete files off my computer. Right? That's what it is. Right? My hard drive is too full. It shouldn't be doing this. I'm so frustrated by this. And this world is not like that. Like none. Come on, please. None of this should be this hard. Thank you, Paul Squall. All women are beautiful. Dating app data. Isn't there a danger in dating app data attract a certain kind of person, certain goals in mind? This is just.
No, I'm asking your opinion.
You're asking my opinion. My opinion is that it's probably similar.
If women, yeah, see, I disagree because I saw a different dating app that the most. No, I saw a different. I think it was either OkCupid or Plenty of Fish. I can't remember which one, but it was like the most swiped right on age for women was 18, and the most swiped right on age.
Well,
for
that's
men
just
was
volume, dude. I mean, there's way more younger
50.
people on dating apps.
Is that a fucking puffer
Like if you look at age
fish?
distribution, it'd be a vast majority of younger people.
Well, and when they asked men what age they preferred to date, I think it was like 5 to 7,
Also,
like 5 years younger was the average in women. It was 5 to 7 years older.
What
so
is
even if we just go off of
mean?
women's preferences, like men would have more options when they get older because women want older men.
That's all you're just saying stuff.
There's got to be like a
based on what you think is
a
real.
drown with a
I mean, I could find it. I mean, I don't have like a team like you guys have.
Yeah, but you
do have a team. You were talking about it earlier.
Be somewhat familiar with the
I mean, it just depends on, like, sometimes you forget which one.
Sure.
You know.
You want to name a couple it could be from?
Give me a second. I'll find it.
Did you know that the number 5 porn star of all time is Lisa Ann? She's 51 years old.
Okay,
Brandy Love is.
This is
number
not.
8.
This is just not
She's
a productive
50.
conversation.
Men
This is just
they like
not
MILFs, man.
like this
Men like
conversation.
MILFs. They like experienced women that know what they're doing. They like men like that.
Do you think that men want that for relationships?
Do you think men
Ethan
want to
does
date
this.
a
Ethan gets
child
into
for
these like
relationships?
conversation
Because they're
holes.
more
I don't know how.
attractive?
I think men prefer younger women in general.
In
I don't know how
relationships.
else to describe them.
Yes.
That's just. I'm sorry, but that's not even backed up by your own data. It says
I
men
would
are more
say younger than them, typically.
younger than them. That's a different. That's not men want to date 22-year-olds. A 50-year-old
They're
doesn't.
the most attracted to 22-year-olds, and looks gets you in the door.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
It's an
get you in the
awesome
door. That's just
conversation.
You're saying different things. In this culture, if a man is walking around with a 22-year-old, people are going to think that's weird. People think
two
it's
out
weird.
of the 5. It says 2 out of the 5 top porn stars in Pornhub are 23 and under, and all of the people that you're listing started young.
Oh, so they're old now.
Still
They
popular.
got
This is not
they
a
built
on either side. This is not a productive conversation. Like, right? They started young. Yes, they started. They're the most popular. Wait, what are we talking about here? What point is trying to be proved? Right? Because Pearl's point is that women should lower their standards. And it's literally just a psyop. Like, Pearl is a psyop. She is popular because she is saying the things that the fucking incels, that the fucking red pillars, that the fucking pickup artists want to hear. Women overestimate their value. That's what Pearl's trying to say. That's the argument that we're having. It is literally like propaganda against women's self-esteem. That's what's going on here, and I just find it ridiculous that we're even stuck talking about this. What the fuck?
Their fan base.
I don't think it really works that way.
But they're old.
This
they
is
shouldn't
so
be. They shouldn't be
pointless.
hot.
I don't
They're
think it
old.
works that way. You guys are in media. You know damn well that you build a fan base
Bro,
over
what do you
time.
think? They're YouTubers. They're not doing Minecraft Let's Play. They're naked.
How about that?
Come on.
I don't find that analysis very interesting. And apparently you don't either, because
Sweetie Fox, 22.
yeah, there's
Eva,
porn stars who are 22.
Yeah, of course.
The majority are younger.
Yeah, but not the popular ones.
The most popular ones are
MILF.
younger. The most popular ones are younger.
Point.
They're like in late 20s.
Look. I'll give Ethan a point, right? And that I think what he's trying to say with this MILF discourse. Yes, I did say MILF discourse, and no, we're not talking about Xander Hall here. What he did say in this MILF discourse is that there is an attraction. There are men out there that purposely seek out porn that's tagged with MILF. Now, my understanding is that, like, I don't know. I think I could count as a, like, right? I think I could technically be like a MILF, right? I don't think that like I don't know what the age range is for that, but like no, but there's like an attraction, like there are men out there that would be like, you're too young. I'm sorry. I want the real MILF stuff. Like, right? You're not the you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit subjective, but you know, like, so what he's saying is that there are men out there, there are people out there, we don't know who's clicking on these things, right? Whose boners work with older women. That's true. So the question, is there an attraction, you know, specifically to like a certain type of woman? No, there is a wide ranging and many splendored set of attractions, set of things that make boners work, right? Set of people that can stimulate that happening. So that being said, right, that would imply that, you know, if there is a sense of people being like more or less valuable in the dating market, maybe some of that has to do not just with the people. Does this person make does this person make the boner work? It also has to do with, like, how am I going to be looked at for dating this person? It also has to, what do other people think about this person, right? And then that gets into like this weird meta range where like people are stating their attraction not based on their sexual stimulation, not based on their compatibility, not based on any of these things that might mean something, but rather based on their assumption about what other people find attractive or not. That's where you get the whole, this person's a 7, that person's an 8, that person's a 2, that person's a 9. That's where you get that, right? That there's nothing real about that, right? You cannot quantify. You cannot like quantify looks in an objective way because it's inherently subjective. Of course it is, right? But you can like make a set of assumptions about maybe the aggregate attractiveness, and then like superimpose those on yourself in terms of like who you're gonna date, right? And that's what we do, and that's why our conception of what's hot, who's attractive, what people are looking for is so skewed up, right? And as a trans woman, I definitely know this because I know that there's men out there that are very, 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 very attracted to me, and the fact that I'm trans is an added plus, right? But in terms of like the men that are like interested in dating me, maybe like less so, right? So I can see this in my daily life, right? That this is true. There's a disconnect here. That's an interesting conversation. Let's talk about the disconnect. Let's talk about the disconnect between what people are fapping to and who people are dating, right? What's up with that? What's up with, let's start like, talking about this, right? Let's get a good conversation going. Is chat censoring my self-censored swear word? Possibly. YouTube chat is weird. Twitch chat is weird too. And you know what's even weirder than that is the bottom of the hour ad break, which is coming up in about 10 minutes. That's the bottom of the hour ad break. You will get sucked into that. You will, just like I got sucked into that, like that murder hole underground and got killed like 8 times in a row. That's going to be you dealing with ads on Twitch unless you are subbed the fuck up, unless you can spend $5 on yourself. Sometimes we got to take care of ourselves, think of ourselves. Well, if you want to think of yourself and not have to deal with that ad break, that's one way to do it, is to spend $5 on yourself to get out of that ad break that Twitch serves to you every half an hour. On my stream. Another way is to integrate your Amazon Prime. If you have an Amazon Prime, integrate that with Twitch, thus obtaining a free Prime sub to give to the streamer of your choice, thus getting out of ads that way. And the third way is if you're exceptionally lucky, you might just get a gift sub. You might just get gifted a sub. So, look, anytime these people piss me off, I'm gonna turn it into an ad. That's just how things work here. That's just how things work. 10 out of 10. I thought so.
My dog's barking. 1 second. Oh, quiet.
What a frustrating conversation. What a frustrating... Wait, I shouldn't dig down here again, should I?
It's kind of hot in here.
I want to ask you...
The number 1 porn star is 23.
Who?
It's either... Let me see. It's...
What? Like he just...
Eva...
He got himself into such a silly conversational hole there. He got himself into such a ridiculous conversation.
Who's the number 1?
Because...
Like...
I just don't think it really
the number 1 porn
refutes
star
either
on
point.
Pornhub is 23.
What?
Who?
Eva Elfie is 23.
She's not number 1.
What I'm saying is number 1.
But even if that's true, I don't think that refutes anything. I mean, it's possible that number 1 is 23. But
you said,
she's not number 1.
You just said it. You just said it refuted it.
Oh yeah, good point. Skywise says, "How are they finding the number 1 porn star?" Right? Yeah. What is the metric for that? Right? Like most views, most money made, most can charge the highest price in terms of being in a film. Like what makes you the number 1 porn star? Right? Is it quantity? Is it quality? Like there's so many different ways that could go. And at the end of the day, it's kind of a useless conversation. Like what are we really interrogating here?
And search was MILFs.
Right. Well, it counters your argument. Okay, let's move on. There's just argument in circles here.
Yeah. Thank you for realizing
I want to talk
that.
about this a little bit more.
Thank you, Ethan.
Higher body count
They
doesn't...
said the 2018 poll, citing a 2018 poll, and the 2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
The MILFs are not as popular. Yo. Like what? MILFs was just a thing. It was a fad, right? For a moment, there were people who were like, yeah, MILFs, sure. And next it's going to be something else, right? It's going to be something else. It's going to be athletic women. That's what I'm hoping for.
But it's
citing a 2018 poll, and the 2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
It's top 5 most searched. Number 1 in UK, Southern Asia, Canada,
say
Netherlands.
that it was 2018.
Yeah, the 2018
Yeah, but
one.
I'm saying it says the 2022 one.
Look, I blame Xander Hall for the rise of MILF porn, okay?
Oh, so men became less interested in older women in the last 5 years, I guess.
That's not, you can't draw that correlation. You can't draw that correlation.
MILF was number 1 search term this year in the UK, Southern Asia, Canada, and Netherlands.
Yeah.
And it was in the top 5 most searched for terms in Paris, Italy, Mexico, Spain, Poland, Ukraine, Argentina, Sweden, and Belgium this year.
And Lana Rhodes is number 1, and she's 26.
Sorry, Zoomers. They're all looking for a MILF. I'm so sorry. They're not interested in you, Zoomers. I'm so sorry. You're not the number, like, right? What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this conversation?
But whatever, who cares? Let's move on.
This chick is killing my brain cells too.
Listen, I disagree. There's not a lot of data on this. Like, there's really no data to make a conclusion. So again, I just don't think it's fair for when you talk about these things to say, oh, science says
Ethan,
this,
get off it.
data shows this, but there's no data that shows any of that. I mean, it's just, again, you feel that way. You feel that to be true.
We just talked about that men find 22-year-olds the most attractive.
Yeah,
so
but not the most.
You can interpret
Why
the data
would you
differently
argue
than me.
with that?
That's fine. Like we can
It's not
interpret.
really
Why would you argue with that? That's such a weird point of contention.
Yeah, that was some random blog from a book.
We can. I mean, there's also dating app data, and then you guys interpret it differently than me. We can interpret it differently, and you could come to one conclusion.
Let's agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah, thank you, and move on. That would be a great idea.
We didn't really get to flesh this out, but I find this topic interesting. Why is a woman with a high body count, and high, I guess, is like 10 plus? What is high?
Well, it depends. It depends what guys you ask. You know.
In your opinion.
I mean, in my opinion, I really think it's best to be a virgin.
Absolute Zero is okay. You just got a gift subscription to No Comment Chick. That means you get the emotes you see and more from anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter, thank you so much for that well-timed gift. Yes, that's another person saved from the ad break that's coming up in 4 minutes. So if you want to get out of that ad break, you got 4 minutes to do it.
When you get married. So I didn't do that. I wish I did, but I think it's best to be a virgin.
Okay, but like, what would you consider a high body count, if in general, when men are considering such a thing?
It seems like the body count studies that I've seen, it drops around like 5 to 7.
5 to 7. Okay, so what is inherently?
Here's the deal, men. All right. If you're gonna impose this standard, you're gonna get lied to. So if you really think that having slept with 5 of you, or 5 people, is a no-go, maybe keep it to yourself, because all you're gonna achieve, like, you never have, like, do they think they can tell? Is this like a turf situation where they're like, we looked at the roast beef and we discerned that you definitely have a high body count? No, you can't tell. You cannot tell. Don't tell me that they think that they can tell. Do they think that they can tell? Your partner's body count isn't even your business, right? Right? Yeah. So if you're gonna make it this like weird criteria, this weird requirement, all you're gonna do is get lied to. This is hilarious that you think that like that's a way to look. It's just like most of this is cope. Most of the red pill community, most of the manosphere is pure fucking cope. They would love to be able to infect us with low self-esteem and get us to accept them, you know, when we don't really want to be with them, right? They would love to, and that's what Pearl's doing. She's a psyop. She's basically, you know, just a psyop. Like, feel bad about yourself. Think that 26 is, 27 years old is too old. You don't count anymore. You're not in the sexual marketplace or whatever, right? And just, you know, hate yourself anymore. I'm sorry, Pearl. I already hate myself plenty. I'm good on the self-hate. I don't need any more. Thank you for marketing self-hate to me, right? And thank you for most of all, helping the red pillars, helping the manosphere creeps cope, because that's what they're doing. That's what this is. This is cope. This is so they can feel like high-value men. They can be like, yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm a high-value man here. Women like me when I get older. I like them when they're younger. And then, you know, like I don't know. some like 27-year-old has to feel glad to even have the chance to be mistreated by you. Here are all my bits for being sweet and adorable. Oh my god, thank you. Happy Pride to you too, Dragon Princess. Meow, meow, meow. Excuse me, sweaty MRAs. My self-esteem is already low enough. Yeah, you can't make it any lower. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Less desirable about a woman with 5 to 7 partners?
I mean, what value does that bring to a guy?
Well, it's neutral.
What value?
Yeah, I mean, I just
Wait,
think
no.
No.
Let me tell you what value that brings to a guy, okay? When I was with my first partner, I wasn't very good at using my mouth, right? The more partners I had, the more experience I had, the better I got at that. Like things like high degree of difficulty positions like backwards cowgirl, you get better with, right? So yeah, there's an argument for higher body count right there.
Values it, not what values it.
What devalues it? I think that you have more X's to compare your current partner to.
Oh, so it's insecurity. So you would be insecure.
If you want to label it that way, but it's like, why would you want someone with more X's?
No. You're not labeling it that way. That's reality. That's reality. And what you're offering them is cope. What you're offering them is like, no, you don't have to think of that. That's not you being insecure. The fact that you want to be with a virgin, the fact that you want to be with somebody who's only been with like one person or 2 people or whatever, like that's not you being insecure. The fact that you don't want to be compared to ex-boyfriends or future boyfriends, that's literally insecurity. That's the definition of the word. When we're talking about insecurity, when it comes to relationship, that's it right there. That's sexual insecurity. That's what it is. That's literally just what it is. That there's no argument that you can make of like, well, if you want to think of it that way. No, you do want to think about it that way because that's literally what it is. That's what that comes from, right? And if you have that feeling, look, you're not a horrible person for feeling insecure, but just admit that you're insecure, right? Because it's so much better than when you try to say, oh, it's not because I'm insecure, it's because I'm a high value male and I'm gonna get more attractive, I'm gonna get more in demand as I get older, as they become more masculine and daddy-like, and the women they just get like less valued, so they should be happy to have me. Like this is the cope that Just Pearly Things is selling, and I'm not buying it, and neither should you, right? This is just a psyop against our self-esteem that we do not need. What is concerning is that she could influence younger women into making choices. And she's like basically telling you get married as young as you can because men are going to be able to tell if you're not a virgin and therefore just get with whatever creepy guy that you don't like is currently pursuing you. God damn.
5 to 7 sexual partners means that there's too much to compare me to, and therefore you might think that I'm inadequate because you've had better partners.
Well, it's also like the rate. Women are happier when they're virgins on their wedding day. So
that is just something you said.
No, look, I mean, you can look up the studies.
You can look up what study? How would you study that, Pearl? What are you talking about?
Body count. Again.
Yeah, I'm sure there's body count scientists out there studying this. Yeah,
we can fact check that. It just seems like something you just say.
It's like from the Family Institute.
The Family Institute. They did what kind of research is the Family Institute doing? Come on.
Okay, but so while we look that up, let's say so women are happier. But
the more sexual partners a woman has, the less happy she tends to be.
But I'm asking you, what is less attractive? Because you talk about men are looking for women who have had less sexual partners. So what is less attractive? What makes them less attractive?
If you ever find yourself in one of these arguments, right? If you ever find yourself cornered in a conversation tree talking about this kind of thing, the only appropriate response to the person, to your interlocutor, is to laugh in their face, okay? That is the only thing that you owe them, is laugh in their face loudly, maybe get a little spit going, you know what I mean? Like get right in their face and just laugh, and they can back off, right? Because, of your spittle, just like you're laughing so hard that you're frothing at the mouth, right? That's the appropriate response. A hearty laugh. That is That is the only thing that you need to give to them. That is not a serious argument. These are not serious conversations. These are people that are absolutely barbecuing themselves for your pleasure. You should enjoy that, unlike me, who's getting like frustrated by it because it's being entertained by Ethan as a real conversation when it's not, right? Ethan, you don't owe Pearl this like actual discourse. This is not an actual discussion. This is something that you gotta laugh at her for. She's absolutely ridiculous for this stuff, and you don't need to like treat this seriously at all. I don't know what you're, accomplishing here.
Active.
The Family Institute, what are we in 1984 territory? The only body count I care about is the one that Ice-T sings about. Hymen specialists. Yeah, they always know. They can always tell.
Men don't want,
Come on.
Men don't want women that have slept with multiple people.
We're talking about 5 to 7 partners. Why don't men want hoes?
Do you want a woman with a lot of bodies?
5 to 7? I don't consider. I think that's totally like.
Well, I think most men,
Please stop thinking
nowadays. But
please stop thinking about it as bodies and start thinking about it as experience. Okay, please, God.
But
look. You're talking about women's happiness, right? You're talking about women are happier when they're virgins on their wedding day, whatever. Like, I don't know what study you think you have that proves that, but whatever, Pearl. How about men's happiness, right? Nobody's ever thinking about the men. Let's think about the men's for once. Let's think about their happiness. Look, you are going to be happy, men, if you get over your insecurities and you stop worrying about being compared to like ex-boyfriends and stuff, right? And maybe you start to think of experience as being valuable, right? Do you want a good sex life? Do you want to have fun? Do you want somebody who knows what they're doing? Do you want some, right? I would think that this would be right up your alley, right? If I know men, I would think that it would be of more value to them to have somebody that can please them rather than have somebody that lies and tells you she's a virgin. Come on. How basic is this? How basic is this?
What do you mean most men would pray for it? Because the number I looked up is 10% of women there's only 10% of women in the United States have more than 15 partners. The average number is 4.2.
Did that study was
Really?
for women? It included older women too, though, didn't
25
it?
to 44.
Yeah, Yeah, I just think it would probably be more accurate if you kept women under like 35. But
wait, more
So what makes
accurate?
a
What? How? It would be more accurate if you omitted part of the population from your data set. What? I hate that he engages on this her terms, body count, high value, etc. I mean, I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to play like right. This is a certain type of debate where you accept certain of your opponent's premises in order to play them off of one another. In order to say, well, so like this is true and this is true, right? According to your beliefs, these two things are true. Okay, but if this is true and this is true, then this should also be true. Do you think this is true? Oh no, you don't like this one. You don't like this one. So either this is not true or this is not true or this is like you got 3 things. Like one of them has to be untrue, right? That's what he's trying to do. I think Ian is losing when he continues focusing on specific numbers. 5 to 7 is okay. 8 is too much. It doesn't matter. Yeah, like don't treat this serious. This isn't a serious conversation.
Oh, what does this ho mean?
I mean, it depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you, clearly.
What do I think? I mean,
a hoe is somebody that has sex for weed, according to the Instagram model that was in that controversy with the Tennessee state senator, right? That's the official. If you do it for bong rips, then that makes you a hoe. Apparently, I don't know.
And from a historical perspective, really a virgin. Like I think you should be a virgin on your wedding day.
Okay.
That's again.
Well, what's that have to do with men being attracted? You said men don't want to date hoes. I just want to.
Sorry, if you haven't watched all my YouTube videos, you might not get that meme. Please don't take what I said seriously when it was clearly meant with sarcasm.
Unpack that.
Sarcasm. I've done it for far less than bong rips. Am I in trouble?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Men
you're
don't
not.
want
You're
to
not
date.
in trouble. This is just a silly callback to another stream.
Hoes. I don't know what that means, if I can be totally honest with you.
Oh
Men
God,
would
oh God.
prefer
The next Matt Walsh documentary, What is a Hoe?
a woman with less sexual experience than more.
Oh, less. Well, so I gotta disagree with you. I just don't think that's true. I don't think men care. I don't think men care how many sexual partners that women have had, unless it's like 100. But that's true of men. Men who have had 100 sexual partners are also pretty.
Do you think women care about Drake's body count?
Why?
Like women want to sleep with Drake and like other celebrities. Do you think they care about their body count?
Are we talking
But
about
men
Drake?
don't-
Or are we
men aren't
talking about
lining up,
general? I mean, Drake's a celebrity.
But men aren't lining up to date like Lana Rhoades, Mia Khalifa, and like actually
You
marry
fucking
them.
crazy? Dude, are you crazy? Do you really believe that? Dude, men would. There is quite literally.
There are
people
men that would literally give their
Come
life
on,
to do
you
that.
can't believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think that
men
men
would
with the
die for
most
that.
options, that's what they want to do.
Men with the most options want to do what?
We're not talking about men with the most options. Are you talking about women with the most options when it comes to Drake? Or are you just talking about average fans?
I'm talking about Drake does not have a problem getting
Oh my
laid
God, I
because of his
forgot
body
I
count.
sealed
would
it off.
imagine
I
that
forgot
porn
I
stars
sealed it
would
off.
have a- I would imagine
Oh my
that
God, I
porn
did the
stars would
same
have a
thing that
hard
I said I
time
was gonna
getting
do
into
again.
Marriage with a man that they respect and
Oh
admire.
my God. Wait, what's hitting
You're the
me?
one that's always been like,
You
let's
piece
not
of
talk about fringe
shit!
cases.
Fuck
What's
you!
the
I'm trying to
point of
do
bringing
something
up
else.
Drake?
No.
That's like the most extreme
And
example.
I'm
wouldn't
still,
you agree?
I'm lagging
we could even
like
go
to
into
fuck.
like normal dating. I think
That's
it's silly.
more important. Yeah, let's
like,
do
this
that.
is. I just think it's silly to argue that men want to date women with high body counts.
No, they don't want to. I'm saying I don't think it matters, especially the number you gave me,
Care
5
one
to
way or
7.
the other,
Yeah, 5 to 7. I don't think men care about that in general. I just don't.
I mean, you could argue 15 to 20, 25. Like, I don't know exactly what point, but usually there is a point for most men.
Sure.
It's
And
like-
women. I mean, and women. I don't think women want to date someone who's like. slept
I
with-
just don't think. I don't think it's equal.
It's not equal. Because Drake.
No, not because of Drake.
Because we should remove like celebrity and outside kind of influences from this, because that obviously creates unusual, fringe cases, which we don't like. We don't like to talk about those.
Oh, so then what about the abortion one?
I was just
earlier?
parodying you.
I thought you liked. I thought.
I was just joking. Yeah. All right, one last thing. I see that we're getting exhausted here. It's fine. Drake saying, "I want a girl with a future and a past." That's a lyric of his. He wants an experienced girl. Even Drake's talking about it in his damn lyrics. Drake doesn't want a virgin.
You just said no celebrities. That's crazy how you just threw that out the window now.
You don't want to talk about it. Drake wants a girl with a future and a past.
Oh, stop. His simp pandering music to women. He makes money off of that. Women are like, come on.
Did she just call Drake a simp?
All right, let's talk about one last
Seems
thing.
like a creepy, probably, yeah.
And I do thank you for being here. You know, it's combative, but I think it's a good conversation. I wanted to ask you about one last thing. This comment I thought was interesting, and tell me.
How are there so many of these
This
fuckers?
sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was right, but they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
So, in what way was slavery made to seem more horrible than it was?
We were talking about. I don't really want to go into this too much because we're kind of past this. But I was quoting a Thomas Sowell book.
Oh my God, no! No!
Okay.
Did she say Thomas
so
Sowell?
Thomas Sowell's an author who talks about the history of slavery. So.
But do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished, or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're
That's
talking
so
about.
interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery. Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
Yeah, I just rather. I mean, I was talking about a book that I read, and I think to understand the context, you'd have to read the book.
But you just said some parts were embellished, some parts were under embellished.
I just
Are
again.
you retracting that?
I'd really just rather not.
Okay. No, but slavery being embellished—that's so interesting. I don't know how you embellished it.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboo.
No,
We're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby. Let's see the world as it is.
Taboo topics.
I genuinely want to know how it's embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about? Come on.
I mean, I could show you the video I was quoting, but it's just I'd rather not.
No,
get into
like,
this,
look,
so.
oh my God, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Everything that she does is she like absorbs this like red pill philosophy, and in this case, like Thomas Sowell, like a sponge, and then she spits it back out. There's no like original thoughts here. She is literally the parakeet. She is hearing what they like to hear and repeating it back to them. And she is literally, that is how easy it is to be a right-wing anti-feminist grifter. right? That's the lane that she is in. That is what kind of easy mode that she's dealing with here, right? Okay, yeah, like let's just do that. Let's just do that. Oh wait, you know, I just realized something. Like, this allows baby zombies through. I don't want to do that. Alright, we're safe. We're safe. We're not safe from Pearl, though, and we're definitely not safe. What hit me? What hit me? What hit me? Oh my god, hunger? What? Hunger damages you? What? Am I playing hardcore? I hear a drown. Wait, what was I trying to say? Like, yeah, the other thing that you can avoid is the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up in 15 minutes if you don't want to be part of that. If you don't want to be fighting zombies in the ads through the top of the hour ad break, you've got 15 minutes to either sub the fuck up yourself, to find a Amazon Prime subscription that you forgot you had and link that up to Twitch, or to be lucky enough to be seen in chat without a gift sub and maybe be bestowed a gift sub by the magical gift sub fairy. You never starve to death in Minecraft. No, here's the deal. You can't unless it's hardcore. I'm on medium.
Sounds like a blue pilled attitude to me.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Wait, what's bad faith? I'm literally showing you clips of you saying stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda, and you're not. Yeah, I just think you're trying to push.
That's a clip of you saying that. You can disavow it. That'd be super easy to say I was wrong.
Interview where I'm.
Wait, is there any situation which I couldn't have a conversation with somebody and then at the end of it say, like, I just think you're trying to push an agenda? Like, if I talk to a theoretical physicist and I'm all like, an atom is the smallest unit of matter. And they're like, actually, you know, we used to think that for a while, but in actuality, we've discovered subatomic particles. Here are the experiments that proved that those particles must exist, blah, 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 blah. And I say, you know, I just feel like you've got an agenda you're trying to push here. I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. An atom is the smallest unit of matter. That's why it's called an atom. Duh. Right? Duh. This is anti-atom propaganda.
Quoting somebody. Like, if you watch the full interview, I am quoting somebody, and now you're trying to pin me down about a topic that I don't dive into.
Hold on.
So it's like, that's not the point of my channel.
Okay,
like,
so
the point of my channel isn't.
I know, but you said it. How is that bad faith? Hold on, let me see.
Because I was talking about how the founder of the Thomas Sowell talks about how the guy that made Roots talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by. Okay. That's what the guy who made Roots said, Alex Haley.
Please understand the meaning of myth, okay? Please understand that, right? There's one meaning of myth that is like a thing that people think is true, but that is not really true. That's not the usage that was getting, myth as in a core story, central like story to a culture, right? That's the sense in which, like, I don't know if she's really just like, this dense, or if she is, being like purposefully ignorant here. I don't know what she's trying to do. Pearl's trying to pretend that she isn't pushing an agenda. Yeah, talking about racism makes me uncomfortable when I'm not talking about to other racists. That's right.
Okay.
So, and I can't even talk about that
Hercules was a
on
lie.
a podcast without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah, but mythology, you know, myth doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie, right? Just because mythology is like a culture,
right, but
a
I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened. And that's what he was talking about on the book.
What the fuck? You don't need like to draw from like Roots by Alex Haley in order to know that slavery was bad or wrong. That's not necessary. That's not the premise that this rests on. Come on. I'm sorry. I'm so mad.
But again, I was quoting a book, and you're trying to like pin me down on quoting a book.
I was just quoting a book.
See if I'm doing that.
Stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots.
I was just quoting a book. It might be Mein Kampf, but I was just quoting a book. You know, I was just quoting a book. It was the Turner Diaries, but I was just quoting a book. That does not stand up. That does not stand up. She likes the fact that there is a dual meaning to the term myth because that's what fascists use to make it seem like the victim is admitting that it's not true. Exactly. YHA. Can we get Nick Fuentes in so Pearl can hog out? Yeah, that she'll feel more comfortable. She's not just the Jesse Lee person of women. Oh, yeah, in more than one way. Well, what the thing about Jesse Lee Peterson is he was also Jesse Lee Predator.
A myth for my people to live.
Just asking questions, right?
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do. Is they
So
embellish.
then you say, but here's what they do.
Hey, stop comparing Nazis to Nazis. Not fair.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right, but they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible.
That they can control people.
So that they can control people.
Right, but
Nick
5
Fuentes
minutes,
agrees,
But
by the
wait, oh my gosh! 5 minutes before I say Sowell talks about this in his book, so I'm communicating in the interview that I'm quoting it off.
Yeah. Sowell, who you are using because you agree with him, not Sowell, who you're using because you don't agree with him. Come on. There's a drown up here, isn't there? Right over there. Creeper! Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Problem solved.
You're not being honest. You say they do this to. Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup. Do you agree? You know what I mean? It's like just say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are.
It's like no fair. You're making me. You're making me pick between repeating what my chud friends say, an argument that I don't really understand, but that they seem to agree with, and you know, and being able to have plausible deniability that I am not an absolute like dumpster fire of a person.
Certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it today.
But that Roots was what is a myth?
I again, there are certain facts you're not allowed to talk about, and I don't really feel like getting into it.
So wait, that is just her saying like no comment, right? That is her no commenting slavery. That's wild, Pearl. That's wild.
Thomas.
And it's like the thing is you're on tape, you're on clip, right? It's not like you can be like, well, you know, I'm not going to talk about that. You already talked about it. You already talked about it. If you talk about it in front of a bunch of racists and they're all like, it doesn't mean that somebody can't watch that clip and then say, hey, look, you're saying the racist thing. You're sitting here with the racist saying the racist thing. Pearl, why are you so racist, right? That still stands. You can't be like, listen, we're just, there's certain things that we're not trying to talk about. This is a gotcha moment. I do not agree. I do not like, right? Like she's trying to back out of this conversation. It's a little late, Pearl. It's a little late. That's the key of bad faith argument. Feigning ignorance about how language and intention works. Not owning your statements or the statements that you use to support your claim. She knows that she will lose money by saying the right thing or the wrong thing, right?
Sowell compared Barack Obama to Adolf Hitler. Do you like that analogy? That's the author you're quoting. Do you think that's a fair analogy?
That's a quite one-sided way to write his whole work, but he wrote like 100 books.
Oh, I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement?
Listen,
Barack Obama
it was only 30 of the books where he compared Barack Obama to Hitler, and 70 of the books he didn't compare Barack Obama to Hitler. So it's really unfair for you to say that.
Comparable to Adolf Hitler.
She's gonna rage quit, isn't she?
See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome. That's easy to do. You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the part of the, what the myth, I guess, is that.
Now wait, I don't know if this is true about I don't know if this is true about Washington, but like, you know, Jefferson, that statement has a whole nother meaning to it, right?
Not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George
God,
Washington.
what a horrible, what a terrible author, and what a horrible like, this is just,
Did you say that?
I don't remember.
I
think like if someone's a great and powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later, he didn't have any kids. But
did he own slaves?
What?
Did he own slaves? George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no romance to me. I'm just saying.
No, it's actually interesting. He had a different, like, he inherited his slaves, and it wasn't as simple as he could have just like let them go, because the debt that's incurred on them, like, you can't just release them. And so his slaves actually, like, he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad. Mm-hmm.
What's your source for that?
Wait. Is she saying that they weren't paid off? Is he saying that there was still money that he owed somehow and so therefore he needed to retain ownership of them and utilize them in slavery in order to extract the value? Oh my God, she's a monster! What is this? God! George Washington would travel across states and activate a loophole that let him keep his slaves. Oh my God, this is just found out that apparently Bad Empanada's video is being spread as far-right Russian propaganda on Telegram. Which video? Yeah, this is hard to watch. It's hard to watch. Like I said, this is absolute crap, content that we're like, I don't know. I literally don't know. But whatever argument she's making, it's morally repugnant, right? Whatever argument that she's making is like, it wasn't that simple. He couldn't just like... The Holodomor one? It's being spread by, apologists for the founding fathers have some wild talking points when they because like the thing is, the founding fathers are tied up in more than just like the part of the right wing belief system is the veneration of the founding fathers, right? In order to look at the Constitution as a religious document, which they do, you need to turn the authors of that document into saints. You need to put them in a place that's beyond reproach and, somehow justify or minimize any of the obvious harm that they did, any of the, acts that they took part in that are easily considered immoral to almost everyone in this day and age. You have to somehow justify those or, There's no defense in there's no defense in argument in defense of slavery.
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
Thomas Sowell. So he's your guy. Thomas Sowell's the man. Thomas Sowell wrote a column about supporting segregation in public schools. George Washington.
You want me to apologize? Like, you want me to talk about every single one of this man's opinions?
No, I just want I just want to know what you think. Do you think racism was embellished? I mean, it's so easy. I mean, just say no.
I think
no, but literally, she tried to get off on her opinion by saying it's an opinion of Thomas Sowell. Okay, do you think you're smarter than Thomas Sowell? And he's like just finding some. Well, I mean, I definitely disagree with Thomas Sowell about segregation. I mean, it was a divinity painting of George Washington at the top of the rotunda in the Capitol called the apotheosis of George Washington, literally meaning becoming one with God for George Washington. Wow.
There was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like in like the, and I can't
I was
really talk
reading
about
all
this.
these actual accounts from slaves, and they were like, being a slave for George Washington is great. Oh my God. And also, like, a person who's enslaved, do you think that they're allowed to write stuff like that about the elements of their condition that they might find less than satisfactory? Do you think that that's a thing that they, like, it's like the hostage wrote this note that said that I was the best kidnapper ever, and they loved every moment of being kidnapped by me, from my witty banter to the food that I cooked to the everything about being kidnapped. They said that they would rather have been kidnapped by me than to not have been kidnapped at all. I've got it right here in the notes that my hostages wrote while I was holding a weapon to their head. Like, what is this? What is this logic? Here are the paintings from the Capitol building. Well, I mean, like, in some cases, maybe but that's what she's saying. That's what she's making a claim, that she's like got these accounts that show that, like, it wasn't that bad, or I don't know what she's going to try to claim, but whatever it is, it's ridiculous.
Like, even if I talk about this now, they're going to clip it. They're going to say things I didn't say.
I'm sorry.
But it's like,
you've already said the spicy part out loud, Pearl. Please don't act like there's no danger at this point. You're already clipped.
I used to.
You're on record.
Read actual slave accounts, and I was surprised how many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say, like, slavery was a horrible institution, but I can't talk about that fact without getting canceled. I can't say, hey, these slaves had a good relationship with their owners without getting canceled.
Because it's just not true. It's not true. George Washington was not a father figure to his slaves.
Well, if you look up, like, I think it was
illegal to read and write as a slave. I remember the hard time Frederick Douglass went through. The Underground Railroad to Canada, the runaway trials to get to Mexico. Like, if slavery wasn't that bad, yeah, exactly. Why would people put their lives in danger to get? Anyway, this is just it's not an argument to entertain. Like, all he needs to do is expose at this point.
47.
Like, she's on record for saying what she said.
Tried to escape. Would you try to escape if you loved your master?
maybe that one was wrong. I don't know. This was like
okay.
a little bit on a podcast months ago. I don't.
Maybe everything you're saying here is wrong, Pearl. Try that.
Really remember, but and I said I wasn't sure if it was Washington either in that interview at some point. But
well, George Washington
was bringing up is I'm not even allowed to have this conversation without.
What do you mean not allowed?
That, but I mean, we're giving you the.
I mean, I got months of backlash for this. I'm now like you guys are kind of trying to do a gotcha moment.
No.
You don't say. You got months of backlash for slavery apologia? Really? You don't say. Oh my God, poor Pearl. I feel so bad for Pearl. She's the real victim here, isn't she? She's the real victim.
No, I didn't know about the backlash.
She's trying to individualize a system. Chattel slavery is universally brutal.
I'm not really.
I didn't know about the backlash. I promise I didn't.
I had months.
I just want to know what you think.
Like, I had months of people, like, it's like if I have this conversation, I had months of people calling my employees slaves.
She's justifying slavery, and somehow she's the victim. What the fuck? What the actual fuck?
Like, that's what they call it. Like,
that's horrible. Yeah, I disagree.
Horrible.
That sucks.
Horrible.
No, it's not.
It's
and like even the guy, and you know this because you watched the video of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction you just like you got your.
It's not horrible. If you say horrible things, people are going to be horrified. That's what horrification is. That's a process. You say something horrible, people can't believe that you said it, and you're like, I can't believe I got this backlash. You're just not allowed to say certain things. Yeah. Like, there's some things that are horrible things, and there are really obviously horrible things, and that, like, nobody in their right, nobody that is coming from a good place would agree with, right? And you just said it, and you endorsed it, and you were cool with it, right? Because you're appealing to, you're like, listen, if I want to grift to these chuds, I've got to be able to say the horrible things, and it's really unfair that when I say the horrible thing, I get some backlash to that. That's ridiculous. Like, I should be able to just say the horrible thing because it's my job to say the horrible thing. The people on this side, they want me to say the horrible thing, but then when I say the horrible thing, I get canceled. Oh my God, Pearl, you're not the victim. Come on.
You're acting oblivious, so I didn't know that, but you do know that because
this happens to white racist people online all the time. They say, I already got told I was wrong by a ton of people. Then I double down. You aren't allowed to bring it up because I said it's over, but I will never apologize.
The reaction you just watched was my
So
former
much
co-host
entitlement.
who insinuated that my employees were being colonized.
Oh, I didn't know that. I promise. I just wanted to get your take. Well, people say, I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on this. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not like my channel isn't about slavery. That's like a fringe.
I know.
comment.
I want to know about you.
But I'm asking, like, why are you bringing this up when that's not really what my channel's about?
I can only ask you things that are about. This is interesting. I want to ask you about it. But I can only ask you?
Listen, he's bringing it up because he can't believe that you believe that, right? The fact that you believe that is wild, right? He's confronted you with the fact that it's wild, asked you, do you have any explanation? Do you want to explain this argument further? And you're like, no, thanks, because you realize that explaining this argument further is going to get you further cooked, right? So the correct course of action here is to say, I disagree with what I said there. Or something, right? If you really don't want to be held responsible for that thing, say that, like, you know, that thing is wrong. It's not that complicated, Pearl. You want to be able to be racist as fuck, but you have the entitlement where you think it's wrong for you to be called racist as fuck for being racist as fuck. And no, I'm not supposed to be saying the F word here. But I don't know how else to react.
Things in a confined space, but you're trying.
You can, but you understand how that looks to me. It's like you're just trying to pick out every single.
Yeah, she doesn't disagree. She just doesn't want to lose the argument more on the internet.
Pearl, to be fair, to be totally fair, you could just say, I don't think slavery was embellished.
Like you were
like
just
that's
talking
super
about,
easy. That's a layup for most people.
I was quoting a book. That's the crazy part. I was quoting a book.
Wait. So is the book wrong? Because then that's even easier. I was quoting a book to say that it was wrong, and you clipped me before I got to the it's wrong part, right? Like, if that's the truth, then you're off the hook. But I don't think that's what you mean. Can't stop eating these brown rice and seaweed snacks. That's what I've got to eat in Minecraft right now. Apples, actually, and seaweed snacks. When she talks about being canceled, she's thinking about white wallets. The thing is, she's not canceled, right? The people that she's making money from love it when she says the spicy thing. Yeah, does she agree with the book? That's the question. You're quoting a book that says bad things. You don't get off the hook for that. Well, yeah. Well, if you're quoting it to be like, she's quoting it to support an argument. She wasn't quoting it to be like, yo, Thomas Sowell kind of fucked up, right? Kind of disagree with this guy. That wasn't her point. You don't get to get off of being like by saying I was just quoting the book when you're quoting the book because you're using the book to state your views, right? That's not. Oh my God. Canceled meaning that the white wallets closed for her. Yeah.
So do you agree with the
cancellation for her?
Do I think overall it was embellished? Some parts, sure.
There it is. Which parts?
Some parts.
No, please tell me which parts. Tell me.
I think that you can't. I think that certain slaves had good relationships with their owners. Not all, maybe not most, but I think some did.
And that just
and there are accounts of them saying this.
So some slaves had good relationships with their masters. Therefore, slavery was embellished.
You know how this is going to go for me. Like, I don't know why you're doing this. You know I can't have this conversation without them painting it a certain way.
Well, just own it then. Just do it. Just say what you want. You know what I mean? Just be red pilled about it. Who is they? I don't know who's they. Just your haters or someone?
The left.
The left.
Do they have parentheses around the they?
The goddamn
I mean, you even came in like you
left.
researched like my family. Like that's weird.
How's that weird? It's all public. It's stuff you talked about. You literally talked about it. It's called preparation, which you clearly done. No.
I didn't.
Like you literally do no preparation, and you talk about.
I didn't talk about if my mom was the president of like the
Where did we
company.
find that?
Find that on their
I
website.
just looked it up. I said I googled who are your parents, and it popped right up.
Is that
they're
that's not
famous?
weird?
They're relatively famous.
I didn't send a
He has
private
interviews
investigator.
on YouTube. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't send a private investigator to your house. I just did a little bit of research.
Public information.
Like let me bring facts about your parents to this interview.
Dude, well, you knew you were coming to talk to me for weeks.
Could have easily done that.
I
You're
know,
welcome
but I
to.
thought we were talking about the issues, not like my family.
We didn't talk about your family.
Family.
I was
Yeah,
not-
I mean, you were even implying earlier.
First of all, it is relevant that your mom is the president.
So
when
yeah,
you're talking about
here's my thought, right? She is gonna go back and cry to her community. She's gonna basically imply that she got doxxed. Mean old Ethan doxed my family, right? That's how this is gonna get played off, right? So none of the shit that I got caught on, like with my pants down, red-handed, with no fucking explanation for, none of that counts because Ethan was mean and doxed my parents.
You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
well, who cares? You said it. Just own it.
No,
Be
I'm
red
asking,
pill.
I'm asking. You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
I didn't know about it.
No idea, even though you got that from a video that my ex-co-host made about me.
Right.
See, like this is dishonest. It's not honest.
But what's the problem? You're getting backlash.
You saying things on a video, how is that dishonest? You literally said those things. He gave you the chance to disavow. He gave you the chance to say, "Oh, I didn't mean to say that. That's not what I believe." Right? How is that dishonest? Yeah, her black co-host stopped working with. I don't blame it. Like, how could you blame? Like, what do you expect when you're saying shit like that? Oh my God, my mean old co-host actually like recorded the video clip of the content that I did with him. Like, he didn't put Pearl in a bad place, okay? Just for the record, the co-host did not put Pearl in a bad place. She put him in a bad place. Even if he, for some reason, wanted to like save her dignity, to minimize this thing, to just like walk away and just kind of, right? Like he's now on a broadcast with somebody saying that like maybe slavery wasn't that bad, right? You literally put him in a situation where he's got no other choice, right? Even if for some reason, and he doesn't owe her that. He doesn't owe her that. The shit that she's saying is ridiculous. And her getting cooked for saying that shit is absolutely justifiable. But even if he, for some reason, wanted to, wanted to spare her of the consequences of that, he can't. What the fuck? Ethan is not doing a good job here by letting her distract him with the shenanigans. She gets all defensive. Right? I know she's a victim. She's the victim. I guess she's the victim here.
For something that you think.
But I'm saying, so you're like...
a lot of Black MGTOW people were really pissed at her for talking to Nick Fuentes and agreeing with him.
You did that. You brought your parents up when you were talking about hiring people, didn't you?
Oh, so yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
I said... I think it's a bit disingenuous.
You talk about your parents all the time. You talk about how your dad is rich. You did a tour of his whole barn with the bowling alley and fucking recreation.
And to be fair, they haven't mentioned the name of her parents, have they? Like they're referring to her parents, who she refers to in her content. They're not like, and here's their address, and here's their, here's their dog sitter and
stuff in it. Like, why am I not allowed to talk
I'm saying,
about
like, you even just said that you knew. Like, because you got that clip from
okay, who cares?
We're not here to protect your reputation.
Yeah, I mean, who cares? Let's say
care.
I didn't know about it to the extent that it was such an issue for you, but let's just say it was. I mean,
I do have to go though, because I have a show coming up. So
okay, let's just end on this note.
Mm-hmm.
Slavery was embellished because some masters
they literally just said your dad and your mom. Oh my
had
God.
good relationships with their masters. Some slaves had good relationships with their masters.
All right.
But don't you see how easy it is to just say I don't think it was embellished? I don't think it's a secret.
You guys act just like Abba and Preach.
Like
you
Pearl,
act just like them.
Wait, Pearl, I don't think it's a secret that some masters had good relationships
They famously have beef with Abba and Preach, but whatever.
with their slaves. I don't think that's a secret. There's
Okay.
been a whole
Thank you. I really appreciate you having me on, but I'm gonna go. Thank you.
She's like, you mean quitting, like rage quitting?
George,
Thank you.
okay, I appreciate you. Okay.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
She's so racist. She went back to her Angloid motherland. That's right, back to Turf Island. It's not being taken anyway except the way that it is. Wow. Okay, so when people say that like Ethan really pinned her down on some stuff, I was kind of doubtful. I'd watched the first part of that debate, but I hadn't really watched it through. Oh my god, my Minecraft playing today has just been abysmal. Like it's so hard to play Minecraft. Here I am complaining. Here I am complaining that I get to play Minecraft while I'm analyzing content that I myself selected. It's all my own fault. Look, I got like I'm not gonna try to blame somebody else here. It's all on me. This is my fault that I had to that I played Minecraft while I was covering this content. I went down time and time again into the cave with the spawner. That's the problem. There's like a spawner in that cave, right? And so I should have just like left it alone. I should have gone down, grabbed the coal and like left it alone, but instead I couldn't leave it alone. Just like I can't leave that debate alone. Just like you can't leave me alone. So yeah, Ethan didn't go nearly hard enough. Ethan could have gone a lot harder. True. I hear bubbles. Zara, thank you for the gift sub to Dat Katie. Dat Katie will now be spared from the top of the hour ad break, the bottom of the hour ad break, and any ad breaks in between, of which there are none, so that's not a problem. Oh my god. Oh my god. It does show how even the smallest amount of pushback led to immense consternation of Pearl, though she's just used to being treated a certain way, right? She's used to being not really held up to like any kind of scrutiny whatsoever, and so yeah, a little bit of pushback is unfair apparently. Lucy Haze. I don't know. Is Lucy Haze in the chat right now? Or did she just like random? I don't know. There's a lot of okay. Well, Lucy Haze, if you choose to watch some no comment chick, which I know you've watched me on your stream before, but now you can watch me on Twitch. You can watch any of my VODs that you want to, thanks to Zarax giving you a gift sub. Oh my god. That was wild. I need to decompress a little bit, chat. How are you doing? I like Lucy Haze. Yeah, I mean, I don't always agree with Lucy Haze, but definitely enjoyed seeing Lucy Haze light up Chud Logic. That was fun. I don't want to comment on any of the most recent drama between Lucy Haze and friends of mine, but you're doing fine? How's the rest of chat? Did you make it through that? Like, I felt like my brain was gonna explode. That one time when she destroyed Chud, yeah, that was amazing. It was so good. It was so good. If only she'd focus her ire on Chud Logic instead of on the enemies of the Clout Network, that would be awesome. That would be peachy. Peachy! Peachy. Look, I'm jumping on the trampoline, right? I've got two different colored sleeves. You know, one from like good Aqua, the other from evil Aqua. I don't know which Aqua I am today, chat. Do you know? I wonder what this looks like to somebody like looking at the screen as a thumbnail. Like what do they see? Mostly evil. There's a lot of rage coming out today. True. Yeah. Why not both? Yeah, the bounce. The bounce is really what's important. Good rage. Okay, since somebody mentioned this.
Is this a joke? Twitch star signs $100 million deal with rival platform? What? Yo! $100 million?
And this has got to be exclusive, so that means that XQC is leaving Twitch.
My heart is racing. I'm not even kidding. Like, that is insane. Holy moly. Oh my.
XQC, twice as valuable as Steven Crowder.
God. Stake is just... Dude, if you want to fix the American economy, the money printer, Stake is the real treasury, dog. What is happening? That is wild, dude. Holy shit. I mean, good for him. Yo, get bag, brother. Yo. He made a video and everything. What? Yo.
What? Where? On Kick. What's up? Chat. Chat.
What the?
Let me elaborate. Hold up. Chat. Listen, chat. Listen. I've been really nervous about this. Okay, because this is pretty massive. Okay. Hold up. Let me just.
He's two Crowders.
I don't want to get taken down. Hold up. I'm sure we're all good. Yeah, we're all good.
That is crazy.
Okay, chat. Listen. I'm gonna go full camera just chat. Okay. Chat. There's a bunch of things about this that are super important to know.
2 years, 70 mil, but up to 100 mil he can make on the platform.
It's not. It's not exclusive. So I'm really happy about the move.
It's not exclusive. What?
But it's not like it's not gonna be exclusive. So basically, what it means is that
non-exclusive.
It's exclusive. So it's like it's like only Twitch, right? Daily stream. But I'm gonna be like splitting time in between. I think Hikaru has that a little bit. So like, what? Yo, Hikaru, I was talking about you. Yeah. So it'll probably be like wake up, just go live, do intro Andy, and just do like normal stuff. And be in the stream here. After that, I'll probably
that's wild.
Over. Sometimes I'll have like full days here, full days there. Chat, I'll just play it by ear pretty much, and it's just kind of how it's gonna be. I think that opens up a bunch of doors for like diversification in a bunch of ways. I think TOS shit, a bunch of.
Dude, that's insane. Okay, when are you gonna get that bag? Absolutely never. First of all, the owners of the website despise me for pushing. For being one of the people that was like responsible for Gamba not being on Twitch. Their specific like mechanism for marketing.
That's why he's banned.
So that's number one.
He's pre-banned.
By the way, a non-exclusive deal for 100 mil is gotta be a scamaz. I mean, either he fleeced them or he's not being fully honest about like the details of the agreement. Or it's probably a slots contract. You know what I mean? He gets to do Gamba, but he's gonna do it on Kick. And that's it. I assume. Like there's no shot. But I don't know.
Oh, that's right. He loves Gamba.
But
I think it's kind of crazy. After that, okay, listen.
Is he? He's getting like. Are you having trouble seeing the appeal, Michael? I'm right there with you. I don't know what the appeal of XQC is.
I'm assuming Twitch will be nullifying his deal with them right now since they're exclusive. So Kick needs to cover the Twitch contract costs and their own draw. First of all, the Twitch contract is nothing, brother. Okay, he's got 100 mil.
Because at the same time, there's opportunity, other things I want to do also, and that's kind of how it goes.
This is huge, dude.
Yeah, I've been working with Eddie and the people at Kick over on a bunch of things. Chat, it's gonna be hard to unwrap it like all at once, okay? But there's a bunch of cool shit, such as in the past, it's been difficult to allocate time to do things that I really want to do. Like I've tried to show before. I talk about like podcasts and stuff like that. There's a bunch of things that I really want to do.
Yeah, you can't do that on Twitch.
Put a lot of time because the way that it is that overall. I don't want to say too much about like contract and shit like that, but overall it's gonna hard to dedicate time and still remain live all the time because I like doing both, and I think
that's bananas, dude.
It's just been hard to justify it pretty much, right?
That's double bananas. Well, it's
and I'll have like the time
I'm
And
posting
also,
this on
the funding
Twitter.
I need to actually anything I want.
Get the
pretty
bag,
much
King.
Listen, I've been working with Eddie for a good amount of time about this. Okay, yeah, I get it, chat. There's a bunch of changes on Twitch, and people are like, "Oh, dude, Twitch is this, Twitch is that, Twitch is good."
I can't even concentrate on like anytime I watch XQC, I can't even concentrate on what he's saying.
Twitch is gonna fail because it's not like that. Like, okay, listen, this is very important. Okay, it's not like oh, dude, like Twitch is fucking up, dude. Fuck Twitch. It's not like that whatsoever. It was never like that. And on top of that,
hi.
Ever since,
Okay.
Since the beginning of this idea, it wasn't. It's been a while. It's not like a.
Here's
it's
what
not
I'm
like
gonna
a
say
reactionary,
about this.
"Oh,
Okay,
this
are you
TOS,
ready?
I'm moving
Here's what I'm gonna
it's not
say.
like that. It was like a bigger.
As a Twitch streamer, and as someone who knows him, I'm excited for him to get a $100 million offer. That's great. This is literally what I said about Kick in general. It being in the space is not necessarily a bad thing because
it's
it will
competition.
absolutely get Twitch's shit in order, in my opinion. Okay,
You're a
which is good for the streaming space.
Like it's not like I'm not saying I can't understand him because of the accent or anything like that. I'm just saying that like I can't pay attention to him because he's so all over the place and I'm so all over the place, and like his I guess ADHD and my ADHD just like kind of XQC talks in a way that stresses me out. It's like he rushes every single thing he says.
General competition,
where as opposed to me who only rushes half of the things that I say.
Is good because then Twitch is going to have to treat its streamers better. Competition is good because Twitch will also think twice before making marketing decisions that will actually hurt the consumers. However, there's another side to this, obviously, which is that this is a platform.
He doesn't even have an accent. He just tries to talk fast.
Exclusively and entirely funded and facilitated by unregulated crypto gambling.
I feel like he's got a bit of a Quebecois.
While on the one hand, I see it as like a good thing, a positive thing for someone I know getting $100 million. That's great. On the other hand, I see it as a good thing for the space in and of itself. I do personally think that it being funded and facilitated exclusively by crypto gambling is, how do you know it's 100 mil? The New York Times reported on it. The New York Times reported on it.
It wasn't about gambling, and probably won't be. I'm getting down the line. There's the things I want to do for sure. Like project and things I want to do, but overall it's just kind of how it is. Yeah, it's kind of how it is. So it's gonna be like split time. I'm gonna give it.
I do worry though, partially because like kick contracts are basically being like kick contracts stipulate that you have to be shitty to me. So I feel like things are gonna get way worse for me now because anytime these motherfuckers come back to Twitch, which they will stay on, it'll be the shit on me, and I'm worried about that. I will admit, individually, personally.
When the idea came up, I was kind of like,
welcome back.
I was kind of like, okay, because I had a bunch of reservations.
Back from retirement. Welcome back.
I was kind of like, Oh, okay, because I had a bunch of reservations. I was kind of like, Okay, because I had a bunch of reservations. Overall, believe it or not.
Wait, what's going on? Is that me? Am I adding that? Wait, what's going on? Is that me? Am I adding that? It's me. Wait, what's going on? Is that me? Am I adding that? It's me. Wait, what's going on? Is that me? Am I adding that? It's me.
Pretty much like.
Wow.
Like 11 hours, something like that. Like normal.
That was a bit recursive.
Sit down in the
We're braiding into Miss Anita Bumps.
I can't wait for
Miss
motherfuckers to be like,
Anita
Hassan's
Bumps.
deal is similar at Twitch, which it's not.
Friend of the VOD. I will have to look more into this. I got to end stream now, though, because we are approaching 6 hours. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, everybody, for supporting me. And hopefully I will have more content coming your way soon in terms of YouTube videos, in terms of Patreon only content, and we got to get the streams together. We got to get the members only stream. The only thing is, like, I don't want to do one when I don't have all the members, all the subs, and we can stream to the members, the subs, and the Patreons all at once, right? We just have to find the time. I don't want to do that and then have not many people see that. So, I'm thinking of you. I hope you're thinking of me. Much love to everybody out there. I love you all. You're all beautiful, and have fun with Miss Anita Bump. Oh my God, and to the YouTube audience out there, you're just watching me typing. It's looking like, you know, this is NCC after hours. Should I do some of that? I feel like I do. I feel like I need to do some, so this is just like the Vadis moment, right? This is like the moment where some people didn't get rated out in Twitch. You're still watching me. Some people still watching me in YouTube. So it feels a little bit more like pared down. It feels a little bit more personal. It feels like you're getting like a more authentic, less filtered version of Irene. I want to provide that for you. I want to provide that for you, especially to the people that are supporting me every month, whether it be through a Twitch sub, whether it be through a YouTube membership, or whether it be through Patreon. I appreciate you, and I want to give you a little extra, a little something that you're getting for supporting me. Have you ever heard NCC's intro song? Huh. My intro song's getting advertised in Miss Anita Bump's chat. Well, anyway, this was just a little private moment between me and whoever's still sticking around. Yeah, it's weird. I like to do that from time to time, right? And so we're gonna try to do that on upload some videos that are like more pared down and personal, and just me and you on Patreon, as well as to the YouTube members. Should get that too. I wanna start giving you something back that's maybe a little bit more personal. I think for a long time I was afraid to do that, basically due to the harassment that I went through, right? Because like, that comes from people just kind of being a little too close in my space, and looking at me in a certain way. And I feel like I needed to put up some barriers, some boundaries, to protect myself. I am feeling a lot better and a lot stronger now. So I think that knocking down some of those boundaries, especially for people who allow me to do what I do, I think is something we need to do more into the future.